I know, big things for like, I'm growing here, but I'm not actually anything, but I put my like posting in the first time of this and mistakes, like 5 6 points. And then second, I would talk about this. So the new, oh, like science, the idea of maybe science comes the way how things shifted in the last 15 years, and how this has been increased very much. The global, let's say, coming down. Exactly. Exactly. Keep it always on the positive because the method is so negative. So if it is insecurity, but this is something that we need to review. Exactly. The way of accepting ourselves so that we are not reviewed. Exactly. This is the thing. Trust and building trust and exactly.
Súper bien, genial. Yo aquí. Me dejan aquí. Dicen, no, no, solo decir buenos días. ¿Qué coño? Es Laura la vez de puta. Eso es que pasa, que estic molt marcada perquè
Si us sembla, comencem la sessió, perquè no ens passem gaire del temps. Bon dia a tothom. És un plaer... Perdoneu, És un plaer per nosaltres, l'Institut d'Estudis Catalans, d'acollir per segona vegada aquesta, en aquest cas ja desena jornada, desè seminari, desè seminari interdisciplinari de recerca Aula Mediterrània. Dic que és un plaer per nosaltres perquè tots ens sentim concernits per el tema Mediterrània. Jo li explicava ara al president de l'IEMed que l'Institut d'Estudis Catalans, en tant que és pluridisciplinari i s'ocupa, no només s'ocupa de llengua, s'ocupa de sociologia, de política, de geografia, d'ecologia, etc., hauria d'estar una mica més involucrat en aquesta temàtica, perquè realment ens concerneix a tots molt directament. És clar, una Mediterrània, que segons com te la mires és un pont, segons com te la mires és una barrera. I aleshores el que sí que sabem és que té una diferent significació si anem en una direcció o anem en l'altra, perquè es pot veure com un pont que és una font d'oportunitats, però amb inversió econòmica, mala cosa, perquè, és clar, per l'altra banda, quan l'agafem com a pont, no és amb inversió econòmica, sinó fugint de pobresa, conflictes bèl·lics, inseguretat, etc. Per tant, que hi ha una falta d'equitat enorme entre aquestes dues magnituds, els que estem en una banda i els que estem en una altra, que si ens ho mirem com un pont, per uns és un pont d'esperança, és un pont moltes vegades de miratge, perquè la percepció que pot arribar en un moment determinat en els seus països d'origen no és el que després es troben quan arriben, quan aconsegueixen de vèncer tots els obstacles, i en canvi pels països més desenvolupats, tecnològicament i econòmicament més forts, és una font, com deia abans, d'inversió, però alhora és una barrera, i és una barrera pels uns i pels altres. I pels uns moltes vegades la intenció fonamental és una barrera que s'ha de fer cada vegada més alta, cada vegada més forta, per impedir què? A veure, i per impedir una entrada de persones d'altres països que venen fugint i que provoca sentiments ambivalents. És veritat, provoca sentiments ambivalents en la població, perquè d'una banda hi ha el sentit no només de la compassió, sinó el sentit del deure moral, d'acollir i tal, però d'altra banda és un tema que s'ha de saber gestionar d'una manera adequada si no volem que a la llarga hi hagi resultats nefastos. I precisament ara estem sortosament a Alemanya, hem tingut hi ha hagut unes eleccions que no han portat a la ultradreta al poder, però si no ja ens podem imaginar com hauria estat aquesta barrera cada cop més alta, que ho serà, però cada cop més alta. Per tant, jo penso que l'Institut d'Estudis Catalans, des del punt de vista de l'Acadèmia Nacional de Catalunya, que s'ocupa de tots els temes, del saber, i que funciona, a més, com a Acadèmia de la Llengua, el tema de la Mediterrània no ens pot ser aliè. I, per tant, per nosaltres realment és un plaer i, a més, un gust d'acollir l'IEMed com a organitzador, com a propulsor d'aquest desè seminari d'estudis de recerca Aula Mediterrània. I, dit això, passo la paraula a Senent Florença, president de l'IEMed i bon amic des d'anys de joventut.
Moltíssimes gràcies, presidenta, i benvolguda amiga de molts anys, efectivament. Anys universitaris com a estudiant. Han passat una mica els anys entretant. Bé, molt bé. Senyora presidenta, per tant, de l'Institut d'Estudis Catalans, professora Teresa Cabré. Em plau també, òbviament, de saludar en Joan Borrell, secretari general adjunt de la Unió per la Mediterrània, a la senyora Lorena Elvira, secretària general del Departament d'Unió Europea, Acció Exterior, del Govern de la Generalitat de Catalunya, És per mi, òbviament, un honor, com deia la presidenta també, i una satisfacció donar-vos la benvinguda a tots en aquesta desena edició del Seminari interdisciplinari d'investigació del programa Aula Mediterrània. Permeteu-me, doncs, que iniciï aquestes breus paraules expressant el meu agraïment a l'Institut d'Estudis Catalans, i especialment a la professora Teresa Cabré, per acollir-nos una vegada més en aquesta magnífica i històrica seu de l'Institut d'Estudis Catalans. He d'agrair igualment a les altres institucions que col·laboren en aquest projecte, com és la Secretaria de la Unió Aula Mediterrània, la pròpia Generalitat de Catalunya i altres a les que em referiré després. Aquestes dues representades aquí, com deia, per Joan Borrell i la senyora Lorena Elvira. El programa Aula Mediterrània, organitzat per l'Institut Europeu de la Mediterrània i per un conjunt, està organitzat per l'Institut, l'IEMed i un conjunt d'universitats. En concret, són 17 màsters de diferents universitats de l'àrea de Barcelona i una mica més enllà. I té com a finalitat donar suport a la recerca i els estudis sobre temes mediterranis, recolzant la cooperació interuniversitària. El programa, com alguns de vosaltres sabeu, i altres que heu vingut per aquesta ocasió probablement no, té dues vessants. Per una banda, hi ha un cicle anual de conferències. Són 26 conferències setmanals que tenen la peculiaritat que estan organitzades per l'IEMed, però elegeixen els conferenciants i la temàtica els responsables acadèmics de cadascun dels màsters participants en el projecte. Això vol dir que durant l'any, cada setmana, hi ha una conferència oberta als estudiants del màster que ha organitzat aquella sessió i als altres estudiants dels altres màsters i al públic en general, i que es fa allà a la sala d'actes de l'IEMed. I, a més, es pot seguir en el streaming i que, a més, es pot veure després penjat a la nostra web, de tal manera que si voleu passar-vos unes quantes setmanes aprenent coses de la Mediterrània, podeu anar escoltant, no sé, 200 o 300 conferències que tenim avui dia penjades d'aquesta sèrie al llarg dels anys hem anat fent. Té un altre avantatge que es repeteix també aquí, i és que no solament és això pels estudiants, sinó que entenem que és bo també pels professors i investigadors, perquè els permet convidar i fer venir a Barcelona els seus col·legues d'altres llocs a donar la conferència corresponent, que nosaltres organitzem des del punt de vista logístic, diguem-ne, però, mentre estan aquí a Barcelona, suposo que, a més, parlen d'altres coses d'interès comú, dels seus programes de recerca, etc., a part de conèixer, òbviament, de primera mà les coses positives que pugui oferir Barcelona com a ciutat. Bé, per altra part, hi ha un punt que vull mencionar i acabaré fent referència, que és el lema de la sèrie d'aquest any, que és entendre la Mediterrània en temps convulsos. Per tant, ja ens podem anar preparant. Bé, d'altra banda, tenim aquest seminari una vegada a l'any, el seminari anual interdisciplinari de recerca, adreçat, per tant, diguem-ne, als professors, als investigadors, etc., que des de fa un temps ens acullen anualment. De vegades ho hem fet aquí, de vegades ho hem fet al Pla de Pedralbes o en altres llocs, però és un punt de trobada del món acadèmic de la gent que es dedica a temes de la Mediterrània, des d'un punt de vista eminentment acadèmic, universitari, i en cadascuna de les sessions temàtiques paral·leles succeeix una mica el mateix que passa amb el cicle de conferències. Cadascuna de les sessions temàtiques està organitzada pels responsables acadèmics d'algun dels 17 màsters que hi participen. I, per tant, escolleixen el tema, escolleixen el conjunt d'investigadors o professors que vulguin convidar-hi, i nosaltres ens ocupem que vinguin, que estiguin, que s'allotgin, etc. Ens ocupem que ens aculli, en aquest cas, l'Institut d'Estudis Catalans. I per tant, en el conjunt de les sessions paral·leles tenim altra vegada tot un ventall de temàtiques d'extraordinari interès i que permeten, a més, un debat en viu, presencial, entre, diguem-ne, els estudiosos d'una temàtica organitzat conceptualment, diguem-ne, pels responsables d'un dels màsters d'estudis internacionals, com deia, de les universitats de l'àrea de Barcelona. En el primer dia, de totes maneres, hi hem afegit en aquests últims anys un altre aspecte interessant, que és un conjunt de taules rodones i debats sobre les polítiques educatives, polítiques d'investigació per la recerca, des de la vessant euromediterrània i sobre la cooperació acadèmica i interuniversitària en l'àmbit euromediterrani. Per tant, euromediterrani vol dir de tota la Unió Europea i els països socis del sud i est de la Mediterrània. I en aquesta primera part, òbviament, per debatre les polítiques educatives i de recerca i de cooperació universitària, s'hi ajunten en aquests debats una sèrie d'institucions adients, com és la pròpia la Secretaria de la Unió per la Mediterrània, que té tot un programa que intenta desenvolupar, i l'avantatge de la Secretaria de la Unió per la Mediterrània és que són els que estan a totes les diferents formacions de les conferències ministerials euromediterrànies, siguin que es reuneixen els ministres de tota la Unió Europea i del sud i est de la Mediterrània competents en matèria educativa o de recerca, com els que es dediquin a temes d'hisenda o de qualsevol altre comerç o el que sigui. Per tant, diguem-ne, és el canal adequat per vehicular les propostes de polítiques euromediterrànies, perquè arribin a la taula de les conferències ministerials que té de prendre les decisions i on, a més dels ministres, hi seuen els representants del Servei Exterior Comú de la Unió Europea i de la Comissió Europea, que té de financiar projectes, per tant, com a conseqüència, i els països del sud i també la Lliga Àrab com a observadora. Bé, per tant, és important que estigués aquí la Unió per la Mediterrània, però també Euromesco, que és la xarxa de 117 institucions, think tanks de recerca sobre temes euromediterranis, també creat el 95, el Fòrum Mundial de les Ciències de l'OCDE, el CSIC, el programa Prima de la Comissió Europea, la xarxa universitària IEMed, com tantes altres institucions i universitats, en quant que tenen gent també que es dedica a estudiar les polítiques educatives, de recerca, de cooperació interuniversitària, òbviament, de la Universitat Euromediterrània de Fes, o bé de la de Marrakeix, l'Autònoma de Madrid, que tenim aquí alguns representants que espero que em segueixin, que m'entiendes todo? Molt bé. Veus? Tenen l'avantatge que són lingüistes, a més, i llavors els lingüistes ja tenen l'antena posada. Bé, no em vull allargar massa. Bé, hi col·laboren també Casa Àrabe, que és un company sempre de moltes coses. Aquest any, però, i no em vull allargar, però no puc deixar, òbviament, de mencionar-ho, com feia la presidenta, que aquest seminari té ocasió en un moment especialment convuls i complicat. És un moment en què veiem que teníem raó quan s'hi va posar l'estiu passat entendre la Mediterrània en temps convulsos com a lema del cicle de conferències i que em temo que s'ha d'aplicar encara més en aquest seminari interdisciplinari de recerca. Bé, en primer lloc, però, celebrem el 30 aniversari del procés de Barcelona aquest any, que ja és una fita important. El 95, de fet, es posa en marxa l'anomenat procés de Barcelona i el nostre institut ja hi està molt directament involucrat perquè el novembre del 95 al Palau de Pedralbes es produeix la Conferència Ministerial Euromediterrània i back to back, que diuen ara, és a dir, els dies següents s'han cavalgat amb això, la gran conferència, el Foro Civil IEMed, que va organitzar ja l'Institut en la seva versió de llavors, i que per encàrrec de la Comissió Europea i de la presidència semestral espanyola d'aquell moment i que jo crec que va ser un gran èxit per mostrar... Se'ns va encomanar, o es va encomanar els que llavors hi eren, i la Gemma hi era llavors i se'n va ocupar molt directíssimament, per fer evident i mostrar el que havia de ser aquest projecte d'associació euromediterrània, que no podia ser només una cosa entre els governs, sinó que requeria la implicació de tota la societat civil des dels diferents àmbits. I això és el que pretenia posar de manifest el Foro Civil Euromed que es va celebrar aquí, en participació de 1.000 i escaig representants dels diferents països, de tots els ordres de la vida econòmica, acadèmica, social, etc., amb un ordre del dia molt estructurat que donava peu a la continuïtat d'aquest tipus de col·laboracions. Bé, he de dir, però, amb tristesa, i a vegades em trobo últimament que sense voler acabo dient que, de fet, des de llavors, amb el pas dels anys, la situació, les coses que ens han caigut damunt han anat sent cada vegada més greus i pitjors. És a dir, que de fet, bé, Barcelona del 95 era fill d'un moment de gran optimisme, després de la caiguda del mur de Berlín, després d'uns canvis importants, la conferència de pau a Madrid el 91, els acords d'Oslo el 93, la conferència es deia llavors que volia aprofitar el que llavors en deien els dividendos de la pau, és a dir, que la pau que ja es veia venir, però que va acabar en els anys següents, per molt que els donessin el Premi Nobel coparticipat, amb l'assassinat de l'Isaac Rabin, el negociador impulsor per part israeliana del procés de pau, i d'Anwar el-Sadat, assassinat igualment en els anys següents, tots dos per extremistes del seu propi bàndol, perquè entenguem una mica del que va la cosa. I a sobre ens ha vingut després, òbviament, l'atac a les torres bessones de Nova York, la guerra d'Afganistan, la invasió i destrucció de l'Estat a Iraq, amb totes les seves conseqüències, en fi, Líban, Síria, cruelíssima guerra, etc., Líbia. Hem de concloure, però, que el procés de Barcelona i tot això que intentem fer des de tants anys és una cosa inútil i que no ha servit per res. Jo crec que no. És dir, si no hagués existit, segur que les coses haurien estat molt i molt negatives, molt més negatives. I que en aquells que han volgut aprofitar-ho, doncs els hi ha servit moltíssim. I aquells països que més han progressat són aquells que més han participat al llarg de tots aquests anys. Vegis el Marroc, els que hi aneu potser des de fa anys, jo fa molts anys que hi vaig, i el Marroc d'ara i el Marroc que jo visitava doncs fa 30 anys s'assemblen poc en positiu avui dia. I el mateix podríem veure en els casos que ha pogut ser. Però ara ens trobem en un moment, a més, d'extrema gravetat. Jo crec que una gravetat més extrema del que mai havia estat al llarg d'aquests 30 anys del procés de Barcelona. Tenim la invasió d'Ucraïna per la política agressiva i imperialista d'una Rússia dominada pel senyor Putin i els seus antics col·legues ara instal·lats en el govern, antics i actuals. Tenim la destrucció de Gaza i l'indecible sofriment de tot el poble palestí, com a resultat de la sobrereacció israeliana extraordinària i aniquiladora que va seguir l'atemptat terrorista de l'octubre del 23. I ara, a més, ens trobem amb la increïble deriva autoritària als mateixos Estats Units, amb un president que no només justifica i amnistia l'assalt al Congrés perpetrat fa 4 anys sota el seu propi impuls, sinó que avança clarament en el que tots els observadors qualifiquen de flagrants il·legalitats i contra la pròpia Constitució americana en la major part de les decisions executives de la nova presidència. Bé, té tota l'aparença d'un intent de ruptura de l'equilibri de poders i del propi sistema constitucional nord-americà. Per una persona formada en gran part als Estats Units, com jo mateix, és inversemblant. I, per tant, jo crec que això teòricament només pot acabar amb un impeachment, amb un judici posterior i amb unes conseqüències penals. No sabem, però, si això serà possible fent honor a la història dels mateixos Estats Units o on ens portarà tot plegat. En fi. D'altra banda, estan donant suport directe a partits d'extrema dreta dins d'Europa en un exercici increïble d'ingerència desestabilitzadora en els assumptes interns de països aliats. I això s'hi afegeix ara aquesta proposta inimaginable, fins fa poc, i ara també, d'enteja ètnica extrema a Gaza i la més increïble proposta encara de venda d'Ucraïna a les ànsies imperials del Putin. Soc, com a diplomàtic, moderat sempre en les meves expressions i crec que ho estic sent també ara, avui, aquí. Què podem fer, doncs, nosaltres ara i aquí? Jo diria, simplement, Barcelona més que mai. És dir, el procés de Barcelona ha sigut, malgrat les limitacions imposades per les adverses circumstàncies, continua sent el projecte de cooperació nord-sud més estructurat i omnicomprensiu que existeix probablement al món. Es tracta, com ja ens van proposar en el 95 i com sabeu, de construir a l'àrea mediterrània una àrea de pau i seguretat, una àrea de progrés econòmic compartit i una àrea de diàleg i entesa entre els diferents pobles i cultures al voltant de la Mediterrània. I per a tot això, l'educació superior, l'estudi i la recerca sobre els problemes i els reptes i les possibilitats de l'àrea mediterrània, dels països àrabs i de la cooperació de la Unió Europea amb els seus socis mediterranis resulta del màxim interès. Per això dic que la nostra manera, ara i aquí, de lluitar contra l'adversitat és Barcelona més que mai. El programa Aula Mediterrània intenta col·laborar en aquesta gran tasca d'entesa entre els diferents pobles i cultures del Mediterrani en les seves diferents dimensions. Tant les tasques de recerca com el propi ensenyament superior són elements imprescindibles perquè amb un millor coneixement i comprensió dels problemes i amb ciutadans amb millor comprensió de la realitat, puguem dur a terme investigacions del que nosaltres en diem policy oriented, proposant mesures de política euromediterrània, propostes que arribin a ser adequades per assolir aquelles grans finalitats que ja ens van proposar el 1995 i en la consecució de les quals perseverem a dia d'avui. Benvinguts, doncs, en aquesta tasca comuna de construcció d'una Mediterrània en pau, seguretat, progrés i entesa. Per aquesta magna tasca de col·laboració i cooperació, el món acadèmic no hi pot faltar. I permeteu-me que acabi donant les gràcies a tots els que hi col·laboren, molt especialment a la Gemma Ovarell i a l'Elisabeta, molt especialistament, l'Elisabeta Cucarelli, que no la veig però deu estar treballant per aquí al darrere, i a tots vosaltres per la vostra atenció i la vostra presència. Gràcies.
Gràcies. I ara la paraula a Joan Borrell, secretari general adjunt d'Educació Superior i Recerca, Unió per la Mediterrània. Endavant.
Bon dia. Bon dia a tothom. Presidenta, ambaixador Florença. He de començar agraint aquesta oportunitat i he de dir que personalment per a un català agafar el faristol a l'Institut d'Estudis Catalans és una oportunitat meravellosa. I d'un punt de vista institucional he de dir que aquesta és la desena edició de l'Aula Mediterrània i nosaltres, a l'Unió per la Mediterrània, treballem mà a mà amb aquest projecte i ens estem molt orgullosos. L'ambaixador Florença ho ha dit, visquim temps convulsos i la presidenta ens ho ha recordat també. L'ambaixador ha parlat a nivell internacional i em fa l'efecte que la presidenta ens ha recordat que també tenim, de fet d'aquesta situació internacional, tenim reptes amb la migració, amb els ports i les ambigüitats a les societats europees i això també és una de les qüestions que hem de fer servir. L'ambaixador Florença s'ha demanat ell mateix retòricament. Han sigut aquests 30 anys de procés de Barcelona una cosa inútil i ho ha respondut ell mateix. Aquest és encara el procés nord-sud més estructurat del món i això és molt valiós. Ara, amb la vènia i el vistiplau de la presidenta, faré la meva presentació en anglès. I was asked to give a short overview of 30 years of Barcelona process and the role of the UFM. I think most of it has been said. I would like rather to present and defend the role of our institution, the Union for the Mediterranean, in this whole process. So it's have 10 years of Aula Mediterrània, have 30 years of Barcelona process, and 15 years since the Union for the Mediterranean was established and started working here in Barcelona at Palau de Pedralbes. So it might seem a good time to have a review. We have just published, the IEMed has just published this report on science as a bridge and scientific cooperation in the Mediterranean. On it, I had the opportunity to contribute with a short text on 30 years of cooperation on scientific research. What I'm trying to say is that, yes, the EuroMed cooperation started 30 years ago, 1995, Barcelona process, but for the first 15 years, it was multilateral and multi-governmental cooperation. And at some stage, 10 years later, in 2008, it some sort had its first crisis, in the sense that people were asking themselves, is this useful? And one of the answers that was provided was, we need a permanent secretariat. And the UFM is exactly that. I mean, what is the UFM? The UFM is the permanent secretariat of the multi-governmental, intergovernmental cooperation in the Mediterranean. We provide continuity and content. Continuity, because ministers might meet every 2 or 3 years, but if there's no institution trying to provide continuity to those works, I mean, those ministerial declarations get lost in space. And content, because in order for ministers to approve not only beautiful declarations, but action plans that with concrete steps, we need to provide content. And that content is created through dialogue with all stakeholders, not only member states, but all stakeholders on the different fields. The UFM is divided into 6 different thematic divisions. And the one I have the honor to lead is the division that deals with higher education and research. And today, the whole morning, we will be discussing first on research, and I think this report will guide the discussion, and then on higher education. So, has been those 30 years a success? I mean, what have we achieved? Well, it very much depends on the mood, on your personal subjective mood, how you want to see things. I mean, and all of us, you know, that yin-yang ball that is half white, half black. I mean, all of us are like that. I mean, sometimes we are half white, I mean, full of optimism, idealism, action-driven, and sometimes we are in a more dark mood and more pessimistic and even cynical about what has been achieved. And when I look myself on what has been done on those 2 topics, I mean, I need to give a complex answer. For instance, on the 2 sides, on the 2 aspects, the level of institutionalization and results are very different. On research, at the UFM and in the EuroMed process, we have 30 years of well-established institutional cooperation. We have a platform that has been working for 30 years, and we have been able to deliver results mainly through Horizon programs applied to southern countries like Israel, Turkey, Tunisia, and maybe soon Egypt, this year Egypt, but above all through PRIMA. PRIMA, the Partnership for Research and Innovation in the Mediterranean Area, is in itself a successful story. I mean, just bear to data in mind. Prima, on research on water and agri-food nexus, has a budget, a yearly budget that is 10 times bigger than the whole UFM. So yes, we have managed to, on a key aspect, to deliver through Prima real cooperation. On the other hand, on education, on higher education, we need to admit that political intergovernmental cooperation has been much slower. The last ministerial meeting took place in Cairo in 2007. So it's going to be almost 20 years since at ministerial level there has been no dialogue or cooperation among member states at the euromediterranean level. So this is who we are. What we achieve is mixed feelings. Where are we now, and what we should be doing to face that moment? Well, where we are now is, Ambassador Florenza said it very clearly, we're in very turbulent moments. I will say we are in a pivotal moment, I mean, in a crisis moment, in the sense of crisis that we will need to change through somewhere else. I was last week in Brussels, and I was really surprised that all divisions, all directions, I mean, all DGs in Brussels, they were already working on the next multi-financial framework for 28 onwards for the next 7 years. And the main refrain that came over and over again is the next multi-financial framework will not be business as usual. It will not be a copy-paste from the years before. We are in a moment of crisis, and many things will change. I'm afraid that what they are trying to say is, do not take for granted that the generous European Union funding for cooperation to the South will stay there forever. That is the perception I got. And as Ambassador Florenza said, if we want to keep the Union for the Mediterranean as the most structured North-South dialogue, we will need to fight for it. We will need to defend it. We will need to ask for the funds that are relevant, and we will need to make the most out of it. So we're in a pivotal moment for obvious reasons. I mean, the UFM itself needs to rearrange its working methods. The international arena, it's in crisis. I mean, we have Ukraine, we have Gaza, we have the United States. The multilateralism itself is in crisis, and we will need to address that. And my recipe is, we need to provide content to multilateral meetings in order to deliver concrete advances. So what are we planning to do in the next times? Because we talk about the last 30 years, we should rather be talking about the next 30 years. And in order to talk to the next 30 years, we need to plan for the next 3 years. And in order to start work in the next 3 years, we need to have a clear picture of what are we going to do in the next 3 months. So, I mean, in the Union for the Mediterranean, in the Division for Higher Education and Research, our work program will be with around 2 priorities. On research, we will defend Prima as a main priority in the Mediterranean, and we not only to maintain its fair share of resources in the European budget, but hopefully to enlarge on topics, because Prima should work not only on water and agri-food, but Nexus, but also on energy and health, and obviously on having more resources to do it. And on higher education, well, we are already working in order to have soon, but cannot promise any date, but to work as soon as possible, a ministerial on higher education. And a ministerial on higher education that will deliver some content on mobility and content on institutionalization, better cooperation among universities on the two shores of the Mediterranean. And when I say as soon as possible, it's obviously before 2027, so before we get 20 years, the 20 years mark, but particularly before, we need to have a ministerial on higher education among the two shores of the Mediterranean in order to be able to influence the next European Commission multi-financial framework from 28 onwards. We need to provide a strong message that we believe in mobility. Therefore, we should aim for European Union to not only maintain, but significantly increase the Erasmus Plus programs for the Southern Mediterranean. And we need to adapt for European and Southern Mediterranean universities already successful recipes like the European alliances of universities. We have in Europe, I know most of you are aware of it, we have in Europe 60 alliances of European universities, on average 10 universities each. This has been proven a very successful model for fostering cooperation among universities. There is no reason we can use this same model to create Euro-Mediterranean alliances. So we will work on that, and we count on all of you as stakeholders to provide us content and support in order to get there, and I thank you very much.
I ara té la paraula la senyora Lorena Alvira, secretària general del Departament d'Unió Europea i Acció Exterior de la Generalitat de Catalunya.
Benvinguda presidenta de l'Institut d'Estudis Catalans, benvingut president executiu de l'Institut Europeu de la Mediterrània, benvingut secretari general adjunt d'Educació Superior i Recerca de la Unió per la Mediterrània, distingides autoritats, professors d'universitat, investigadors i participants, bon dia a tothom. És un honor ser aquí amb tots vosaltres per inaugurar la desena edició del Seminari interdisciplinari de recerca Aula Mediterrània. Durant una dècada, aquest espai s'ha consolidat com un punt de trobada essencial per comprendre i abordar els reptes de la nostra Mediterrània. Vull expressar el meu agraïment sincer a l'IEMed i a totes les institucions i entitats col·laboradores per fer possible aquest esdeveniment. La vostra dedicació ha convertit aquest seminari en un referent acadèmic, institucional, que ens permet pensar junts el futur de la Mediterrània. Aquest seminari arriba en un moment en què Barcelona s'ha consolidat com un centre de pensament estratègic sobre la Mediterrània. Comptar amb fòrums de reflexió que reuneixen acadèmics, investigadors i responsables institucionals és fonamental per aportar solucions fonamentades als reptes que compartim. La qualitat del programa i la presència de ponents de prestigi internacional demostren que aquest espai és avui un referent acadèmic consolidat en l'espai euromediterrani. Com a secretari general del Departament d'Unió Europea i Acció Exterior, vull posar en valor la relació fonamental entre l'acadèmia i les polítiques públiques. La recerca que feu, les dades que analitzeu i els informes que elaboreu contribueixen directament a la presa de decisions informades. El que en anglès anomenem evidence-based policymaking no és un concepte teòric, sinó una eina imprescindible per abordar amb eficàcia els desafiaments actuals. Ens trobem en un moment de transformació i d'incertesa, temps convulsos, com s'ha comentat, La Mediterrània continua sent una regió estratègica, però també un espai on persisteixen tensions, desigualtats i crisis humanitàries. Quan commemorem els 30 anys del procés de Barcelona, ens hem de preguntar com podem rellançar la cooperació euromediterrània amb una mirada renovada i efectiva. L'ordre internacional està canviant i Europa ha de reforçar el seu paper a la regió. La pau i l'estabilitat són condicions imprescindibles per al progrés, però també ho són el desenvolupament sostenible, la inclusió social i la igualtat d'oportunitats per als joves i especialment per les dones. La Mediterrània no pot ser un espai de conflictivitat permanent, sinó un territori d'oportunitats compartides. Els reptes són clars: crisi climàtica, seguretat energètica, governança de les migracions, sobirania alimentària i accés a l'habitatge. Però la resposta també ho ha de ser col·lectiva, coordinada, informada. I aquí la recerca i la cooperació acadèmica juguen un paper essencial. En aquest context, valorem la iniciativa de la Comissió Europea de crear una cartera per a la Mediterrània en el nou Col·legi de Comissionats, així com la promoció d'un nou pacte per la Mediterrània i una estratègia per l'Orient Mitjà. Són exemples d'una Unió Europea que entén la Mediterrània com un espai estratègic per al seu futur. Catalunya ha estat històricament un actor actiu en la cooperació euromediterrània. La presència de seu de la Unió per la Mediterrània a Barcelona, així com la d'institucions clau com l'IEMed, Escame, Midwaves o el CEDMO, reforcen el nostre compromís amb la regió. Apostem per continuar promovent aliances estratègiques que permetin enfortir la integració euromediterrània en àmbits clau com la recerca, la innovació i el desenvolupament sostenible. Així mateix, defensem la necessitat d'impulsar mecanismes de cooperació que responguin als nous reptes geopolítics i socioeconòmics. Aquest compromís es va materialitzar amb l'aprovació de l'Estratègia Mediterrània de Catalunya, MedCat 2030, un full de ruta que orienta l'acció del govern en aquest àmbit. Actualment estem treballant en l'actualització d'aquesta estratègia per adaptar-la als nous reptes i per reforçar els mecanismes de col·laboració multilateral. Entre aquestes iniciatives destaca la proposta de creació d'una estratègia macroregional per a la Mediterrània que busquem impulsar amb altres socis europeus i mediterranis. Aquest seminari és una oportunitat per aprofundir en aquests debats i construir conjuntament una agenda acadèmica que alimenti una política euromediterrània més efectiva i pragmàtica. La vostra participació com a investigadors i acadèmics és essencial per definir el futur de la cooperació en la nostra regió. Em sap greu no poder quedar-me per seguir totes les sessions, però estic convençuda que el treball que feu avui tindrà un impacte tangible. Catalunya continuarà apostant per una Mediterrània integrada, dinàmica i en pau. Moltes gràcies i que tingueu un excel·lent seminari.
Doncs amb aquestes paraules i amb el desig que efectivament les discussions que tindreu, els debats que fareu, no només serveixen per comprendre més, perquè m'ha agradat molt que diu l'objectiu d'aquest seminari no és només estudiar, és estudiar i comprendre, que és una cosa molt diferent. No es tracta només de dades, sinó que es tracta de fer-te una idea de l'envergadura, de la poliedricitat, de la complexitat que hi ha al darrere del tema de discussió. Entendre per actuar. I amb aquest entendre i actuar donem per inaugurat el desè seminari interdisciplinari de recerca a l'Aula Mediterrània.
what has been done. So the billion.
Okay, it's working. Very good. So I think it's time to start with the first session after this very enriching opening, which was quite interesting to see a broader perspective on why we are here. It's always good to remember the reasons why. Good morning, everyone. My name is Giuseppe Provenzano. I work for the Union for the Mediterranean on this dossier of research and innovation. And it's my pleasure to be moderating the first roundtable on the 30 years of EuroMed cooperation in research, past perspectives, and future tendencies. It's a great honor, first of all, to be sitting with such a distinguished panel of experts that we invited here for reflecting on 30 years of EuroMed cooperation on research and innovation. Why 30 years? As the Deputy Secretary General Joan Borrell mentioned, the Union for the Mediterranean has been existing since 15 years, but research and innovation have been at the forefront of EuroMed cooperation since the very start, since the beginning. 1995, we're already here in Barcelona talking about research cooperation. Why? First of all, because science is an accelerator of change. It's a bridge builder. Second of all, because in the Mediterranean, we have a region which is quite rich in its diversity, but it's joined by challenges which bring us all together. Let's think about the climate challenges that we have here in the Mediterranean. The economic and social crisis also had a research component. I like to think about this first session as a bit of a meta sessions in the sense that we are here for studying and researching the Mediterranean, and this session is about research in the Mediterranean. So I hope that you can find here some food for thought in how research is contributing to dialogue and cooperation in Mediterranean area. So we invite here to bring your own expertise, your own ideas, but also see that there's been a rich past cooperation during the last 30 years. There have been shortcomings, that's for sure, but there have also been very important initiatives. As I mentioned, the Barcelona Declaration already established the importance of science technology as a basket for cooperation, for working together. And during the years, there have been many instruments, many initiatives that have been advanced for strengthening this partnership, fostering innovations, and driving socioeconomic development in our region. Today I presented, when we start preparing about this session with our distinguished speakers, some key questions, some key topics on which we would like to reflect, such as what are the reasons, what are the urgency for working specifically on research in the Mediterranean, because it's not the first topic that comes to your minds. We need to work together. Why on research? What kind of challenges are our researchers facing in the Mediterranean? And what is the impact actually of this research and innovation cooperation? And then, since it's not an historical session, it's about the future. Where can science, where can research bring us in the future? I'm quite pleased to be with this number of experts coming from international organizations and also representing some of our representatives in our official platform for cooperation in the Mediterranean. But before starting, or to officially open this session, I'd like to welcome Professor Ali Ruma, that is a senior project officer at the Prima Foundation, which is a very close partner of the Union for the Mediterranean, which are specialized in the nexus on water, energy, and food ecosystem, with 20 years of experience, and with a PhD, of course, in agriculture, contributing to different European research projects, publication, innovation programs. And I'd like to ask him to actually give us, we called it an historical panorama, and the first lesson learned that we might have in the Mediterranean. So, Professor Aliruma, if you would be so kind to give us a short overview of EuroMed cooperation, the floor is yours.
It works. Good morning, everyone. Maybe I say it in different languages. Bonjour, buongiorno, bon dia, buenos dias. Hope I did not forget any other languages. Yes. So my name is Ali Roma, but in Arabic it will be different. You know, I have different hats. I am professor. I spent my career during this from Barcelona, 1995 to now in Prima. And also I experienced all these initiatives in the Mediterranean. I remember with Mira and other initiatives. So today, what I would like to do is to take you on a brief journey on the historical overview of the Euro-Mediterranean cooperation in research and innovation. So through my presentation, I will be brief by the way. I will provide you some milestones. We achieved very, very interesting milestones in the region since 1995. And then I will talk about the main financial instruments and also the program. Then what are the outcomes? And we expect what are the results after 30 years? So I try to summarize in some points the main outcomes. And I will conclude by some important, let's say, points for the future. So as you can see here, we started in 1995. So the Euro-Mediterranean cooperation, let's say, evolved over the 3 decades, reflecting the socio-economic and as well the socio-economic in the region. So the first, let's say, turning point is the 1995, is the Barcelona process or the Barcelona declaration, and it covers 3 important partnerships, you know, the economic and financial, the social, and as well all these components from the different components of the Mediterranean. Just after 95, we have the establishment of the Euro-MESCO, which is basically the Euro-Mediterranean study of the Commission, which now is under the IEMed. And then the Barcelona, the declaration of Barcelona process, revitalized the dialogue 5+5, which is very important. It started before, but this dialogue has been revitalized after the Barcelona process. But also the Barcelona declaration has led to the establishment of the MOCO, the Monitoring Committee of Science and Technology, Research and Innovation, I think, which is very important because this MOCO, the monitoring of the committee, has led to the establishment, the creation of the EMRIA. You know, the EMRIA is the Euro-Mediterranean Research Innovation Area, which is, I think, this EMRIA has been endorsed by the Euro-Mediterranean Ministerial Conference, which held in Cairo in 2007. And this is very important milestone as well. If I can summarize the first, 10 years more or less, I call it the foundation of the cooperation. So now we will move to the second, let's say, phase, or second decade, which is basically, I call it the institutions and research innovation framework. We start the institution from this period. And the most important milestone is the establishment of the OFM. You know, the OFM is a very important institution. You know, the established in 2008, but also after 2 years is the secretariat in Barcelona. So UFM played an important role and turned on a more practical and concrete relationship between the 2 shores of the Mediterranean. The same year in 2008, we have this MIRA, and Rafael was the coordinator of this Mediterranean Innovation and Research Area, which is basically an important CSA. And this is the fruit of the MDA, and also is, giving insights and a lot of important insights to the MOCO. So the MIRA started in 2008 until 2013. A lot of activities in this CSA coordination support action is funded by the FP7, and then it has been followed by the MedSpring. The MedSpring is the Mediterranean science, policy, research, innovation gateway. So it's enlarged the policy dialogue, but also it went to the more research, in particular the main important area, the energy, the water, and the food. You see here the two CSAs. CSAs means coordination and support action. And then they prepared for a lot of activities and to bring the Southern Mediterranean to the H2020. And I remember very well that Mira has proposed very important activities for the contamination of the sea in the Mediterranean. And then after this period, 2017, we have, before the creation of PRIMA, and I will talk, we have the MEDEC. The MEDEC is the Mediterranean expert on climate change. It's very important, network that play the role of science policy, and also a lot of studies that have been implemented by the MEDEC. I remember very well the first study on the assessment in 2020 for the impact of the climate change in the Mediterranean. And recently, we have very nice study with the MEDEC on the climate change, in particular when it's linked to the welfare nexus. In the same year, 2025, we have the IEMed, and which, IEMed started before, before the Barcelona in 1899, but IEMed has launched a very interesting, let's say, program called the Mediterranean University Program in 2015. 2 years after, we have the PRIMA, the establishment of PRIMA. PRIMA is the result of all these, activities, initiatives from, let's say, the Barcelona declaration, then the MIRA, the MedSpring, and different arenas. I will talk on different arenas that have been launched during this period. So this period, I call it the institutions and research innovation framework. The last period, we are now experiencing this decade, I call it the expansion and the thematic specialization. It started by the NextMed. NextMed replaced the ENI-CBC-Med, which replaced the ANP-CBC-Med. And then the UFM updated its agenda, and now it's broken 2022 to cover the energy, to cover the health, and also to cover the climate change, which is very important because it opened to enlarge the scope. And then in 2023, the UFM with the European Commission, they established science diplomacy working group. It was very important, the science diplomacy in 2023. And in 24, we have a very nice, important hub, which is the Euromediterranean Hub of Research Innovation, which is basically one-stop shop, which is fostering the research innovation, collaboration, science policy dialogue. And then we have this platform, which has been now last year, 2024. And then the same in 2024, we have the future for PRIMA. As said Dr. Borrell, that now we have to enlarge the scope of PRIMA, and now we are working on this CSA, the future for PRIMA, to enlarge the scope and maybe to see what are the most important thematic areas that we need to tackle for the next period. So you see all these initiatives, all these policy instruments, financial instruments, different programs could not thrive without financial instruments. And here, as you can see, the different financial instruments from 1995. You see the first financial instrument is the MEDA. The MEDA, it's a French name. It's Mesure d'accompagnement, but this is the first name, which is basically split into two MEDA, from 95, 2000, and then from 2000 to 2006. So there is two MEDA, and it's basically oriented to the cooperation between the EU and the MPC, the Mediterranean participating states. So in this period, we have also the FP5 and the FP6, from the horizon. Thus, after the second phase started by the ENPI. So the ENPI is the European Neighborhood Policy Framework Policy Instrument, which is basically an important financial instrument. And then it has been, replaced by the ENI. The ENI is the European Neighborhood Instrument. So two financial instruments, you see the budget, very huge budget, 12 billion euro and then 15 billion euro. And then this is considered of the FP7 and the starting of the Horizon Europe. And now from 2021, we have the NDC, which is called the Neighborhood Development International Cooperation Instrument. So here you see the different financial instruments. I put here as well the Horizon Europe and then also Prima that we started from 2018 with a budget of 0.5 billion of euro, and hopefully we will continue after 2028. So I would like also to share with you the most important program, research and innovation. And you see here that we started Prima in 2017-18, but before we have different IEMeds. So IEMeds, IEMed, I remember I participated, it's very important, IEMed, which is basically an important to open the research for agriculture in particular. And then we have the IEMed 2 because it follows the IEMed 1. And then we have the IEMed. IEMed is about water and energy in particular. It's worked on these topics. And then all these IEMeds, with all these initiatives, have led to the establishment of the Prima so far. We have also the diplomàtiques, but also in terms of cross-border cooperation, we have the ENI-CBC-Med, ENI-CBC-Med, and then we have the next Med. Of course, in terms of mobility, we have the Erasmus Plus, very interesting, program, and we have the H2020 and Horizon, and don't forget also as well the INPART. The INPART is very important as it is focused on the rural development, and there is a component on the research innovation in this program. Yeah. Yes, I conclude. So we have different, outcomes, several outcomes of this cooperation. We have a successful framework of collaboration, research, and innovation. We have also always increased the financial support for research and innovation. This is very important. And then the connection between research and innovation institutions. We have improved opportunities for the capacity building and for the mobility and the science diplomacy, which is basically strengthened the collaboration through scientific partnerships. So let me conclude here by some important, remarks maybe for the future. Now we have, witnessed a lot of, program, policy instrument, financial instrument, science diplomacy, and we have a lot of results. What we have to do now for the future, we need to bridge the research and policy, this gap. And research should directly, inform policy making. This is very important, and we need to work on this. Coordination for greater impact, but we need to have an impact on the Mediterranean, and we need to coordinate our program to have more impact in the region. Also, my third point, the external shocks in the Mediterranean. We are experiencing a lot of external shocks, not only the climate change, but also the economic crisis and other political instability, and we need to address that external shocks. And the last but not least, and this is a point that I would like to bring here, is to strengthen the youth-centered research, because investing in young research is an important that could drive innovation and growth. I believe that we have reached different milestones. We have very interesting program. We have also added all these financial aspects, and I think we need to continue for the sustainability and for resilience of our Mediterranean. Thank you so much. Back to you, Jose.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us this overview. It was good to get a bit of an historical perspective. Otherwise, we will be stuck in repeating the same points. It was good also to get a clear picture that indeed in this region we have lots of research efforts going on during the last 30 years. And we are very pleased to have with us some that have been contributing actually to this cooperation, research and innovation. Now I would like to build a bit on this presentation by inviting the Professor Rafael Rodriguez Clemente, which is a distinguished research full professor ad honorem at the Institute of Environmental Assessment and Water Research of CSIC, if I pronounce it correctly, as a PhD in geology at the University of Barcelona, so it's at home here. He has 4 decades of experience in scientific research, European research policies, but also specifically for this session has contributed a lot to the development of research infrastructures and regional innovation strategies in the Euro-Mediterranean region. So building on this historical overview, I'd like to invite Professor Rafael Rodriguez to highlight, in his view, what are the common assets that we share in this Mediterranean region on research and innovation, and the role of research infrastructure. So if you'd like, the floor is yours.
So this one. Well, thank you, Giuseppe. I would like to continue with, let's say, sort of optimistic view that Ali has foreseen. And first of all, I want to, yes, after hearing the introductory talk that we have heard, I would like to say some positive things before. And the positive thing is that, fortunately, talent is very democratic. I mean, talent exists everywhere. The capacity to exploit talent is not the same everywhere. Second, I would like also to be a little chauvinistic and say that living in the Mediterranean is the best thing can ever happen. So we have good climate, we have good food, we have shores, beaches. Who doesn't want to live in the Mediterranean? So this is some asset that we have. Now comes the problem of scientific cooperation. Well, this has always existed, always, because scientific cooperation is the result of curiosity. The people is curious and they try to deal with problems in the nature, in their understanding, in their trying to understand nature and to understand even their own life. So scientists is a very strange species of persons that are curious and they collaborate with other strange persons all over the world. That has always happened. And even when the conditions were not very favorable, the people, they handled just to cope with it. They move it, they try to find some money just to travel here and there, to write letters in the other time. So we are talking about something that always existed. But the problem nowadays is that science is not just the development of some person's curiosity, but it's the main asset of, they say, the knowledge society, what we know understand as the knowledge society. And so that needs that to take science seriously, which is not very common. Historically, science has been something very important. All the kings, the president of the state, they always mention science as something very important. But at the moment of attributing funding, money, promotion, well, this was not so serious that other professions that were needed. Okay? So I say that the challenge nowadays is that nobody can ignore the importance of science in the economic development and so on. So coming to the Mediterranean case, because I have very few minutes, I say that the urgency for cooperation in the Mediterranean. Some of the topics of the arguments has already been mentioned, but I would like to go again. First, in the Mediterranean, we have, first of all, we are living in the place of the world where the climate change impact is higher. The Mediterranean is the worst place to support the consequence of the climate change. It's one of the hot spots all over the world. Second, we have the population that, as mentioned before, in the south of the Mediterranean is increasing at an enormous rate, while we are a country, this is an all-men country. In Europe, we are becoming older and older. So there is a disequilibrium and asymmetry extremely important. Third, there is also a very important argument related to the one I mentioned before, is the technological gap. I mean, while in some countries there is an increasing of knowledge and this application, and the companies are incorporating new things, now we are in the nightmare, I say, of the intelligence, artificial intelligence as application to everything, and so on. Everybody is in a hurry as to adapt to this thing. Well, some countries can do it swiftly, and the other cannot do it swiftly. So there is a technological gap, and this is also very important. The most important argument for cooperation is water. Sorry, but I had to say, water management, water availability is the most important challenge we have in the Mediterranean. And this is a shared challenge. It's something that all countries, north and south, east and west, they share. We have to be very careful about that because the climate change impact basically is reflected in the water management and the water availability. So this is a common challenge. This is urgent to cooperate because somehow, and this is my experience when I have been working with people in Jordan or in Tunisia or in other countries, in these countries, they know how to handle water scarcity. They know much better than us. Even we have an heritage from the time when the Arabs were here working and tried to put in value all the things, and they made the structure. Even, I don't know if you remember that, but the Tribunal de las Aguas in Valencia, you know, the system to handle it was created by the Caliphate. and still is working. It has a legal. So they know better than in Europe how to handle with water scarcity. We have to learn a lot about the experience that they can have. So it is urgent to cooperate in this thing. Another thing we are witnessing now, natural hazard. Well, climate change basically is reflected in the fact that we have extreme events every time, droughts or floods, and so, or fires and earthquakes. We have everything. We have an entire catalog of this thing. These extreme events and the natural hazard are the same in North and South and East and West, because we are in the collision of tectonic plates, and we are somewhere which is very actively geologically and very active and very much affected by the climate change. So we have to share this information. We have to cooperate because we have the same problems. And that's my argument. So with other challenges that we have to face together and some barrier for this cooperation. Well, I think Ali mentioned it, that certainly the Mediterranean contamination, the microplastic that our Italian colleagues were very much, this is a big problem. We cannot eat fish now. I mean, I love fish. We cannot. In the Mediterranean, it's empty. There is no more fishing. Well, this is a disaster. This is a real disaster provoked by the human action. So we have to work together to cope with this big problem, the exploitation and the contamination of the Mediterranean. This is common because the water does not know frontiers. There is no, you cannot make a line on the water. You cannot separate it. It's common to all of us. We have to take this together. Together with this is the coastal management. There is some institution that try to deal with it and the risk about that. Well, recently we have seen here in the shore of Catalonia and Andalusia that all of a sudden the beaches disappear. All of a sudden, because we have a dynamic in the coastal, the sands movement and the currents and so on. And if the beaches disappear, the tourism is going to decrease, which is somehow it's not so bad. Somehow, but I like the beaches. I would like to have beaches instead of not having beaches. So this is also a common challenge. A study of this dynamic about the shore. Well, now let's come to something that affects directly the scientific cooperation. We have a lack of unified data management. And this is extremely important because artificial intelligence and the prediction that we can make about this is based on the availability of data. And unfortunately, in Europe, we have a data which is collected and which is more or less equivalent. In the Southern Mediterranean, unfortunately, the quality and the availability of data are not so much affordable. And this is a big, big problem because you cannot collaborate if you manage data of different kinds of different quality. This is one of the most, in my opinion, important challenges that we have in the Euro-Mediterranean cooperation, data availability. Together with that, and in fact, with very strong relation, and I remember at the time of Mira, we tried to cope with this, but we couldn't, is we need to have an observatory of science cooperation, an observatory of data exchange, precisely to unify all these things. It was impossible. We tried it. I remember our colleagues from Lebanon, from Tunisia, and we couldn't make this because this we are talking about politics, and when the politics enter into the side, we are lost. We're simply lost. So this is another important thing that is still missing. And it will be good that the Union for the Mediterranean, or even in Prima, you made an observatory of this cooperation, because there is where we can have equivalent data and then compare and make common policies. And this is the other topic. We need a common research agenda. We need to identify the common issues and try to cooperate in our common interest. Well, after all this year, I have arrived to the conclusion that people cooperate because they have the common interest. If there is no common interest, the other cooperation is voluntarism, and voluntarism goes nowhere in these days. So we have to clearly identify the common interest, focus on this, and then make a common research agenda on this problem. And this is serious. In my opinion, also, I agree with Ali, Prima is the best example of what has to be done. I mean, to cooperate, to co-finance, and to co-use all the result of this cooperation with the result of the project and so on. So the capacity, the ability to make a common research agenda is basic. It's the real instrument just to facilitate the cooperation. If we don't have this, this will be spontaneous cooperation. Spontaneous cooperation will always be there because the people will collaborate. If you have a political frame, if you have a financial frame, or you don't have, doesn't matter. If you have a topic and there is somebody in Holland that working on your side pocket, you will contact them. I mean, so you have to take into account that if we have the common interest well defined, and we provide financing and we provide the structure, I think that will be easier just to profit the result of this cooperation. Otherwise, this result of the cooperation will be published somewhere in a good journal, in the best of the cases, or lost in the hundreds millions of publications that the scientific world produce every year, because the rat races, the guys, if you don't publish, you perish, and so on. So we have to be focused on that. Now, from my experience in the cooperation in the Mediterranean, one of the main problems, very, very main problem, is the lack of coordination of the administrative sphere. When you have a problem, a project where you have people from Lebanon, from Syria, from that, and you try to manage this project, it is a nightmare. It's a real nightmare. Some countries are trying to cope with this, and they're slowly progressing. But you know that the progress and the adaptation of the administration to the reality imposed by cooperation is not easy. In fact, it is extremely difficult because the bureaucracies are very reluctant to change. They have a procedure, they have the management structure, they want to keep on this. They don't want to change. Nobody wants to change in this world. So that's the fact. So this poor capacity of administrative sphere coordination is one of the most challenges. And I will, two more data of problems that we have. The first is that we are scientists, we are sympathetic people. I mean, they say, well, yes, they're very good, and this time they did work on that. But our capacity to influence at the political sphere is very weak. Even if you mention it, that in fact the objective of the cooperation is to give advice to the political level. Everybody agree with that? Well, the fact is that this advice does not exist, or even. In Spain, I remember, our president of the government, Pedro Sánchez, all of a sudden discovered that scientific advice was maybe necessary. And he created a group of people to receive advice. Well, thank you, I think, but this has always existed. You have the universities, they have research center where when we have some crisis like the Prestige or the Doñana, well, the government has made use of the knowledge deposited in universities and so on. So nothing new. But the problem is that this use of scientific knowledge is not systematic. It's not something that is incorporated in the decision-making process. And that has to change. If this happened in Spain, imagine what happened in the south, our neighbor, our friends from the south. They have exactly the same problem. Their capacity to lobby at the political level is very weak, and that has to change. We have to lobby the political level. We have to lobby. We have to know these people, get acquaintance with them, have a coffee, have a beer, and then talk, in order to facilitate that these people that make decision, which is not simple, has aware that there is a capital not profited, a capital of knowledge that can be useful for decision-making process. And thirdly, last but not least, the lack of connection between the scientific level and the business. We cannot afford to be separated from the business interest because we need money to function. We want to have an impact on the society, and that means that the knowledge produced in scientific cooperation must be of some usefulness for the business, for the economic development of the country, and so on. And this is a concept that, unfortunately, many scientists don't consider. That's a problem. They don't go, no, I have a problem in chemistry, in environmental, the survival of a species of fish is very important. Okay, it's true. But at the same time, you have to communicate your interest, your result to the people that can make money out of this, can make business. If we don't have an alliance with the business model, we are losing STEAM. We are losing capacity to influence at the political level, which is where the big decision should be taken. And I think that is my main message. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This was quite comprehensive, to say, but it shows a lot of passion. This is one key takeaway I have for today. I hope it's in the minutes. Thank you also for highlighting something which is very clear. If there is no common interest, if we cannot find a common interest, the voluntarism is never going anywhere, not in a structured way. So we need to find a common interest in working with us, focusing on the science. It's also a key point, but also thank you also for introducing, making a rationale for 2 trainings that the UFM is going to organize this year. First of all, we're going to work with these guys that you mentioned, the Oficina Nacional de Asesoramiento Científico. We are going to organize a training for scientists from the north and the south of the Mediterranean, specifically on how to talk to policymakers, because it's a key topic. So it's good that you mentioned this. And also, we are also going to propose as UFM a training for researchers for going from research to business. So it's a training specifically for how to address the business question, so to say. What am I going to do with this research? So you made perfectly the case. It's a lot from which we learned today. It's a lot from building on, but I'm sure that Dr. Maria Elena Rossano will have many points in which she's going to reflect on. She is the Italian national focal point of the UFM regional platform on research and innovation, the official intergovernmental space where we invite our 43 member states to come and discuss about research, common agendas, and technology. She works as at the Italian National Council for Research, the CNR. Since 1990s, she played a crucial role in fostering EuroMed cooperation in this field of science technology. She has led multilateral initiatives, including a UFM blessed, so to say, initiative for Palestinian and Lebanese researchers, and support a policy dialogue contributing to strategic programs. So my question for Dr. Maria Elena Rossano, I would like her to focus on the main areas and funding opportunities that we have for research cooperation today, and what will be the contribution of social and cultural sciences. Quite a lot. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Giuseppe. It's a very difficult question in some way. After all the problems raised by our colleagues, I think that we have a lot to do. In any case, I would like to underline here that cooperation is a slow process. Of course, 30 years are too long, but in any case, the results are not short-term ones. And what about the main areas and the main instruments and also the funding of cooperation Euro-Mediterranean areas? According to the last meeting of UFM regional platform, and held in June, not the last but the 25th. Held in June 2020, 3 priorities have been agreed, and they are the climate change, renewable energies, and also health. Because as Rafael said, yes, they are on common interests. Climate change is there, also migration is there, but also health is there. What has not been underlined accordingly is that we have that climate change and health, but also the limited use of water are strictly interrelated. So we need a great deal of interdisciplinarity among these main sector. These roadmaps were approved by the Ministry of Research and Innovation at the UFM ministerial meeting held in 2022. And this happened after many meetings with the stakeholder, meaning the scientists, but also policymakers and the civil society representatives. we as community, not myself, to listen to also the stakeholders and all the civil society representatives. It's not an easy task. But for example, if we take what is the underground, what is the background of these three priority areas of the strategic research agenda for Mediterranean, we see that a SWOT analysis has been made by scientists, but not only, also by policymakers and by stakeholders. And according to me, what is the strength and the weakness of each of these priority sectors, that is health or renewable energy, can say as much more than the recommendation at the end. It is to say, for example, I have here some example. Health, the strengths of the health sector, strong enthusiasm and willingness of several research actors and stakeholders from both shores of Mediterranean. Okay, there is an enthusiasm, but this is taken by people, not written anywhere. There are a lot of mobility programs. You mentioned Erasmus, Ali, but there is also the Marie Skłodowska-Curie action that allow it to develop highly skilled human resources able to tackle regional specific, such as health challenges. Okay. And another strength is that Euro-Mediterranean population, for example, have a particular genetic structure with a variety of admixed as well as isolated population. Also, isolated population will be taken into account by scientists drafting the strategic research agenda for the Mediterranean area. And there is an invaluable opportunity, for example, for observational study as important tool for longer-term impacts on public health. Public health. What does mean public health? Public health is strictly related with the climate change, for example, and it's strictly related with water and also with Mediterranean diet, and also with the erosion of the coastal areas, as said by Raphael. We have to take all these aspects strictly related also when we speak about the weakness and, for example, of the health system. There are, of course, disparities between Euro-Mediterranean countries in health, but there are disparities also in northern countries of Mediterranean area according to some specific areas. For example, we deal with the same problem of water scarcity in Apulia region in Italy. It's the same. And we have some problems of public health system in the southern part of Italy too. So these are what are the common interests and the efforts. And of course, there is the weak points that are also common between the northern and the southern shore Mediterranean, that we are not ready to face health crisis or other challenges we saw for the COVID pandemics, but we also need to take care, for example, for risks coming from climate change problems. We are not ready for this. And also the inequality, if not considered and adequately addressed, are going to expand at a level that amplify increasing crisis and be itself a natural disaster leading to displacement of population and intensive migration. I have read some things as they have been written by scientists, but also by NGO and also by stakeholders. This means that a joint work before having the strategic research agenda for the Mediterranean has been drafted. And here also the contribution of social scientists and also of students, for example, has been very, very important to take into account, because they gave us another view of things that is sometimes enthusiastic and also visionary. What I have, but to focus on what you asked to me, that what are the instruments? Horizon Europe dedicated specific call on these topics. In continuity with the MED initiative of the work program of Horizon Europe 2023-2024, there will be other calls respecting the work program 2025, and we have 37 topics with a budget of around 320 million euro dedicated to Europe, from European Commission to the MED initiative program in the frame of Horizon Europe. Is this good or not? I am confident that we need to do more. Also, Prima is expecting to launch other call for the year 2025, and I hope that the nexus and the nexus among different priorities, as well as the engagement of young people, is taken into account in this course. Then what I have to say is that there is, of course, the NECBC MED program that now is the Interreg MED, the next MED, that is mainly focused on 4 main areas. And the first one is a more competitive and smarter Mediterranean by enabling the sustainable growth and competitiveness of SME. This just to couple with Rafael Rodriguez said, job creation is SME. And now most scientists and the small and medium-sized enterprise will be engaged in this call. And a total of 66 million is allocated only for this priority. The second priority is a greener and low carbon and resilient Mediterranean by energy efficient. And here we have around 100 million allocated to priority 2. And 3, a more social and inclusive Mediterranean, that say today is very, very strange word, but some money have been engaged for having quality service in education, training, and lifelong learning. And this is about 50 million euro given by an NECBC program. So there are a lot of initiatives, and also, for example, in next MED program, there are about, is not so much money, it's about 20 million euro given for have a better cooperation governance for the Mediterranean area. There is a great deal of cooperation, a lot of opportunity, and of course, there are a lot of lack, and also a lot of challenges to be addressed. But for example, the observatory. We have the web platform launched last year by European Commission. It's called Euromed Hub for Research and Innovation, that has been designed to have a list of open calls, for example, with EU funds, as well as those initiatives financed by EU member states and Mediterranean partner countries. Is there? Is what is, according to me, is new, and we don't know if it will be useful as we hope or not. But it's up to us to make this platform, web platform, plenty of initiative, and plenty of contents. What is important according to me, for example, is to use also this platform to provide some legacy of many projects to a great public. Because what we lack is the consciousness that we had a lot of cooperation. And this is also important when we think about the great plethora of bilateral projects carried out in the region, because as Rafael Rodriguez says, yes, they are a lot, and they are not channeled somehow. But we can use this kind of bilateral projects to turn them into multilateral. It's not so easy, especially in this world, in this context, but can be tried. For example, as was mentioned before by Giuseppe Provenzano, we had some capacity building initiative, we as a CNR in Italy, for Palestinian and for Lebanese people to come in Italy for a short period of time due to the geopolitical situation and conflicts. Okay, there was two bilateral, Lebanon and Palestine, but how to turn this into a more a broader context and also institutionalized one. So as a CNR, we made a this is a short memorandum of understanding with IEMed and also with the UFM to give a echo to these initiatives and also to have the possibility, the opportunity that when the sounds of weapons cease, to stay all together with those Palestinians and those Lebanese that came in Italy, to have a regional meeting with also with the Egyptian and also with other countries from northern and southern parts of Mediterranean to build on this specific capacity building initiative, because we as a CNR, we had a lot from this, because the capacity building is a joint capacity building initiatives, because no one is the same after a relation, okay? We change when we relate to the others. And so we can also witness that there are things that need to be institutionalized if needed, not all need to be institutionalized, because as you know, I think that there are things that are measured for being institutionalized, and then there are still there are also some little cooperation groups that need to be fostered and to come to an institute to be multilateral. In any case, I am a veteran of scientific relations sometimes, because my first MOCO meeting was in 1996 in Italy. And this is that we have a lot of heritage, a lot of opportunities. Of course, since I am a veteran, I can say that there is something we have to change. The reasons and uses for Mediterranean research cooperation in a growing fragmented world is to give rise to all this cooperation heritage now more than in the past. 30 years passed, nothing without, I think that a lot of things happening. For example, when we started with MOCO, there was no other forum of European member states for other areas of the world. Now there is a forum similar to MOCO for Latin America, for Africa. This means that we put something that was valuable to follow. Of course, as I say, there is a lot to do, and there is also. I stop. Okay, there's a lot to do. We will speak after what can be done.
Thank you very much. I also see that there is a lot of passion after all these good experiences. They say that money talks, so also thank you for highlighting that there is a lot of funding. We have the Prima initiative, of course. We have the Mediterranean initiative in Cyber in Europe. We have the IEMed. We have a lot of instruments. The takeaway point here is that if you're interested in working in the Mediterranean, there are plenty of opportunities. Sometimes they tend not to be very visible, so to say. Thank you also for highlighting all this, how this intricate web of different initiatives, some multilateral, some institutional, some more on the ground, contribute to create a so-called soft science diplomacy approach, which is also a good way of building bringing us to our next distinguished speaker, which is Mr. Joram Beldengrun, that is working as a policy analyst at the OECD Science and Technology Policy Division, where he focuses on research security, integrity, and environmental impact of science. He's also a veteran in the region. He has experience in science diplomacy. He has worked with UNESCO, with the Swiss Embassy in Israel, EcoPeace. He has a PhD in nanomedicine. So it brings really a lot of international collaboration experience, research impact. So we'd like to ask him if he would like to highlight a bit how do you see the impact of the ongoing opportunities in the Mediterranean research cooperation, which pattern and which lessons can we take from a science diplomacy perspective, and how could they be seized to the benefit of the broader Mediterranean region? The floor is yours.
Perfect, thanks, Giuseppe. Yeah, as you see in the program and introduction, I'm a policy analyst at the OECD. However, just since 3 weeks, I don't even know to get to the canteen without getting lost. So many of the points which I will raise here, let's say the points of my own and not yet of the OECD. So basically, I'm at a turning point in my career, which links kind of also the turning point in the world of science diplomacy. And in this intervention, I will try to link actually both things, my new position at the OECD with the turning point in development in science diplomacy in the past 15 years, and then why all of this is important for the Mediterranean. Challenge accept. So basically, as commented by Giuseppe, like I did a PhD in nanomedicine. However, I was always very interested in science diplomacy. So basically the use of science or international scientific collaboration to address common problems and build constructive international relationships. And 7 years ago, I had the chance to start working on science diplomacy between Israelis and Palestinian researchers, and basically see how science can contribute to peace. This was my idealistic view of science diplomacy, and also how since 15 years, science diplomacy was depicted. In 15 years, actually, science diplomacy was depicted that many problems do not know any borders and have to be solved through international collaborations, relying on political exchange and scientific evidence. They said that the science has a lot of shared values, such as rationality, transparency, universality, that all of us are questioning the truth and so on. So we have a lot of common ground which can open up channel of communication. And this is also how science diplomacy was described by the American Association of Advancement of Science, by the European Commission, and so on. So they use words like science as a conflict mediator or peace builder. They talked about the unifying power of science. They talked about using science to raise above military conflict and political and cultural differences, or they said that when traditional forms of diplomacy have been exhausted and conflicting sides have not reached a common understanding, science diplomacy may offer a breakthrough, bonding them to a shared goal. So, I mean, that sounds amazing. As a scientist, I really feel like as if we have a Superman cap on us, and we can bring the world together and promote peace and trust. And it's very like an approach of cooperation. I started working 7 years on 7 years ago on science cooperation in Israel-Palestine, where I fell back on reality and realized it isn't as gloomy as science diplomacy is depicting it. And funnily enough, last week, there were now revised versions of science diplomacy frameworks published by the American Association for Advancement of Science and the European Commission. And in those reports, which were really published last week, the AAAS writes it is, this report may seem darker, more realistic, hard-edged than its predecessor. This reflects the realities of the past 15 years. At the same time, it makes also an argument that the value of science and diplomacy working together is now more important than ever. And basically, what people in science diplomacy world have slowly realized is that there's also a realpolitik, competitive side of science, which represents national interests and it doesn't represent just global values to solve shared challenges. And one is not exclusive of the other, but slowly people start to acknowledge it and realize that there is also this competitive part of science. And why I try to link this to my career is that now 3 weeks ago, I started at the OECD, and I'm in charge on research security. And it's not about security in a chemical laboratory. It's about basically preventing undesirable foreign state and non-state interference with research. So basically, prevent undue political interference over research, undesirable dual-use applications, conflict of interest, conflict of commitment, and cyber attacks. And that's really kind of the sad and dark side now of research, which is rising more and more, especially now also that the world, the multilateral order is starting a bit to fall apart, unfortunately. But still, we try to bring like a bloomy side with science and not forgetting that science diplomacy started actually on a positive side note with a cooperative side note. And so I will now try, basically, after this introduction, show you how scientific cooperation between Israeli and Palestinian scientists, what lessons from there can then be also drawn to the Mediterranean, and why actually any scientific cooperation in the Mediterranean, or most of them, are really within science diplomacy framework. The first one is that most, or 100% of research collaborations between Israeli and Palestinian researchers were mission-driven, or had the aim also, like either to solve a regional challenge, or societal challenge, or to promote regional integration. And this is probably also what most of Mediterranean collaboration is about. It's not just science for science purpose, but there's a higher purpose behind, a mission-driven purpose. It's also about regional integration. And that's very important. And you see it between Israel and Palestine, most of the research which is done is about shared assets in the region, how water pollution in Gaza might affect desalination plants in Israel, how a pandemic can quickly doesn't know any border and transcends between the West Bank and the Israeli, between Israel and many other issues which are shared. The climate change, of course, as well. And in those collaborations, you had actually, and that's funny, it's very rarely that it was just about science. Often, when scientific cooperation is taking place between Israeli and Palestinians, the aim is also to promote dialogue and mutual understanding. It's not about peace building. Many, like 70%, talk about dialogue and mutual understanding. And the way they frame it, and that is very transferable also for the Mediterranean, that any collaboration in the Mediterranean can also promote spirits of collaboration, mutual confidence, trust, and a better understanding, dialogue, friendships and long-lasting relationships, cultural exchange, and peace building. And this is what I take from the description of shared projects between Israeli and Palestinians, and that's very important also to take into account that it's not just about science, it's also about promoting dialogue and mutual understanding, which is important to create long-lasting relationships in the Mediterranean. And lastly, you have few projects where you have an integrated peace-building component between Israeli and Palestinian researchers. It's more or less 13% of the initiatives which I analyzed have peace builders involved, which really talk about the conflict while combining scientific activities. Okay. The second point, which is important to raise when talk about scientific collaborations between Israeli and Palestinians, and again, transferable to the Mediterranean, is asymmetry. Asymmetry in the collaboration needs to be acknowledged. And this, like what Raphael said, was that talent is everywhere. However, capacity to explore talent is not the same. And you see clear asymmetry between Israeli and Palestinian researchers, which is important also to be acknowledged. Like limited availability of resources, limited freedom of movement of Palestinians, administrative obstacles, and an asymmetry in scientific capacity. And you see this also in the Mediterranean by having Europe, which is strongly integrated in terms of higher education research area with legal, financial, institutional mechanisms to facilitate the European research and education area. You have a harmonization of policies in areas of study structure, credit accumulation, transfer systems, and so on, which is still lacking when working together with the Southern Mediterranean. There are not yet those structures, and within South-South collaborations, there are also not yet those structures in place. So it clearly creates a asymmetry, and there's a bigger interest maybe to collaborate. It's easier to collaborate North-North than South-South. And obviously, there's disparity in GDP per capita, sub-regional positioning, structural openness of education and research, and so on between the two regions. So asymmetry, important to acknowledge. Third point is the funding, which comes mostly from third-party actors. In Israeli-Palestinian research collaborations, 100% of the collaborations dependent on foreign countries who were foreign donors who were helping to fund those projects going further. And this means that often it's difficult to just launch it intrinsically. You need a third-party mediator which helps to turn on the fire and make also sure the flame doesn't extinct. And I also analyzed the scientific publications between Israeli and Palestinians, and you had 40% of the publications which had just Israeli and Palestinians researchers, and 60% you had actually always also foreign researchers involved in the co-publications. And I hope soon to publish all this data. It's in preparation. And so basically funding from outside actors, which means also it's difficult to create long-term sustainable initiatives because the regional context changes quickly. I don't need to make more explanation about the regional context changing quickly in the Middle East, and it's the same for the Mediterranean. You have quickly change of political changes, economic changes, public health changes, etc. And therefore, like long-standing institutions, but also values which survive those changes are important, extremely important. So therefore, institutions like the UFM, for example, are extremely important because they survive those changes. But also values, shared values, which many of us share, are important. And it cannot be that political changes impact, for example, work on EDI, on equity, diversity, and inclusion. We see this now at the OECD in our team. We have a project on equity, diversity, inclusion. We have the United States involved as a partner, and suddenly we have to rephrase everything, nearly put it on hold. We have to be very careful, and this makes me extremely sad. And therefore, I think it's important that we uphold our values and not let it get dictated by political actors. And this brings us to the point that we need entrepreneurs. We need people who bring those initiatives forward, because it's not easy. It's not easy to promote collaboration in the Mediterranean between Israeli and Palestinians. You need entrepreneurs which can be non-state actors, but also state actors. It's good to have the states be behind you. However, sometimes due to political conflict, it's not easy to have a government representative pushing those projects further. Therefore, it's important that we have institutions, universities who raise the word, NGOs, etc., which also take initiative in order to strengthen collaboration. And this you also see in the science diplomacy world now, that it's more and more non-state actors who get involved in international research collaboration. And the last point, which I want to raise, is basically the spillover effect on the regional economy. So that's important, that it's not just about scientific collaborations between individual scientists. The impact on the regional economy of such collaborations is huge, and makes also sure that you can have sustainable collaborations in the Mediterranean. And a few months ago, I wrote a paper on science diplomacy between Israel and Palestine with a Palestinian entrepreneur. And it was during the war. And he told me, you know, I don't even realize there's a war there in Gaza. Apparently there are bombs. I didn't hear about it, conflicts, people getting killed, human rights violations. No idea. I don't care. And I was really shocked
Like, and I was about to argue against him and like how can you not care about what is happening? But he told me, look, I have my fight to fight. I'm an entrepreneur. I create startups. I promote the economy. I create jobs, and by creating jobs, I create prosperous regional economy, happy families who then don't have time to take care about the conflict and fighting with the neighbor, but live a happy life. And I wasn't sure, like, it's a very biased view, but at the end, we have so many people arguing in the conflict, etc. And if each of us creates contributes his or her piece to an economy or to a conflict, that's great. And therefore, it's important to not forget that actually, if we have also a strengthened economic situation, it obviously also has an impact on regional stability.
This showcased quite a rich experience, also an analysis on the ground, which is not so easy to come by, especially these days. And also for showcasing a bit how there is always a web of international, supranational, global initiative, but also bottom-up, which contribute to create a science diplomacy agenda. And just to remind that indeed on science diplomacy, the UFM are always trying to position itself as a dialogue actor. Last year at the Arab League, the UFM was able, with the European Commission, the Arab League, to organize a first trilateral meeting where we had the Arab League, the Union for the Mediterranean, and the European Commission really able to discuss science diplomacy topics. So it is a very important topic. We need to also be very conscious not to be just starry-eyed, but also realize that there are in this global competition, some security questions, competition on the global stage. And so it's good to realize that science has an added value, and we also need to be aware of the possible barriers that we have. Thank you very much again for this intervention. I realize that we started a bit late, but we also don't want to add to the delay. We have a second round of questions, so we have to be very short and very succinct, maybe asking my distinguished speaker to just take a couple of minutes to answer, because it's about the future. I don't want to skip this question, because I feel that the whole debate has really led to what the next, what about the future question. I would like to leave on the floor the same question for each of you, and I would like to give you then a couple of minutes for reflecting on this. And it is, how do you see the future of Mediterranean cooperation research? Which challenges can we address? Which opportunities can we seize? And which dialogue mechanisms are the most promising for the Euromed region? I'd like to start with Dr. Ali Ruma. 2 minutes, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So I think that if we see the experience since the 3 decades, right now we have a lot of, let's say, financial instruments, a lot of, let's say, programs, different milestones. We have very interesting results, but should we continue with the business as usual? So we are funding research innovations. Most of the beneficiaries are from the public sector. So this is, we should maybe look at this problem, how we can target the other beneficiaries. The private sector is there, and I think the private sector is an important, let's say, stakeholders and the backbone of the economy of the Mediterranean. How we can target these people? So you see that most of the beneficiaries, 90%, sometimes even more, are from the public sector university research center. How we can tackle this? The private sector, and because they are the engine of the economy. I think this is my first point for the future. The second point is the impact, the question of the impact. It looks like we are producing very nice papers, even in Prima and Octave, very well, more than 500 publications, scientific article produced between 19 and 2023. So all these publications, it's nice, of course, for the networking, but what is behind the impact? Should we move towards impact actions, funds dedicated to bring the results to the market? because what we have seen that we have plenty of results, but we are maybe in the intermediate road, and we are not reaching the, the final stage, because we need to influence policies. Policies, sometimes they're asking, where are your results? I have met one of the ministers, the first questions, could we give me some success story of the impact of the research innovation in the Mediterranean? So I think that this question of the impact, how to influence policies, I think we need to think for the next future. And the last, for the sake of time, it's in my heart. So the external shocks. So climate change, for now we are experiencing the climate change, but we have other external shocks. The instability in the region. And as you know, for instance, in the Mediterranean, we are importing most of our footprint from outside. 50%, 60%, 70% of the agri-food products are imported from outside. All the Mediterranean countries. Even sometimes we have 90%. So we have to realize that we need to think about these external shocks. If we have a problem, if we have conflicts, this will reflect on the economy and the food security. I think we need to think on these important future shocks that will influence for sure the Mediterranean. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Rafael Rodriguez.
I cannot agree more with you, Ali. But I would like to focus on just 4 simple points, but in my opinion, very important, especially after looking back to my experience of collaboration with the Mediterranean countries. I think that even Goran has pointed to it. What we need to foster the Euro-Mediterranean cooperation is not only focused on research, but on innovation. I mean, this I commented sometimes with Octavi, that at the same, to collaborate between scientists is easy. It's a tradition, it's very easy. To pass this information, this knowledge to somebody that can produce, this is more difficult. In Spain, we have the chance of a agency of innovation that function relatively well. They are pushing companies, especially small and medium companies, to collaborate with research centers, to participate in European projects, etc. This is something missing in most of the Mediterranean countries. And while, research is a prestige activity, and so there are some funding, even very low, in innovation is in the hands of the Ministry of Industry, and basically they are oriented to subsidize some companies in case of problem, but not to risk to finance, startups and risky operation of innovation, which is where the language of science and innovation can meet, can find the common interest. So in my opinion, we had to push for the creation of some innovation companies as a way to vehiculate the knowledge to the productive system. The second, and it's a consequence of that, and I mentioned it briefly in my previous intervention, is that we need to have a common Euro-Mediterranean strategic research agenda, focused on common challenges. As I mentioned before, and this I repeat, because in my opinion, this was done somehow by the European Commission in previous framework program, where they defined the common priorities after making some seminars, identifying common challenges and so on. I think there has to be, and this is what in Prima they do, which is the correct way, in my opinion, to see which is the common interest, identify it and focus on this, stay on that. That's very important. And one also important point is that here has been mentioned that common problems are water, energy, renewable energy, environment, coastal management. Okay, all this needs to make a common effort on research infrastructures, which is missing. There is, in my opinion, or at least in my knowledge, we have only the SESAM, what's the name, not the reactor, synchrotron. In Jordan, there is a common research infrastructure, very big, and it's starting to have a certain impact. Well, we have to think about research infrastructure. This is big business. Research infrastructure need big investment, big maintenance cost, and so on, but is the way to apply the same methodologies, to obtain and share the result, and to go together, to work together in a common research infrastructure. This is missing in the Mediterranean area. It's missing. And we had to push in that. And finally, I want to stress what Ali mentioned. In my opinion, we have to raise public sensibility on one hand, the sharing risk. I mean, the people, the common person, should be aware of where are the risks that we are facing. There are many, on many dimensions. But second, we have to make more visible the result of the result of research, of the effort that a country made on this domain, or the international cooperation made. We lack communication strategies. We lack this. We need it urgently because, unfortunately, I say unfortunately, if you are not present in media, social network, whatever, you don't exist. And the people doesn't know your existence, which is worse. I mean, if they ignore me, I am very happy that the social network ignore me. I'm very happy. But I know that if I have something to communicate, I need to be there. And this is something that is also missing and should be developed. Because, as you mentioned, and from the previous experience, there are some achievements. This has to be known by the people, has to be known that the money, the state pool is producing result, practical result that benefits the country. And I want to stop here because I think that's enough.
Thank you so much. Marilena?
Yes, thanks. Of course, communication for me is a key priority. We can be high scientists, but not capable of communicating what science is. So we need to communicate science because there is a space to further investigate how to involve scientists and people, common people, not only scientists and policymakers, because policymakers are often the result of a civil society perspectives in democratic world on the future. So we have to be, need to communicate to people. And there are three main things that we can do better. That is joint capacity building, not only capacity building and mobility, scalability of research results, open science and use of digital platform. This is for me the three key priorities for future. And I know that that something is going on to have some working group joined, co-chaired by a northern Mediterranean EU member states and the southern Mediterranean countries. For having some working groups and for involving as many as a stakeholder as possible to build together what are these three main priorities. I stop here. Otherwise, I continue.
We know we are all passionate about this topic, and now, as they say, last but not least, Joran, the floor is yours.
Perfect. So agree. We need a Mediterranean dimension of higher education research, a joint strategy, and their regional integration of this of the Union for the Mediterranean zone, for the entire Mediterranean zone, is extremely important. And spoiler: the OECD and the UFM are currently working on a joint report, actually regional integration, so trade integration, financial integration, infrastructure integration, movement of people, and research and higher education. So this will be very interesting to see out of there what is the joint dimension for education research. The issue is also that cooperation was often driven by diplomacy, so you need also be driven by economic imperatives. You need to strengthen the individual science, technology, and innovation ecosystems in order to then also create economic impact. So, like, don't just bring the diplomats and scientists together, but you need also the economic sector, as said by everyone. Create platforms like this one, extremely important to collaborate. Make sure the partnerships are inclusive. to bring everybody on board. For this, you need capacity building of the partner, mutual capacity building, and capacity building also of the administrative stuff, as commented by Raphael. Engage diaspora scientists. So scientists from the nodes which are based in the south, or of the south which are based in the nodes, and so on. Very important. They are good ambassadors, and also support refugee scientists which are maybe lost and don't know how to enter the scientific ecosystems in the new home country. So that's very important also to take into account.
Thank you very much. As I mentioned at the beginning, this was a bit of a meta session. We are here talking to researchers, but we also learn that research is impact, research is economy, research is dialogue. Research's barriers can be also about security, but research is crucial for building a prosperous Mediterranean region. And as we conclude this, I have to say, very enlightening discussion, I want to sincerely thank all of our panelists for their expertise, for their experience, for their passion, which was quite clear from all of you. And we hope that we served you well in bringing a taste of what does it mean working and on research and innovation in the Mediterranean. For the key takeaways from our conversation, I understand that very kindly we have with us a rapporteur, Mrs. Amira El-Masri. Would you like to give us a few points or? Very good. Very good. So this concludes our session. I thank you all for your patience, your attention, but also I have to thank especially the panelists. It's been a pleasure. And now let's go to break, the best part.
So thank you for your attention. After the panel we had on research, we will move to a second panel on higher education. As I said before, at the Union for the Mediterranean, those are two of our main priorities in cooperation. And I think we've seen in the panel on research that education cooperation on the Mediterranean on higher education is well institutionalized and reasonably well funded. Of course, it depends on the needs, but there is a funding that we need to protect and develop. On higher education, as I said in my short presentation in the morning, the cooperation among Euro-Mediterranean member states is much weaker. And it's our job as the permanent secretariat in the UFM to try to foster it, and we are doing it. And our main priorities are, as you know, mobility, try to increase Erasmus Plus programs and why not other programs, and inter-university international cooperation. But 2 years ago, when the UFM Secretariat launched a public consultation addressed to universities and networks, in order to identify the main priorities, it appeared that fundamental academic values and principles were one of the topics that there was a consensus that is one of the topics that needs to be addressed, because there are two rationales that are different but complementary when we say that Euro-Mediterranean cooperation is important in the field of higher education. There is one economical-driven rationale that is clear. We are all aware that the gap, the demographical gap, and the economical gap between the north and the south is a challenge, and we are all aware that economical development is the solution. And we all agree that education is one of the tools in order to get to that economical development. But there is another rationale for it, which is mutual understanding. And we end up realizing that in order for international cooperation and mobility programs between the North and the South, we need also to agree on what are those university agreed values that we rely on. Of course, the reality in Europe and in Arab universities, as well as compared to American universities, are different realities. That is a given. But I think all universities share some sort of sense of crisis. It's related to the overall international turmoil, but it has also specific aspects. There are a demographical aspect, which is different in the north and in the south. There is an economical aspect, privatization and marketability and the push for profitability of universities. There is the impact of artificial intelligence. There is a fight for resources. There are many aspects of the crisis, and we had a previous online meeting in order to see how we could address this discussion. And my main takeaway is that we should be wary of not disperse the conversation in too many fronts, because time is of the essence. So we are extremely lucky of having Seibold Norda as the key speaker, in the sense that he will deliver a keynote speech, and he will try to frame the conversation, and then we will go with our two representatives, Pastora Martínez Samper from Universitat Oberta de Catalunya, and Otmar Ben Moussa, Vice President for Research and Innovation and Partnership of the Euro-Mediterranean University of Fez. So, without further ado, I will shortly present Seibold Norda before giving him the floor. Seibold Norda is an authority in the these questions. He's the former president of the Magna Carta Observatory, and I'm sure I will ask you to give us some context on this key institution that was born in a different context, but we think it has a role to play in these current times. And until 2013, he was president of the Association of Dutch Universities, and until 2006, president of the University of Amsterdam. So, dear Seibold, if you're ready for us to give us the main framework, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much for introducing me and for inviting me. I must confess that I am a strong believer in the power and the need for regional collaboration. Universities and research institutions, especially the public ones, are representing soft power in the world. And for soft power to be strong, you have to stand united. There is only one way. We don't have the financial means, nor the military means, nor the strong political influence that other powers have. We only have each other and the persuasion that we are able to create. And for that to happen, we need to collaborate. And the other side of collaboration is that it is an exercise in developing empathy and understanding. If you want to collaborate across borders, even within a relatively limited area like the Mediterranean, you meet with dozens and dozens of different subcontexts. I have been reviewing universities and visiting university conferences in the majority of countries around the Mediterranean, and I was always surprised by the differences. Still, people wanted to come together, to work together, to get things done together. So my compliments, great applause needed, and 30 years is just the beginning. Please continue and get the good work done. The topic I was invited to talk about, the key values of the Academy, I will address speaking not just as a functionary, but also as an individual with a long career of experience as a teacher and a researcher. As a university leader, I've been many years in the presidency of the University of Amsterdam and in the system of the Netherlands, but I will mainly, like the moderator said, speak as the former president of Magna Carta Observatory. The Magna Carta community was founded at the anniversary of the University of Bologna in 1988. That seems a long time ago, and it is a long time ago. In those days, in the 80s, we as university leaders in Western Europe were foreseeing a future in which there would be a new possibility of collaboration with universities in the East. The days of the Iron Curtain seemed to be counted, so we hoped for a new period of collaboration and mutual understanding. And to prepare for that, the then rectors of Western European universities, Southern European universities, thought it would be important to state the key values on which universities are built, the pillars of the university. And that led to the Bologna Statement of 1988. And that has been underwritten and signed by hundreds of rectors of universities, first mainly in Europe and gradually also in other parts of the world. And later on in 2020, we found that that statement about the key values of the university needed an appendix, needed a follow-up. And in 2020, we agreed upon as a Magna Carta community to make up a second statement, the 2020 statement on university values. And that statement was reiterating the freedoms and values of 1988, but it added the responsibilities that universities take upon them. A freedom is not a freedom to be free from things. A true freedom is a freedom to be free to do things, to accomplish things. And we thought as Magna Carta community in those days, the end of the 90s and of the 10s of this century, that universities needed to reiterate the responsibilities. And the first statement of this in this new Magna Carta of 2020 reads, universities acknowledge that they have a responsibility to engage with and respond to the aspirations and challenges of the world and to the communities they serve to benefit humanity and contribute to sustainability. And then there follows a number of similar statements, but the main gist of it is underlining the need to be responding to real life needs in society and building up, help building up a sustainable world and taking responsibility for that. Well, in that sense, I was president of the Magna Carta Observatory community. We have close to 1,000 signatories right now. We meet everywhere in Latin America, in North America, in Asia, in Africa, and in Europe. And we have supporters and projects running all over the place, and all united by the same thing I referred to earlier, the need for soft power organizations to collaborate, to stand stronger. And when you are expressing your key values and when you're trying to protect them and defend them, the only strength you have is the collaboration, is the number of the many. Talking about values, one must realize that values are the drivers of almost everything we do. And some values are explicit. We know about them and we know why we do what we do. But sometimes values are hidden, are implicit, are not even expressed. Some values are positive and are building up. Some values are negative and are trying to tear down. Some values are pointing to collaboration and unity. Other values are selfish and egocentric. And I'm not lecturing you about geopolitics today. I will not speak about what's happening in many, many countries around the world, both in Europe and abroad. But we see many examples where negative values, selfish values, nationalist values are the values of the day. And the positive ones, the human rights ones, the social ones, the connective ones seem to be on the wrong end of history, on the wrong page. And sometimes one thinks, am I really hearing what I hear? Am I really reading what I read? Is this really true? Are these people that have some sense that are making these statements? But it's the reality of today that values, there are values of all sorts. So if you talk about values that are key to the world of higher education and research, you have to explain which values they are. And you should not delude yourself by thinking that by stating those values of your preference, you are talking about the majority of people to share them. I would even say that the majority of universities in the world are not sharing the values of the Magna Carta. There are many corporate universities. There are many universities run like a business. There are many universities run by ideological owners or donors who do not want to contribute to those socially positive, constructive values. So in stating those key values, you are in a way stating your ideals. You're in a way stating the kind of institution that you want to be. And one of the two leading values in this kind of a university is first, academic freedom, and second, scientific integrity. And academic freedom reflects the belief that in the world of research, we are not working towards ownership. We are not working towards privilege. We were working towards sharing. If we are driven by curiosity and we do find new solutions, new paths, we publish them. We discuss them with our colleagues. We share them. We invite them to test what we have been researching and what we have been publishing. And we want the world of research to unite and build on the basis of what we have contributed. So the whole world of researchers, in this way of seeing it, is a unified world that is unified in its ideal to contribute to a better world and a more sustainable future. And academic freedom and scientific integrity are key to that kind of a collaboration. Academic freedom means that we do not limit the methods we choose. We do not limit the data we choose. There are no forbidden data. There are no forbidden methods. The only test that we will always apply is whether they stand, whether they hold, whether in the eye of the evidence they can be defended. But curiosity and openness are the basic principles of academic freedom. Even within one institution, we are not, when we start a new project, saying, and we will only look into these data, we will only use these methods, we will only allow those kinds of researchers. No, openness is the rule of the game. And that's what we want in our type of institutions to be the rule of the day. And that's what we want to see protected and promoted. Integrity is all about correctness, staying far away from fraud, from fraudulent creation of data. It's all about willingness to be controlled, to be controllable. You publish your results, but you also publish your sources and your data, so your colleagues can see whether your conclusions are correct. And scientific integrity is all about fairness in all the different phases of research work. Well, these values may seem evident and simple. Well, you know, and if you don't believe me, they are not. They are often leading into difficult discussions, and we find each other and ourselves often in situations where we ask ourselves, is this really the right application of academic freedom? Is this done with integrity? We see all sorts of examples. I'm a long-standing member of the French National Council for Scientific Integrity, and we are discussing every now and then these cases of what is happening in the country. And I know from other countries where similar things happen, partiality. And there's a beautiful Latin expression, petitio principii, that you start your research work knowing already what the result will be, and that you select your data so that the nice result that you want to be true actually is the result. Research that knows about no-go areas, that wants to avoid undesirable conclusions, that is typified by unfair uses of sources and data, that is silent about risky or bad consequences of the piece of research that's being done. And in many cases, this is not done in ill faith. In many of these cases, it's done because we have turned our eye away from it or we are blinded. So what we need is to work in an environment where these values about freedom and openness, about tolerance and integrity are being discussed, where young researchers and established researchers all along sit around the table and discuss these things. Because in the world of values, many of the issues are not simply black and white. There are many gray areas. So open debate among colleagues is absolutely essential. And it should not be just a matter of one's own individual conscience. And all of this leads to the conclusion that values, especially these key values of freedom and integrity, should be actively discussed, promoted, and learned and protected within public research institutions and higher education institutions. The stakes of all of this are very high. It seems to me that public trust is relying on integrity, on the right kind of openness. It seems to me that collegial reliability are these colleagues that you can work with, that you can trust, whose work you can use, is depending on it. And it seems, in short, that in many ways, the individual quality of scientific work is depending on the pursuit of those key values. Universities, that's the second statement I'd like to make, are not, especially universities in the sense that I have been speaking about them so far, are not standalone institutions, are not institutions that exist for themselves and by themselves. They are institutions serving wider goals, serving public goals, serving societal goals, the interests of local communities, the interests of regional communities, in other cases, worldwide interests. And those societal goals and uses are not secondary to the pursuit of research, but they are closely and unescapably linked to it, in my way of seeing. So a societal use of research, a societal use of higher education is not just a pleasant extra, but a crucial quality of all good research. A colleague of mine, Chris Brink, used to make the following statement. He said, "We love to think about the university as a place where we are very keen on furthering what we are good at. We are very keen on telling stories how good we are at X, Y, and Z. But we should be equally keen on stating what we are good for. And we should not think that as long as we are only pursuing what we are good at, by one sort of invisible hand, at the end of time, it will turn into something socially valuable. No, this should be on the top of our minds already at the beginning of our work, when we set our priorities, when we define our projects, when we define our programs, both in research and in education. So social use, social purpose, the social dimension of the work in research and higher education is not a nice extra, but should be, in my way of seeing, an unescapable part of it. And if you're talking about the use for society, the next question inescapably is the question, which society? In almost all our countries, in almost all our societies, society is divided in different groups of interests, ideologies, political spheres, and so on and so on. And each and every one of us has a sort of natural preference for one type of society, their favorite society, the society they love to think about, they love to talk about, they love to be part of, they love to serve. I would defend the thesis that we should refrain from that kind of bubble connection, that we should refrain from serving just one part of society, be it the best paying part, the big business, being the political most powerful part, because they are the rulers and they are making the laws and deciding on the budgets, being the strongest and most interesting cities of the country, that we should rather be trying to be good to all, be serving all of society, and that we should be responsive to the needs of society, whether it's with hands full of money, with hands full of political power, with hands full of reputation, or with empty hands. I was once attending a conference on social innovation and the role of universities in social innovation worldwide. A beautiful conference in the beautiful city of Montreal in Quebec in Canada. And it was absolutely amazing to see how much universities in the reports at that conference had been able to contribute to those who had no penny to pay for research, who had no political power to make it to the priority lists of the minister, and yet be remarkably effective, impactful, and successful in society. So universities in a real social engagement and commitment should be looking always and not just into one way. One last remark as a conclusion of this introduction. It is absolutely clear that the picture that I have just drawn of a socially conscious and socially committed public institution that is promoting and protecting academic freedom and working with social and intellectual integrity is not an easy task, and is not a task that goes without attack and without adversity. In November, the International Association of Universities had their annual meeting in Tokyo, and the representatives from all over the world were there. And we had a discussion like this in a room 3 times this size, 500 people from all continents, on key academic values in terms of adversity. And we could have, our meeting lasted for 2.5 hours on that particular theme. We felt we could have gone on for 2.5 days. So many cases where these ideals, were under pressure for all sorts of reasons. Pressures from outside, political pressures, political interventions into academic work, into teaching schemes, into the way you select and invite your students, in the way in which you prioritize your research programs, business that is requiring universities to do what they do not want to pay for themselves. They say, well, we also pay taxes, and taxpayers' money should be spent on topics that we can make good use of, and so on and so on and so on. But at the same time, there are also pressures from inside. In many universities, there is a battle going on inside between different fractions in the universities, in the student body, in the faculty, and universities find it often very hard to find common ground and to get to a workable and peaceful solution. But there are also influences and pressures that one hardly would think of. One of the examples I am always giving, at least since a dozen years, is the example of international rankings of universities. You have the Chinese ones, and you have the British commercial rankings as the standout versions of it. In my way of seeing it, they are the immediate enemy of any socially conscious university. They are promoting and valuing outcomes, impacts, and values that are absolutely the opposite of what I was just stating. They are promoting individual careerism and competition, not on the social value, not on the value of the community, not on the value of the school system in the region you're based, but on some sort of international work where international publishers like Springer and Elsevier and what have you are making big money by the hard work of scientists. So ranking is not an innocent kind of guide Michelin for universities. No, it's an immediate attack to the social value of universities. So, I mean, I'm not continuing this. I can go on and on and on, because this is one of those topics that I love to talk about. But for me, it's the example that sometimes these dangers to a socially conscious university that is keen on questions, what are we good for, are supported from inside, are applauded by many university people, because it's the way they want to measure their championship. In conclusion, freedom, academic freedom, the freedom to do research in all autonomy is not a sort of private, egocentric kind of freedom. It is what, in terms of philosophy, one would call a qualified freedom. It is a freedom by which one is enabled, by which a team is enabled to work for the common good, to develop programs, prioritize teaching programs, select students that are contributing to a better world and a more sustainable future, to better understanding and empathy, to a stronger position of soft powers in the world. And it's the professional associations of people working in higher education institutions that are the carriers of that ideal. And they, in my way of seeing it, have every reason to be proud of that role. At the same time, it is a role that is endangered in many, many ways. And that's one of the main reasons why it's a good thing that we stand together and that we discuss these issues in meetings like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Norda, for this challenging and inspiring speech. If you may, I will take what I think are the three elements that you mentioned, the need for true freedom and scientific integrity, the question of which society are universities serving, and the question of multilateral, intercultural dialogue. I will take those three topics for our ongoing discussion. I want you to join us as well into that discussion, but I need it to be, because these three topics, we have less than an hour left. So I have to do my best, and I'm going to ask for all of you to try to get to the point. We have two panelists to join us. Pastora Martinez-Samper, I will ask you to start. Pastora, she's a physicist by training. She holds a PhD, but she's in our panel as the Commissioner for International Action at the Universitat Oberta de Catalunya, based here in Barcelona, which is a particular university, and I hope you will find time to talk about it. And she is currently the coordinator for the Open European Union Alliance. Of course, both of our panelists will speak on their personal behalf. I mean, it's not that one represents European universities and Otman bin Musa represents Arab universities. I mean, it's not as simple as that. I mean, each university is particular, and each of them is allowed to speak on their own behalf. But I would like to give us some insights on how you see the questions. And on the third round of the three rounds, I would like you, if possible, to try to summarize, because it has been very inspiring in the sense that we see that those three questions are not easily solved, even when your mind is clear about, on what should be done. Okay, even if we agree on the values and on the concepts, then okay, but what should be done? So we're an international organization. We are hoping to have the next ministerial on higher education on EuroMed countries in the months to come, maybe in the years to come. The first one in 20 years. So if you can, on those three topics, you could provide some inputs that could be deliverable, I will very much appreciate. So, Pastora, I'll give you the floor on the first question, which is, why do you think academic freedom and scientific integrity are key for advancement of knowledge, and how those values are promoted in your own organization?
Okay, so thank you very much to the organization for inviting me, and also to the public for attending this session. I want to start with a disclaimer, because in fact it is true that we are all living those crazy times, hard times at the academia as well. But I want to bring here a positive statement and position, not just for being naive. Maybe you can think that I'm naive, but because I think I'm right. I have the demonstration that working together, so cooperation help us to do things, both with those external threats and also with the internal ones. So going to the particular question about academic freedom and also research integrity, let me just start with the good news from the academic freedom. There's an international academic freedom index that is following how the countries are evolving and the universities at that countries are evolving in academic freedom. And since 1973, so for 15 years. And what we can see from the last report, seeing the evolution from 73 to 2 years ago, what we can see is that only 10 countries have decreased the academic freedom index. None of them are in the Mediterranean countries, so these are good news. But what we can also see is that not all of them could be that obvious. So Afghanistan is there, for instance, but also there are 3 European countries there. One is the Netherlands, another is the UK, and another is in the States. So the United States of America are also there. So just as to give us the perspective of the evolution and what's going on. On the research integrity, we are also living hard times. In the news, at least here in Spain, you can see from some years ago, different fraud in research and academic institutions going on in journalistic newspapers about several behaviors of our full professors here in the universities. And it is true that research and scientific integrity is pretty much linked to good practices in research and in academia, as already was stated by Professor Nuda. And here I also wanted to just give you some details about the national survey that Dutch universities did 3-4 years ago, and you will see that Dutch universities are always there at the forefront of the scientific integrity, and now you can understand why. Thanks to people like Professor Nuda and that were pushing for that for many years. So what this national survey said, among the 12 Dutch national universities, public universities, was that most of the academics there, so since PhD students till full professors, were kind of following some questionable behavior on their research daily life. And one of the main things that this survey highlights is that the PhD students were the most vulnerable part. They were the ones that were suffering the highest pressure to those questionable behavior. And an important motivation for that, not just the only one, but one of them, was this publish for publication. And this this internal way that we, the academia, if we can say like this, invented in order to assess ourselves, and not just of the rankings, this publish or perish culture that we have for the last decades. Good news are that there's an international collaborative action right now going on, in fact, since 2022 formally, that it is called the Coalition for Advancing on Research Assessment, which is COARA, maybe some of you have already heard of, where right now more than 700 organizations all around the world have a year and are working there in order to reform this research assessment. I mean, the assessment of the researcher, of the research projects they are doing, but also of the institutions. And the main goal there is trying to, go in slightly way of this publication-based assessment that we have currently, and to move to a more holistic way of assessing ourselves, but also our institutions, in order to recognize also all these other values that the academia should be aware of and should be put also on the table, what the what for is in our sense. And I will be very brief on that. At the Open University of Catalonia, we've been part of this debate since before the establishment of COARA with many other universities, mostly in Europe. But now, as I said, the COARA organization is really worldwide. And what we've done from our side is to build all together within our university COARA action plan. And this action plan is for us, for our university to start progressing this reform of research assessment, being away from journal impact factor, H index, and all those rankings, and try to move on to a more holistic way of assessing our ways. This is just a message to share with you that as institutions, we are also responsible of the decisions we make. And we also, at our institutions, we can do some steps, although very, very small in order to change the different aspects of the academia, culture and academia environment. But going together, we go far. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pastora. And it's great to see that universities are taking seriously those challenges and that they are fighting back. And indeed, more holistic assessment is very much needed, and it has been considered one of the flaws of our system. I will now turn to Professor Othman Ben Musa. Professor Ben Musa is a civil engineer by training. He holds a PhD in the management of technology and entrepreneurship, and he's currently the vice president in charge of research, innovation, and partnerships at the EUROMED University of Fez. I mean, EUROMED University of Fez is almost a sister institution for the University Mediterranean. And he brings to the debate an experience in the private sector, in industry and work experience. So yes, the very same question. I mean, how academic freedom and scientific integrity pays for any, and how can be defended in an institution like yours?
Thank you so much. So first of all, I completely agree regarding, in fact, your viewpoint, publish or perish. So this coalition for the reform must, in fact, perhaps be more active in their works, because the problem is the career of professors is, in fact, based on those publications. First of all, the rankings, Professor, in fact, tell us about the rankings. So if we take the most important one, that is the Shanghai ranking, it's based on the publications. So for sure, ethics is very important in terms of publication, and we need, in fact, to find a solution, because when we want to share some values, some integrity with, in fact, our ecosystem, with our direct and indirect ecosystem, we need also to give the example. And beyond the academia area, taking into account my own experience in terms of industry, for sure, universities have, in fact, a soft power. But this soft power is really impactful. It's impactful for companies, it's impactful for societies within within the direct ecosystem of universities, and also beyond this direct ecosystem. So universities have a role to emphasize and develop a strongly sort of a confidence between the university and the companies through this, in fact, our ID, the research, innovation, and development principle. And perhaps it's more important for the countries in South Mediterranean than North Mediterranean. Why? Because in North Mediterranean, we have this confidence is already built between companies and universities. But for the South Mediterranean countries, it's not the case. And we need to really build this confidence in order, in fact, to be able to give this opportunity to our countries, the countries of the South Mediterranean, to, in fact, observe a frank progress. So more accurately, academic freedom serves to advance the two core values of higher education. The first one is about advancing knowledge through research and creativity. And good research and creative activities need breathing space. So people may be inhibited from doing their best work if they fear of funding outside forces, such as politicians or donors, or inside authorities such as trustees or senior administrators. And in our countries, in fact, the South Mediterranean, we have, in fact, this perhaps sort of aggression from, in fact, those politicians or those, in fact, higher administrators on professors. So without the academic freedom, our society in general would lose best inventions and creative products. So the second point is, in fact, educating students to develop their own independence of mind. And professors, in this case, challenge students to seek out facts, to test those facts, and to develop their own frameworks of knowledge and thought. Professors and students both need leeway to explore controversial ideas, and those controversial ideas are at the basis of those best innovation, at the basis of this creativity we look for. So, but be careful. There is another aspect of the academic freedom. Academic freedom does not protect false statement or unprofessional conduct as defined under the relevant professional standards. For sure, faculty members should remain free to express their professional opinions on issues affecting the academic dimensions of their institutions. But their approach must remain ethical, respectful, and inclusive, guaranteeing the scientific integrity that includes many points. Intellectual honesty in proposing, performing, and reporting research. Accuracy in representing contributions to research proposals and reports. Fairness in peer review. Collegiality in scientific interactions, including communications and sharing of resources. Transparency in conflicts of interest or potential conflicts of interest. Adherence to the mutual responsibilities between investigators and their research teams. So, more particularly at the EuroMed University of Fes, academic freedom is a principle while we encourage for sure some applied research topics that can have a direct impact on our society, on the society in general, and the environment in the broad sense. So bringing EuroMed and the industrial world is also strongly encouraged, and it's why we encourage the applied research more than the fundamental one. So academic freedom and scientific integrity are an integral part of the EuroMed University of Fes strategy and appears in its internal regulations while being framed by an ethical charter and an ethics committee which allows delicate situations to be analyzed in a collegial approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ben Musa. We'll now turn to Saib Nura, if he can provide us some inputs. But I wanted to introduce, because we're talking about EuroMed countries, but this is a question that is also in the United States. It's been placed. I mean, actually, I was reading an article of Jonathan Rauch. He wrote a book on the Constitution of Knowledge. I'm sure you're aware, but he wrote an article on the United States that is called "Universities Are Worth Saving." And he pointed out that 50% of Americans distrust college and university education. I mean, of course, this is, what I'm trying to say here is that we have internal issues linked to rankings and ethics and the push to publish. We have societal questions. I mean, of course, in a country or a region where political freedom is absent, it will be absurd to pretend that academic freedom will be present. But even in the United States, there is a growing trend of distrust of the universities as they've been built. So, Professor Nurda, what do you think we could take as a takeaway?
Well, it seems to me that universities have every reason to be self-critical to what they themselves have embraced and created in the past 40 years. I mean, I'm the oldest person in the room. I was a student in the 60s. And in the 60s, as students, we were absolutely convinced that universities needed to be turned around, and most of societies as well. And it seems as if 50 years or 60 years later, many people in universities think that universities are sacred and completely perfect and beyond change, because they are already doing exactly the job they should be doing. And I'm always wondering why we are not being more self-critical in this respect. Pastora gave a good example of this work pressure research that showed that universities had been creating working conditions that were absolutely contra to positive and contra to fair and human conditions. So at least some universities have seen that a change must be needed, and one of the small steps towards that goal is this Coara movement that wants a different type of assessment, not a simple sort of algorithm that is counting your productivity, but a humanist, holistic assessment of all you do. What you do as a teacher, what you do as a colleague, what you do as a human being, what you contribute to society, and what you write, but among other things. So that is a change. But at the same time, I mean, I'm the chair of the International Advisory Group of the Berlin universities. They work together in all sorts of instances. They have been signing that Coara statement. And every time I meet with them, which is several times a year, I ask, and what did you do about it? Nothing at all. So universities are good at making those statements and writing those papers and say, we have 700 who are agreeing with us. But at the same time, they think that the way they do things in their university is absolutely sacrosanct, and there is no reason to change that. So, I mean, I'm fully convinced that universities need to have a stronger, more critical and opener eye towards what they have created themselves. Because some of the things, not everything that universities are suffering these days is self-inflicted, but much of it is. Partly because we have invented ourselves, partly because we have been embracing too readily trends that have been coming up in society and that have been working towards this unhumanistic kind of approach. So my takeaway in this aspect would be invite ourselves to be more self-critical. I mean, speaking about American universities, I did part of my education in a university in New York City in the days of Mr. Nixon, another crazy president. But not by far not so weird as the one we have now. So I made many American friends ever since, and have been traveling and going back to that country many times. But in American universities, there is really a very good and strong reason for worrying about the culture that universities have created themselves. I was talking about universities that are devoted to the society of their preference. American universities are great in choosing the university of the society of their preference. It's the society of their donors that are contributing millions to the rich universities. And it's the society, I mean, the best institutions. I mean, this is maybe an unexpected statement, and maybe it's not true, but it illustrates my sentiment. When I'm traveling American institutions, I was doing this with a parliamentary delegation of my country not too long ago. I get most enthusiastic when I visited with those people, community colleges, who were working in a neighborhood, who were committed to the causes of the neighborhood, and who were really community colleges, who were really supporting, giving life support to their students, instead of charging completely perverse amounts of money and being dependent on very rich donors with everything that it brings. So in the American higher education system, in my way of seeing it, it's that kind of institution that are still carrying the flame of real education, which means bringing progress to individuals and bringing development to communities. And many of the well-known institutions have long lost that perspective. They are working in the business of reputation management much more than in any other business. And so, I can be similarly critical about British universities, about Dutch universities, about French universities, about German universities. We have every reason to be self-critical. And instead of pointing to other countries where things are wrong, we would do best by looking at ourselves and see what we could and should do to make things better in the interest of students and staff and in the interest of the communities we serve.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for bringing the topic of the community colleges, because in the United States, they are much less prestigious, but it should be the other way around, if I understand you well.
Yeah, we have over 20,000 universities worldwide, and only 500 make it to rankings. That alone would be enough to completely look aside when you talk about rankings. It's not talking about 19,500 other institutions. And I'm connected to the Global University Network for Innovation, the GUNI network, that's also based here in Barcelona, and participate in their activities already for many years. And last year we were doing a summer course, and 25 universities from all over the place were participating. None of those 25 universities are in any ranking. But when you listen for many days to their stories and hear what they do, it's pure gold. There are so many institutions worldwide that never make it to those silly rankings, that are gold to their communities and gold to the people that work there. So let's not be deluded by what big business is making us believe.
Which brings us to the second topic we wanted to address, which is the social mission of the university, how universities can build and help building a more equitable and inclusive society. We have the example of community colleges in the United States, but we would like to hear from both of you. So, Pastora, if you can address this topic in 5 minutes.
Yeah, sure. I will try to be short and give you an example of my own university, which is the Open University of Catalonia, the WOC. We are an open university since we were created also 30 years ago, so the same year that the Barcelona process.
We can throw a common party.
Sure. And my point is, and I want to quote our former rector, Professor Planet. He used to say, this is when talking about the third mission of the universities, as we understand it right now. He said, okay, this is not the third mission, this is our mission. That it is through our, and here it brings me back to what Professor Nuda was mentioning, the importance of the mission of the different universities and what for are you there as an academic higher education institution. So in our case, as an open university, we were created to give access to a lot of people that traditionally didn't access to higher education when traditional higher education students are, so between 18 and 22 maybe. So what we can bring here is that we are serving a broader, more diverse student body made of right now 90,000 people working at the same time that they are studying, most of them, more than 80%. More of them are over 25, so are lifelong learners, what we call now as lifelong learners. But also most of them are studying while living, for instance, in cities and rural areas where universities, face-to-face university does not exist. So in that sense, bringing that to the mission, in our case, the mission of our university, our DNA, the what for we were created is for giving this access, and also don't forget the success, to higher education, to this broader student body we are serving. This is one thing. The other aspect that I wanted to mention also here is that we've been also in this self-criticism aspect. We were also working, trying, similarly as those civic universities are also working. Our idea is to recognize that knowledge is not longer a patrimony of the universities or research centers. Knowledge is also generated elsewhere, also in civil society organizations, public administration, for sure, companies as well. So our statement there is to, as a university, acting like a node for opening knowledge, and in this openness, value at the core, and try to help to generate this knowledge, but also to exchange it and not just transfer it, but to exchange this knowledge. So in that sense, in 2018, we also co-built internally our open knowledge action plan in order to put together some actions to foster not just open science, but also open innovation, open education. As an open university, also we are there, and also try to promote some activities, what we call open to society, in this connection to other organizations in our society, not that connected to universities. And here, if I may, just as a I don't know, but as a to point out what's happening right now at the European level with all those discussions on the new framework program, or in fact, the new funding for the new commission with the new commissioners right now. This openness thing, I see that is also into a threat. What it is discussed at the European corridors. We are talking about knowledge security instead of talking about military research, but it is there. It is already in the work programs of the Commission. So more and more, the security part is there on the table. We are talking about dual use of the knowledge and so on. So we'll see how it ends up. But on the other hand, this positive look today, we can also read that this later report that a way for kind of surpassing this fragmentation of the single European market is a fifth freedom. Is kind of ambiguous now, but the way as I interpret it is a kind of recognizing the need for free circulation of knowledge, summing this idea to the free circulation of people, of capitals, of goods and services, and in order to kind of solving this idea of the fragmentation of the single market. I don't know, maybe it's a slogan, but it's also in our hands to be not just self-critical that we should be, but also pushing for the environment we need in order to make our knowledge grow in these ambience of academic freedom and scientific integrity.
Thank you very much, Pastora, for pointing out indeed that the Commission is working on those twofold sides, and it's up to all of us to make them go where they should go. I mean, the Commission is publishing the Union for Skills on 5th of March. There is a trend within the Commission to invest in skills for the Southern Mediterranean. So we need to take that. I mean, and I could dream on community colleges model for, so there is something like that. And also thank you for reminding us that the narratives are being built by all of us all together. So it's for us to advance on that way. Professor Ben Moussa, of course, reality in the South is different when it comes to upward social mobility, but I'm sure you would love to hear on your experience at University of Fez.
Thank you. So, for sure, community colleges in the United States can be a model for us, not only for the South Mediterranean, but also for the North Mediterranean for some aspects. But continental European universities are also in general inclusive, except some cases, except some universities that are oriented towards severe selection of students based on some particular fields. For example, in order, in fact, to be able to be enrolled in some prestigious engineering schools, we need, in fact, to have a high level of mathematics. And the selection is based only on mathematics. So we need perhaps to give the same chance to all our students. So we can be excellent in mathematics, but we cannot be an excellent engineer. So we need perhaps to try to understand how we can accompany those universities, those students, whatever their levels, in order, in fact, to give them the same opportunities. Because it's really easy to accept only brilliant students. And okay, after that, there is no effort from those universities to really accompany those different students. So we need to question ourselves regarding some models in Europe. So fortunately, there are not a lot of universities working like that, and to try to make them more inclusive. So in this case, I propose that in fact, the model I propose, it's what I call the DIBER model for diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, and respect. And all those values must be the core values of any university. It's not just diversity, equity, and inclusion, the DEI model we know, it's the DIBER model. DIBER model, diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, and respect. So it's the case in reality at EuroMed University of Fez, and the DIBER model represents its DNA. And EuroMed University of Fez, also thanks to its geographic position between Europe and Africa, can or must ensure a certain transition between Europe and Africa and welcome students from both continents in a symbiotic approach. And it's what we try to do. We have some students coming from North Mediterranean, some others coming from South Mediterranean, from Mauritania, Senegal, Ivory Coast, Gabon, and so on. And we try to perhaps to instill those values, these values of peace, of tolerance, of equity, of inclusion, in fact, on all these populations of students coming from the North or from the South Mediterranean. So in this case, we can also recall that EuroMed University of Fez houses the Alliance of Civilization share. It's in fact a share of the United Nations, justifying in fact its mission to contribute to the construction of a more equitable and inclusive society. And Euromed University of Fes also organizes weekly reflections, activities on philosophical and civilizational subjects for all of its students, placing emphasis on science and engineering learners to instill in them this fiber of living together and tolerance. So we have this Alliance of Civilization chair of the United Nations, but also we organize some, in fact, 2 times per year, some great, in fact, events, but weekly we have, in fact, some seminars. Those seminars, so for students coming from humanities, it's perhaps easier to understand those principles. But for some of them coming from sciences and engineering, so it's more about mathematics, calculations, physics, and so on. And they are somewhat not really, or not really understand those different values. And it's why we, in some cases, really strongly encourage those students to attend those philosophical seminars in order, in fact, to be able to share with them those values. So by operating in this way and promoting those actions, we encourage willful interrogations, amplifying, in fact, voices to create awareness and change. And we also develop new mental models to be able to fuse and integrate a wider variety of people and foster people to look beyond their teams and classic relationship circles. And all in all, the 4 principles behind, in fact, this deeper model are, first of all, the representation, rooted in the idea that diversity is an asset. The second point is participation, to take a meaningful and active role in university activities. The third one is applications, including, for instance, how universities develop and promote employees, define job titles, and so on. The fourth one is appreciation, recognizing the value the deeper model brings, being grateful for it, and relying on it to make universities successful. So beside the guiding principles behind the deeper model, such as the opportunity to adopt entrepreneurial leadership that is fundamental, contributing to the university's third mission, where the importance of knowledge as a path of economic and societal development is highlighted, as well as the importance to bridge robust link between universities, entrepreneur companies, and industry labs and industry laboratories. And it's what the Euromed University of Fes do in terms of applied research, and through also some vectors, some tools, such as the Fes Smart Factory Industry X.0 based ecosystem, and also its University Technological Center, inspired and organized in services such as what we have in the university general hospitals. So these services that are in fact composed by researchers, by engineers, by specialists in multiple domains, but also specialists from social science and humanities. So those services offer a cutting-edge know-how to companies in different fields. And by, in fact, using this vector, this ecosystem of Fes Smart Factory, and this new services, what we called the CTU, for the Center of Technological University, for those, in fact, not only technical and technological services, but it's also, in fact, services able to make this, to construct and to build this relationship between companies and the university in order to be able to build this confidence we need, in fact, to really encourage between the universities in general in our countries in North Mediterranean and the industrial and social ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Nurda, I'll let you conclude the whole thing, but I'm going to skip you now for the sake of time. So you will be able to conclude both social mission and intercultural part of it, if you don't mind. So I want to talk about what is core to our mission in the Euro-Mediterranean dialogue, which is the intercultural part. We've seen the problems on the sake of truth and the values. We've seen the problems on the social mission of the universities. But there is a question when we talk about mobility between the North and the South. There is a question of cultural differences, social differences, political differences. And let's face it, there is in Europe a growing nativist, populist, anti-migrant that sometimes leads to openly Islamophobic strand. It's here, it's among us. They have their own narrative. They have their own narrative with their own facts, and it has to be challenged. And in the South as well, when you mix religion and politics, when you let the frustration and I can see many of the sides. I mean, you have Gaza, you have Israel, so but it's very easy to go from anti-Israeli to anti-Western to anti-European. I mean, those two dangers exist, and they both have a very neat narrative with their own selected facts. And if we don't force us to challenge them, well, we're going to set in a path for collusion. So, Pastora, how the challenge of intercultural dialogue in a university that wants to be open, being online to or most countries in the world, how do you deal with that?
Okay, thank you. So no, in our case, I think it's easier because as being an open university, so our classes are virtual and our students are located in many countries around the world. This facilitates us to bring all together, so in the same classroom, although it is virtual, different expertise, different knowledge, different backgrounds, in order to incorporate this situated knowledge, no, as Donna Haraway said. So in that sense, what we are trying to make from our universities, trying to be as global as we can, respecting diversity within the different classrooms. It is not always easy. I mean, most of our academic staff is from here, from Catalonia, so we have already our own mindset, but we are trying to incorporate more and more teachers from abroad, also academic researchers from abroad, and for sure other students. And in the sense that our pedagogical model also tries to make our students to also to collaborate and interact together. This is the way we are building up from this bottom-up approach, this intercultural dialogue that is not always that easy, and we have also some challenges for sure with this digital world. But in fact, not just in our way of teaching and learning at the work, but also in our way of collaborating with other academic higher institutions and research centers, in the sense that in our case, we've been always trying to build a kind of fair play environment for this collaboration to happen, not just always from the north to the south. We are pretty aware that we are also in the south of another north. And in that sense, trying to put together this idea of open knowledge to serve the global knowledge. And in that sense, let me mention the collaboration we had with the Union for the Mediterranean last year, because I think it was very interesting for us. It was not new for us in the sense that we've been working with other universities to help them to integrate the digital technologies into higher education, but not just. So we don't want to force them into copy and paste our own pedagogical model, but to go with those universities to open the floor for questions and to decide whether the best model for this pedagogical insight should be. And in that sense, we had a previous experience in Jordan 10 years ago. And with the Union for the Mediterranean, we have the opportunity last year to start again this debate around the Mediterranean Sea with all the member states that and some universities that wanted to incorporate digital technologies into higher education or even digital transformation into their daily life. And we build up a series of webinars and also a guide to start this debate. It's just a starting point because it was very unidirectional at the end, but hopefully with also help to build up this network of universities in a specific topic that it's not about interculturality, but intercultural mindset is at the core. I will stop there.
Thank you very much for pointing out that seminar that we're very proud of having organized with work. Professor Ben Moussa, Fez University and Morocco in general is at the head front of attractivity for students, even European students. But I would like to do much more on that. I would like to do much more on that. I mean, I think we're fair if I say that we're almost here of the Erasmus generation. I did my Erasmus in Leiden, but I would love my daughter to do her Erasmus in Fez or in Rabat. Yeah. When I discussed with the Commission and I told them we need to increase the numbers, we need to increase the funds and the numbers for Erasmus Plus on Southern Mediterranean, they respond to me, but the times are not for doing more cooperation. And I tell them, but this is not, I mean, I don't want to increase the numbers of more Southern university students to come to Europe. We have enough. What I want is more Europeans going south, and that's the magic of Erasmus. The magic of Erasmus is that it's one-on-one. So intercultural, how do you address intercultural dialogue and how we can work together in increasing attractivity for European students in the South?
So mobility of students, mobility of professors, mobility of staff, so are very, very important, are essential. The role of Erasmus Plus, this initiative was excellent, but it's not enough. It's not enough because the mobility we have, it's the outgoing university from south to the north. And the incoming mobility from north to the south, it's really, really low. So we have also some students coming from sub-Saharan countries that come to Morocco as a transition in order, in fact, to go to Europe. And you have Moroccan students. When we propose them a mobility, double diploma, bilateral collaboration, and so on, they are really extremely, in fact, interested to go to Europe. When, in fact, you have the parents of those students want, in fact, to register their children in our university, one of the first questions, okay, do you have mobility with some, in fact, foreign universities? Not foreign universities in North Africa, not foreign universities in Africa, but foreign universities in Europe and outside Europe, in United States, in Canada, and so on and so on. So we have this problem. The problem is, in fact, to encourage the flows from north to south. And it's not easy. It's a challenge. It's a challenge not only for our university in the south regions, but also for the universities in north regions. So for us at Euromed University of Fez, we try to organize, for example, some just small actions in order to try to interest students coming from north universities. We organize some summer schools. We organize some international hackathons where we invite, in fact, students from European universities to come to Euromed University of Fez during 1 week, 2 weeks, in order to try to perhaps discover something new. And perhaps we hope that the semester after or the year after they will come to the EuroMed University of Fes in order, in fact, to take a part of their studies during 1 or 2 semesters. But it's really difficult. It's really difficult to really interest all these students to come to these South universities. But for me, it's in fact the most important challenge, because these exchanges from South to North and from North to South, it's in fact at the basis in order to promote peace and tolerance. And without these bilateral flows, we cannot in fact reach this tolerance and promote the peace we want in fact to promote all over the world.
Thank you very much, Ben Musa, for reminding us, and it's obviously for Morocco to do it, the existence of sub-Saharan Africa. And we talk about dialogue, intercultural dialogue, but it's not just Europe and the Arab world. It's intercultural dialogue. There's much more going on. And thank you for pointing out the idea of those short-term mobilities that could work as a way to enhance people, to say, I mean, it's fine, it's nice, it's not dangerous. Just try it, and then we need to work on that. Professor Nourda, I let you finish, conclude, and bring us whatever you think it's worth for us to.
Well, first of all, the impression should not come up that this is a collection of oracles who make final statements that one has to listen to. I think that all we say at this table and at the lectern is meant as an invitation to dance. This is an invitation to make those exercises yourself and see what you do and what you can do better and what you can do more. And as a sort of encouragement that small things and bigger things can be done and can make a difference. So that's one. Second, about the relationship between university and society. I'm always struck by the fact that most university buildings, especially the main buildings of the university, are made to impress. They are like presidential palaces or Greek temples or whatever. This seems to me the opposite of what could be an embedded university. A university should be a touchable place, an endroit touchable, a place where people dare to go and feel at home. And we must realize that in many cases, our buildings and the way we behave are not very inviting, and that we have both literally and mentally built high thresholds. And I would like to defend the concept of the embedded university, the touchable place. And if you start from that kind of an idea and make it a program for the next couple of years in your university, work with your students about it, and see whether you can find creative ways in making absolutely clear that the Université touchable is the ideal that we are working for. And that kind of thing helps, because if you are educated yourself as a student and socialized yourself as a professor in that impressive mode, it leaves a trace in your mind. It leaves traces. It leaves traits that you should do away with and do some countervailing power working towards the Université touchable might be a good idea. About the last point, the cultural differences and all these different narratives. My academic field is the history of religion, and especially the history of religions in Europe and the Mediterranean across the centuries. And in that study, what we learn early on, and what later on as a professor you try to teach your students, is to practice empathy. And empathy is the art of visiting strange places and strange people and gradually feel at home, because you have learned to understand what is moving them and why are they believing or doing or telling stories the way they do. And it is in that field of study, it is our belief that you cannot be a student of different cultures and different religions and so on without empathy. And with empathy comes modesty. And that the brotherhood of empathy and modesty might be another exercise that universities could use well. It is different language, but it might help. When in the Magna Carta project about values after the new statements of 2020, we started a project that we called Living Values, meaning the values you do not preach, but the values that you live. We worked with a couple of universities, and we invited those universities to make their list of their preferred values. And you would see that each university, of course, had one of those more or less universal values, like academic freedom or integrity and things like that, or fairness or equity. But there were also very local values. There was an interesting thing. We had a meeting like this in Bangkok, in Thailand, with Southeast and East Asian colleagues on values. And a colleague from Siam University in Bangkok had done a little piece of research in Thailand and in Malaysia, asking students and staff what was their number 1, 2, and 3 value for their university. And the interesting answer in both countries was number 1 was contributing to national unity. Number 2, contributing to national unity. Number 3, contributing to national unity. Because in both cases, they said, our countries are falling apart in a wrong way, and we must make good. And the interesting thing in that session came when our Japanese colleague said, if I would have answered that question, I would have asked for more disunity, because my country is suffering from too much unity. And I can't speak to the truth of that statement, but it showed very clearly that if you identify values that are close to your heart, that have a local significance or a regional meaning, you must allow yourself and others to make their own choice. And I'm not going to say what the Germans should have on that top list, or the Egyptians or the Moroccans or whoever. You have to rely on the brotherhood of universal and local. It's not only the universal thing, it's also the local thing. And if we make the one the enemy of the other, we are not getting where we need to be. We cannot live a universal life and we cannot live a local life. We must live with 2 lungs and 2 feet and 2 hands and 2 eyes and 2 ears. And that's the way, as human beings, we can contribute to a better future. That's my strong belief.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all of you. Profesor Norda, Profesor Musa, Profesora Martínez. Muchas gracias. I think we are on time, more or less. We're on time for the lunch, and we shall be back here at 3. A las 3 continuamos. Muchas gracias.
Molt exagerat. Faré el que podré jo avui, perquè és que tampoc l'Anna t'he vist que, saps? No. Bueno, allà, al final he pogut parlar. No. I així que presenta o...? No. Vale. Vale. Mira, una mica. Recerca el que voleu. L'altre em costa una miqueta, saps? Però bueno. Vale, perfecte. Te conocía o algo, no sé. Eso pasa que vengo de una sesión que tenía que hacer un live, ¿sabes? Y vengo un poco... Sí.
Hola, buenas tardes. Hola. Quant de temps? Hola, bona tarda. Per no afegir gaire retard, tornem a recuperar i comencem a l'hora. Intentarem també acabar a l'hora amb aquesta sessió que tenim ara. Esta mesa tiene como título Instrumentos para incentivar la investigación y la formación académica sobre el Mediterráneo. Y efectivamente hay preguntas filosóficas y otras más concretas que podríamos abordar. Lo único que solamente tenemos hora y media, entonces a ver lo que podemos hacer. Pero sí que es verdad que creo que es importante. Esta mañana ya se han dicho muchas cosas y se han aportado ideas valiosísimas, pero creo que una de las cuestiones que deberíamos seguir planteándonos es nuestra capacidad de imaginación. Lo digo porque efectivamente hoy se hablaba de los tiempos que vivimos, no especialmente brillantes, y creo que también permitirnos imaginar el Mediterráneo, imaginar cómo queremos que sea este Mediterráneo. No estoy hablando de ser ingenuos, porque efectivamente no nos vamos a inventar el Mediterráneo, que ya está bastante descubierto, pero sí, insisto, en cuál es nuestra capacidad de imaginar qué queremos ser. Porque si no podemos ni imaginarnos qué queremos ser, seguro que no podemos serlo. Entonces, esta fuerza de la imaginación en primer lugar, ¿no? Pero también, y para contrarrestar eso, luego bajar al suelo y aportar soluciones concretas. Y en esta mesa creo que también es interesante, al menos es lo que les estaba pidiendo a las personas que van a participar aquí, que es aterrizar todas estas ideas que podemos tener sobre el Mediterráneo y sobre la investigación del Mediterráneo, que también un pequeño paréntesis, sería genial hacer una mesa sobre qué es el Mediterráneo, aparte de un mar que está ahí, o sea, cuál es efectivamente esta identidad que queremos o que no queremos, es decir, cómo nos definimos como mediterráneos. Creo que hay una cuestión muy concreta que es este seminario está enlazado con un programa concreto que es Aula Mediterrània, también en Casa Árabe. Entonces, cómo estos programas concretos están formados por másteres concretos que participan en ellos y, por tanto, podemos empezar a trabajar muy concretamente para que estos másteres que participan, tanto en Barcelona y área como en Madrid y área, trabajen y cooperen más y más profundamente, ¿no? Y ahí los retos son múltiples. Y entonces, a ver si podemos sacar algunas ideas. Estoy segura que esta mesa nos servirá para ello. Nos acompañan, estoy tan contenta y tan honrada de poder presidir esta mesa de lujo. Además, somos muchas y qué muchas encima, A mi lado está Fátima Zahra Iflahen, que ahora mismo se ha tomado un descanso, pero tiene una larga experiencia también en gestión en la Universidad de Marrakech, Cadillat, y con la que seguro que nos aporta un montón de ideas enriquecedoras. A su lado está Camille de Garidel Torón, que es presidenta del consorcio Tetis, en el cual también seguro que complementará lo que nos aporte Fátima. A su lado, Aida Díaz Sáez, responsable del Pla Internacional del Departament de Recerca i Universitats de la Generalitat de Catalunya. Y a su lado también está Irene Martín. Bueno, algunas de nosotras somos asiduas, ¿no?, a estos seminarios, ya nos gusta vernos aquí y también será un placer otra vez escuchar cuáles son las aportaciones de Irene Martín, vicerrectora de Internacionalización de la Universidad Autónoma, como siempre tan agudas. Les planteaba unas ideas generales y creo que para que no nos vayamos de tiempo, igual estaría bien no hacer 4 rondas, sino 2 rondas, con lo cual podáis coger de los 4 puntos y dividirlos en 2, porque si no, realmente hasta la noche no nos íbamos de aquí y seguro que estaban todos encantados de escucharnos hasta la noche, pero igual hoy no es necesario. Entonces, en primer lugar, si quieres empezar, Fátima.
Ok, perdóname, voy a hablar en inglés porque entiendo un poquito español, pero no lo hablo fluently. I understand, but I cannot take it in Spanish. You would not understand the words. Okay, I'm very honored. Thank you very much, Monica, and thank you. I'd like to thank IEMed for having invited me. Sorry, not IEMed, but IEMed for having invited me to this seminar. I'm very much honored to be with these ladies that I have known in the past in different times and under different capacities of my own. This morning was very interesting and very fruitful. Except that it said everything we wanted to say this afternoon. But at the same time, as Monica said, I would like to go from maybe more specific things so that maybe that could be a springboard for us, all of us, to start actually something practical and that we can and real to life. I would like to start at the onset by saying that we speak of the Mediterranean, and it was defined as this mare nostrum, okay, that actually reunites us. But after all, at the end of the day, this is a very different mare nostrum. Each and every one of us has their own idea of what the Mediterranean is. And maybe the first exercise that we need to go through here today, but not only today, every day, every single day, as Monica said, is to reimagine and reinvent the Mediterranean that we would like for us. Maybe not for me, but the Mediterranean would like for the future. What is the Mediterranean we would like to see around in the coming years, in the coming decades? How does it look? I'm not very sure what it will look like, but I know more or less what I don't want it to look like. The Mediterranean we might need to build is a Mediterranean where we have a lot in common around the Mediterranean, whether we are from the north of the Mediterranean or the south from the Oh, yeah, I need to use this because of translation issues and other things. Sorry. So we have a lot in common. We have a common history. We have common concerns. We have common futures. But at the same time, we have common ambitions, but how does it translate into our academic and research objectives and ambitions? I think it's not very much translated because there is also a lot of misunderstandings and there is a lot of unknowing of one another. We are all Mediterraneans, but how much do we really know about ourselves as Mediterraneans? And how do we know about one another? I'm afraid to say that I don't know a lot, and it's not just between the north, I mean, our north and your south of the Mediterranean. It's even us. How much do we know of one another this way and then across the Mediterranean? Much of this comes from one thing, maybe, but also something else. I was talking to Monica some minutes ago, and I was talking about how we need maybe to shift from this universalist outlook on research, on knowledge, and on relations. I underscore universalist and not universal. It's not the same thing. Universalist would be something that we have both on both shores of the Mediterranean, that each and every one of us thinks that they hold knowledge, that they know more than the other, that they can teach, that they can build the capacity of the other, or that they can benefit from the funds without the implications, the ethical and moral implications that this intakes or that this comes with. So, of course, there are a multiple, you can stop me whenever you want. You did not set time. So I think that the very first thing we need to do is to learn to know one another. And to learn to know one another can go through true cooperation, but I think that cooperation where we are at the same level of learning, of teaching, of sharing. I think that when we all come to this same level, there are multiple things that we can do. We have common concerns. We have concerns, at least with democracy. What is happening in the world today shows us that even in the best democracies, we need to learn about democracy. Even the inventors of democracy have lessons to take about democracy. There are things we could do about peace building and conflict resolution in an area that has been pregnant and full of conflicts and not knowing how to resolve them. And it's been like that for centuries, not just the past 70 years. It's been like that for centuries. And maybe this common history has not always been a peaceful history. So maybe we should start learning to learn from our mistakes, from our past mistake, and see how we can build new trajectories for our cooperation. Migration. The term migration doesn't have the same, I'm giving concepts, words that might look like philosophy. We don't want philosophy. We said we want it to be practical. But these are research areas also. These could be research interests for all of us across the Mediterranean. Migration in the north doesn't ring the same bell as in the south. When in the south people speak of migration, they think or they dream opportunities for better livelihoods. They think freedoms. They think democracy. That might be true or not, but this is their own representation of what migration is. When migration is looked at from the north, the northern shore, it's something else. It's pretty much something else and not always up to the values, the universal values that we would like to share around the Mediterranean. Water, crucial issue, water in the Mediterranean. In May, we met in Thetis. In another life, I used to be vice president of my university for research and cooperation. And we tried to figure out some research areas that we could build around the Mediterranean, and water came as the first research area. That could be a good start. But water, of course, my colleagues from what is called core sciences would not like what I say, what I will be about to say. But water has the privilege of being a research area that is not just for STEM. It is a research area that we could, from a transdisciplinary approach, look at from the anthropological, sociological, psychological, heritage. First, anthropology is also about heritage, but of course, scarcity of resources and how to manage them, sustainability, and the ODDs, of course. So that could be a good research area. Gender issues, discriminations, all forms of discriminations, but gender, the role and status and representations and image that we all have problems with across the Mediterranean, and because we happen to be in this, I would say, in the stream of their consciousness and not in the stream of our consciousness. So these are some of the topics that we could start thinking about, and maybe in the second round we will talk about the tools or how to do that, how to start that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Fatima, very interesting thought. Please, Camille. Yeah, 10 minutes or more. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, we'll try to be short. So I'm very pleased to be here today and to take part in this discussion, as the topic we are addressing are both timely and essential. A lot of important and fruitful insights were already presented this morning and by Fatima just now. So I will try to present today a concrete initiative from both Aix-Marseille University and from the Thetis Consortium. And I will try emphasize some example. The Mediterranean is not just a geographical space, it's a crossroad of civilizations, it's a laboratory of exchange, and a region facing shared challenges that demand collaborative academic and scientific engagement. So I would like to emphasize the role of the Mediterranean Basin as a major area for academic and professional cooperation. And indeed, this region benefits from a dense network of so this region benefits from a dense network of universities, research centers, and international organizations that facilitate partnerships. So in an evolving political and economical context, universities must adapt their strategy to sustain and strengthen partnership. And Aix-Marseille University is particularly committed to academic collaboration, and particularly in the Mediterranean region. And we believe that strong international partnerships are key to advancing higher education. And to create sustainable partnerships, we must navigate a complex landscape of institutional, financial, and geopolitical factors. So our cooperation strategy is rooted in an interdisciplinary and intersectorial approach and is based on three main pillars: a comprehensive training offer, a strong research ecosystem, and a commitment to international cooperation. And also at Aix-Marseille University is really close to the southern Mediterranean, and actually we have 20% of the international PhD students who are from this area. And to fulfill these results, we have centralized a multi-layered strategy around higher education and research cooperation network. And indeed, establishing Euro-Mediterranean academic alliances can strengthen cross-border collaboration. This enables to joint research projects and educational programs. And so networks such as TETIS, but also UNIMED and the Union for the Mediterranean can play a crucial role in connecting universities across the region. So I can emphasize the fundamental role of the TETIS consortium, which is 25 years old and is a network of 80 universities from 20 countries. And in fact, to date, 40 collaborative projects have been successfully developed inside the network. And ongoing projects reflect a deep commitment to fostering sustainable partnership and capacity building initiatives. And I have the time to another example. It's the TETIS network has also supported the integration of Southern Mediterranean universities as associate partners in European university alliances. And for example, I would like to present the CIVIS Alliance, which comprises 11 European universities and the University of Autónoma of Madrid. And it has also integrated 6 institutions from the Maghreb and the Sub-Saharan Africa as associate members. And 2 universities from the Southern Mediterranean were specifically targeted through the TETIS network. And together, these institutions are developing joint programs and projects, including a master's degree in climate change, a Jean Monnet network, and some capacity building for higher education. And at least, but to finish, from a research point of view, the MEDEC, so the Mediterranean Expert Group on Climate Change, which reunites 25 countries, is an example of collaboration between states and societies, as well as a response to the scientific and expert cooperations.
Muchas gracias, Camille. Thank you very much. Aida, vols? Ara també una ronda de 10 minuts, així. Sí.
Hola, bon dia a tothom. En primer lloc, moltes gràcies a l'Institut d'Estudis Mediterranis per haver-nos convidat a formar part d'aquesta taula rodona. Yo, como ya han comentado, soy Aida Díaz, soy la responsable del programa internacional del Departamento de Investigación en Universidades. Sé que tal vez tengo un perfil un poco distinto a las otras ponentes. Yo no soy especialista en el Mediterráneo en sí mismo, pero sí que llevo muchos años trabajando mucho desde el punto de vista de fondos europeos, de investigación, universidades, etcétera. Durante muchos años soy punto nacional de contacto de diferentes programas. También hace muchos años había formado parte de un programa de cooperación internacional donde había todo el tema de políticas de vecindad, con parte tanto Mediterráneo con la parte de los Balcanes. Por tanto, he podido viendo un poco la evolución, ¿no?, a través de los fondos europeos, esta colaboración con el Mediterráneo a través de los años, y un poco tal vez mi presentación o mi punto de vista es desde un punto de vista más técnico a través de los instrumentos de financiación o cómo yo veo cuando se hacen esas interacciones en el Mediterráneo, los diferentes actores, aquellas dificultades que nos encontramos. Es decir, que suscribo totalmente lo que ha dicho antes Fátima, todos estos retos que tenemos comunes, lo que tenemos que trabajar conjuntamente en este sentido. Y aquí sí que yo lo que sí que viendo es que la región mediterránea, tanto por la parte de la Unión Europea como la parte, ¿no?, de la parte de la cuenca mediterránea sur, sí que es verdad que por ambas partes es clave colaborar. De hecho, tenemos desafíos conjuntos, ¿no?, que solo podemos solventar trabajando conjuntamente, ya tal como se ha dicho todo el tema del cambio climático, todo el tema de las democracias, todo el tema de digitalización, desarrollo económico, etcétera. Y la educación superior y la investigación y la innovación, yo creo que son los instrumentos básicos para promover esta colaboración, también incluso como instrumento de democracia y de diplomacia científica, incluso no solo estos instrumentos en sí mismos, sino a través también de la educación, de la investigación, la innovación, también como diplomacia científica, un poco para promover mucho más la colaboración en todo el marco mediterráneo en sí mismo. Y en esta mañana, pero es verdad que sí que hay muchos instrumentos, ¿no?, que potencian esta colaboración, y esta propia gobernanza sí que nos indica, ¿no?, la importancia, ¿no?, de colaborar conjuntamente. Todos sabéis que hay el Partnership with the Southern Neighborhood de la Comisión Europea, que de hecho se actualizó en el año 2021. También tenemos la agenda para la Mediterránea, que van haciendo roadmaps, hojas de ruta concreta con cuáles van a ser los próximos pasos en los próximos años a investigar a nivel de la Mediterránea en este sentido. Tenemos compañeros, ¿no?, de la Unión por la Mediterránea que tienen, ¿no?, esta regional platform, ¿no?, para compartir buenas prácticas, conocimientos y ver un poco para sinergias y comentarios entre políticas. Por tanto, es verdad que sí que hay muchos instrumentos que nos permiten toda esta cooperación y asociación. Yo lo que sí que he ido viendo a lo largo de los años, sobre todo cada vez más desde fondos europeos, es que muchas veces esta cooperación o estos intereses está muy focalizado también con la situación geopolítica. Depende de la situación geopolítica donde nos encontremos, a veces sí que hay como mucho más refuerzo, tanto económico como de instrumentos, depende cómo va fluctuando, ¿no? La Mediterránea siempre está allí, siempre hay cooperación, que esto sí que es muy importante, pero esta cooperación que a veces empujamos más de los propios gobiernos, la situación geopolítica en sí misma, ¿no?, de los diferentes partidos, a veces yo creo que es un condicionante, a veces importante cuando buscamos instrumentos de financiación o nuevas herramientas. Y también lo que he podido ver a nivel, sí que es verdad que hay muchísimos instrumentos, ¿no?, para colaborar conjuntamente con el tema de la cooperación académica, de movilidad de investigadores, los intercambios, todo el tema de los proyectos en sí mismo. Yo lo que sí que he visto es que así que hay como una serie de retos, ¿no?, un poco a abordar cuando trabajamos. Uno de los retos son que ya pasa incluso a nivel europeo los diferentes sistemas educativos en los cuales nos encontramos, ¿no? Hay diferentes, ¿no?, armonizar los currículos, no conocer mutuamente los títulos. Esto es ya un primer a veces reto, ¿no?, a trabajar si realmente queremos una mayor, ¿no?, integración y trabajar muchos conjuntamente en este sentido. También las barreras lingüísticas y culturales también existen y están allí. También es un reto que debemos de trabajar, etcétera, que sí que se ha mejorado muchísimo, pero también a veces están allí. Incluso a veces las propias estructuras dentro de las propias estructuras, las propias entidades son muy distintas. Las desigualdades en recursos ya pasa incluso a nivel de los diferentes países, ya hay diferencia entre los países europeos y también hay diferencias en las propias instituciones. Entonces, también este acceso a los recursos, esta diversidad de acceso a los recursos justamente puede dificultar que unas entidades tengan más facilidad que otras a la hora de participar. Y luego, obviamente, los marcos legales y administrativos, que siempre trabajamos con marcos legales y administrativos muy distintos. Cada estado, cada país, incluso cada entidad tiene sus propios. Incluso a veces lo que nos ha pasado muchas veces a nivel de Unión Europea es que si vas a un proyecto de la Unión Europea, los países del Franco Sur han de seguir la normativa de la Unión Europea y la gestión administrativamente es difícil, la gestión es difícil y cosas como a veces la propia moneda, cómo distribuimos el presupuesto, porque tenemos monedas distintas, también a veces es un hándicap importante a la hora de poder gestionar todos estos proyectos en este sentido. Y un poco ahora pararía un poco aquí, luego sí, a lo mejor sí que hablamos ya de instrumentos mucho más concretos de financiación.
Muchas gracias.
Ay. In English o
como quieras. Se te traducirá al
vale.
idioma.
Bueno, pues lo hago en español y ya está. Vale. Bueno, yo voy a comentar el punto de vista de una universidad, ¿no? También un poco como Fátima, desde el punto de vista de una universidad que tiene que gestionar distintos aspectos de la internacionalización con el Mediterráneo, que es lo que nuestra experiencia dice que funciona mejor, ¿no? Bueno, para empezar, la financiación en este momento, y como mucha de la gente en la sala sabe, las universidades madrileñas no están pasando por su mejor momento en términos de financiación, aunque sé que es un problema común a otras comunidades autónomas. En la autónoma ahora mismo estamos dependiendo exclusivamente del programa Erasmus y todavía nos queda financiación del Banco Santander. Y quiero agradecer estas dos fuentes de financiación, bueno, muchísimo y por Dios que no nos sigan reduciendo como ha ocurrido hasta el momento, ¿no? De momento nos estamos apañando, sobre todo gracias al programa Erasmus, que nos permite una cierta flexibilidad y eso es fundamental, porque hay una parte del programa Erasmus que tiene una finalidad muy concreta, que es cubrir la movilidad, pero luego hay una parte de organización de la movilidad que nos da una cierta flexibilidad y esto nos da la vida directamente. Y luego otro aspecto flexible que también es fundamental es que de la parte destinada a la movilidad hay una que nos permite enviar a nosotros, a estudiantes y a personal, ya sea docente o administrativo, a los destinos que queramos, ¿no? Entonces, esto también es fundamental. Dicho lo cual, luego otro tema, otra dimensión que hemos visto ya con la experiencia que tenemos que funciona muy bien es el trabajar en alianzas. Camille ya lo ha dicho, somos parte de la Alianza Universitaria Europea CIVIS, somos una de las más antiguas porque se creó en la primera ola de alianzas universitarias europeas en 2019 y la Alianza CIVIS apostó desde el principio por la región del Mediterráneo y de África. Eso se ha traducido, como ya ha dicho Camille, en que tenemos 6 universidades asociadas, 2 de las cuales están en el Mediterráneo, ¿no? La Hassan II de Casablanca y Sfax en Túnez. Y las alianzas básicamente lo que nos permiten es, bueno, pues ser más eficientes porque cualquier esfuerzo nos cuesta menos, son convocatorias conjuntas para todas las universidades europeas y para todas las africanas, nos ahorra costes en todos los sentidos y tienen muchísimo más impacto cualquier cosa que hagamos en una alianza, ¿no? Porque llegamos a muchos más actores y también resultamos mucho más atractivos. Entonces, en el marco de CIVIS, claramente es el caso, por no decir que, bueno, pues también hacemos una cierta labor de lobby a nivel europeo, bueno, que todavía no le hemos visto los resultados en todos los casos, pero estamos en ello, ¿no? Pero también tenemos experiencia en alianzas nacionales. Por ejemplo, la Universidad Autónoma de Madrid es parte de la alianza 4 universidades, de la cual somos parte también la Universidad Autónoma de Barcelona, la Carlos III y la Pompeu Fabra, ¿no? Y también trabajar en una alianza nacional nos permite pues, hacer misiones internacionales conjuntamente. En este caso no trabajamos el Mediterráneo porque ya cada una de estas 4 universidades tenía su propia política desarrollada y la lógica es que no competimos en aquello que ya, o sea, no trabajamos conjuntamente en aquello que ya hemos desarrollado a nivel individual, por así decirlo, sino solamente en aquello que tenemos por desarrollar, ¿no? Y le llama mucho la atención a todas las universidades que visitamos que trabajemos conjuntamente, ¿no? Que dicen, pero no competís entre vosotras. Pues en algunas cosas sí y en otras no. Y al contrario, ¿no? Nos va muy bien. Entonces, yo recomendaría la creación de universidades y también de alianzas, perdón, y de alianzas en el sur del Mediterráneo, ¿no? Porque esto nos ayudaría precisamente a potenciar todavía más nuestras colaboraciones. Y luego, por supuesto, otras alianzas que van más allá de lo nacional y de lo europeo, como es TETIS, y el año pasado, por ejemplo, organizamos conjuntamente, Camille y yo, en la Autónoma, donde celebramos la Asamblea General, pues un seminario interdisciplinar en torno al cambio climático, con la participación de una gran cantidad de doctorandos y de profesores, que la verdad es que tuvo mucho éxito y bueno, pues también es un ejemplo, yo creo que se puede emular en el futuro. Pero yo sobre todo resumiría qué es lo que nos funciona. Nos funciona, por un lado, la previsibilidad. Es decir, hay una serie de actividades que tienen que saber la gente, ya sean los estudiantes, los profesores o el personal administrativo, que también es muy, muy, muy importante que participe de la movilidad, que cada año va a haber una convocatoria. Eso está clarísimo, ¿no? Entonces, en ese sentido, se lo comentaba Joan hace un rato, para mí el problema de los fondos, de los créditos de movilidad internacional Erasmus es que no son previsibles. La movilidad para fuera de Europa es que no es previsible y esto dificulta mucho desarrollar una estrategia. Si yo tuviera que pedir algo, que hacer mi carta a los Reyes Magos, sería eso, ¿no? La previsibilidad. Por otro lado, combinaría esa previsibilidad con actividades más exploratorias y un poco más atrevidas, si cabe, ¿no? Porque lo previsible, bueno, pues afecta a la movilidad, la movilidad de un semestre, la movilidad de un año, la movilidad estructurada dentro de programas concretos. Tenemos movilidad de profesores a los que invitamos en el máster de estudios del sur de Europa todos los años, gracias en parte a la colaboración con Aula Árabe. Tenemos la convocatoria anual, tenemos prácticas. El año pasado empezamos a invitar a estudiantes en prácticas de un máster con la Universidad Abdelmalek Saadi en Marruecos, y ya se está convirtiendo también en algo previsible, pero luego hemos abierto otro tipo de actividad y gracias a la colaboración del profesor Gonzalo Fernández Parrilla, que está aquí y que a lo mejor quiere intervenir después y contar de su experiencia, y es que enviamos a un grupo de 10 doctorandos de distintas disciplinas. Por eso también Mónica nos preguntó en su momento cómo fomentar la interdisciplinariedad, y lo forzamos esto, o sea que tenían que ser de distintas disciplinas, acompañados por Gonzalo y en este caso por la vicedecana de Medicina, porque parecía que podía haber interés en eso, y les buscamos un alma gemela en la Universidad Abdelmalek Saadi, de forma que pues pudieran intercambiar investigaciones que tuvieran algo en común, con vistas a que luego eso generará colaboraciones a medio o largo plazo. Entonces esto ha sido un poco eso, exploratorio, a ver qué tal funcionaba. Ha sido todo un éxito y a ver qué queda de esto en el futuro, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, básicamente, resumo, colaboraciones en el marco de alianzas, previsibilidad y hacer algún tipo de actividad así un poquito más atrevida, con vistas a que dure en el futuro. Eso es lo que nos está funcionando, creo.
Muchas gracias, Irene. Han salido ideas que me parecen muy interesantes y que además yo sí quiero relacionarlas con el género, que es de qué manera también nos imaginamos la universidad y de qué manera nos parece importante cómo tiene que ser esta universidad, ¿no? Es decir, estábamos hablando de instrumentos para relacionarnos, pero aquí en las ideas que han aparecido a veces hablamos de la sostenibilidad, pero olvidándonos de los cuerpos de la gente que estamos ahí en medio. Y hay tantos cuerpos enfermos que ayudar a que estas relaciones aporten lo contrario de enfermedad, y esto es en el norte y en el sur, sería interesante, ¿no? Es decir, y aquí han salido palabras de cooperación, pero cooperación, no cooperación, no sinergias, no competitividad, un montón de palabras. Esta mañana también aparecía empatía, ¿no? Es decir, otra vez imaginarnos y apostar por maneras distintas, ¿no? Que también simplemente en cómo las estamos proponiendo, los resultados también serán distintos, seguro, ¿no? Entonces, y muy interesante también el trabajar abandonando un poco los rankings y yendo a la investigación que no sabes dónde va y que precisamente luego siempre llega a sitios interesantes, ¿no? Pero como yo no tengo que hablar, perdón, pasamos la segunda ronda. Otra vez, bueno, habéis aportado unas cuantas ideas, pero a ver si también para aterrizarlas otra vez, ¿no? A cómo podemos colaborar con los másteres del Aula Mediterrània para colaborar más y mejor en...
Okay, thank you. I think that everything that was said shows that there is a lot already ongoing between our universities, north-south, unfortunately not always south-south. And sometimes we need you to come to help us work together. So please come, because when you come, we work together. What happens is, Irene, you said lots of interesting things, but who knows about that? I don't know that you have partnerships with Abdelmalek Saadi. You will tell me, do you need to know? Yes, why not? You see, for example, if I was thinking, as Irene was talking about, why not, the first thing we could do, very practical thing, is to list out all the forms of existing corporations, projects, publications, everything that exist in the Mediterranean. That could be a map. Yes, we could have a map of existing research, existing programs, because not everybody knows about that. Not only to have a list, but to have a list, and if there is research, Professor said it this morning, it should be shared. At least it should be shared to a consortia or a consortium that we could think of a network, not a network to create a network, another network. There are so many already, but a network that could be thematic network or thematic and transdisciplinary network. Some people could be working on, I don't know, peace building, identity and whatever, I mean, things like these. But at the same time, it could be transdisciplinary in the sense that many areas of research could work on it, but many universities could, for the time being, just list what we have, just share what we have. That could be open, that could be a contribution to open science between the North and the South, between the South and the South, and between the South and the North. Many colleagues I'm happy to see, especially in Spain, and not just because I'm in Spain, that many colleagues speak Arabic, research in Arabic. Many of our fellow citizens in Morocco or elsewhere do not know that. And there is no sharing of knowledge. Some colleagues do not write in English or in French or in the, let's say, international languages. But it would be very fruitful to see what's going on in Spain in Arabic for our colleagues who might be researching the same things. So these are some of the things. I think this is something that we can start immediately, and I don't think it takes a lot to do it. And I don't think there are funds that are so, because there is this fund mania. Of course, it's important to have funds to make research, and it's important, but there are many things that could be done without too much funds. And we were talking about that. Sometimes you think, I don't want funds because it's, it's energy. I said that. She did not. I said it. Funds are so energy consuming, so time consuming, so. And it just takes us from what is in core, what is research for impact. I mean, what is the research at the end of the day when we have all these publications and nobody is using our research? Of course, okay, it's Q1. But how does it actually transform the lives of the people I'm supposed to be serving? So if we are in this, if we work together, I think that we can think, we can learn already from the experiences of one another, and then we can learn maybe to address our research. You might have researched something I'm only starting to address in my community, for example, and it has proved fine. We can adapt it, we can work on it. Another thing I think is to think in a triptych. There is, the triptych is academia or research, whatever, that is related to policies, that is related to business. Unfortunately, we need to talk about that too. And that is related to the community. And I think that this is the most important. And most of the time we think about the two first and we do not think about the third one. And I think that our research concerns should come from this one. We should go look for our research interests and concerns from the communities, because this is why we are here, I think. So I think that we should actually use, I'm going to use a term that might not be used theoretically in this, but I would like to invite an intersectional kind of research that addresses so of course, besides the existing tools, there are already lots of projects, lots of networks, etc. But very small I would say actions could also help. International research labs, that could be interesting. There are existing research labs around the Mediterranean. This diagnosis or this map could help people connect, but they could connect because we want them to be connected. We'll do everything to have them connected. We can connect research structures. We can connect individual researchers who would like to work on specific things, themes or things. We can also enhance. When I say mobility, it could be virtual mobility of researchers. We don't need to actually travel to meet people, especially today. We could facilitate and also promote interventions of different scholars into our classes. That is part also of open science and vice versa. And of course, there already are joint programs, which I think are more difficult to establish. But I think that we could start with small activities that need only individuals to come together, and these individuals to be put into groups and then into networks, people who are willing to join in, and then to start these things. So I think that these are some of the things that I could think of. Of course, there is absolutely no innovation or creativity in it. These things already exist, par ailleurs. But what might be maybe different is that we would be focusing on things that are. When I say this, when I say about existing research, we could start with existing research on the Mediterranean. It's not just existing research like that. We could just focus existing research on the Mediterranean. That could also already be, I think, a huge step to go forward.
Lot to do.
Yeah, lots.
So, Camille?
Yes, thank you, Fatima. But you already told a lot of. So again, I will try to give you some examples. In fact, from our experience, several key lessons have emerged. Long-term engagement is essential, and successful projects are those that move beyond short-term exchange to build institutional capacity. However, to reach that level, we must first strengthen collaborations by starting with high-quality, small-scale initiatives that can gradually evolve into larger, more impactful programs. In fact, it's really a way of thinking. In the TETIS consortium, usually we are beginning with a project with ICM, International Credit Mobility project. Then usually some bilateral or national projects are involved, and then we can apply to a capacity building or Erasmus Mundus Joint Master Program, etc., etc. And I would like also to tell something about what Fatima said about the platform. Within the CIVIS Alliance, in fact, we are mapping and disseminating funding opportunities for the Mediterranean and Africa. And so we have created a Mediterranean funding digital platform to centralize Erasmus+, Horizon Europe, Prima, Interreg, NextMed, and other national funding opportunities for a partner. And Erasmus is really a tool to connect to the two sides of the Mediterranean. Another example, within TETIS, we are implementing the Erasmus+, but it's also it's a more general project training cycle. In fact, the objective is to support both teachers, researchers, and administrative staff with information about opportunities and priorities of the different European programs, networking support for participants, and detection of new projects that we can build together. And I think, yeah, I can give you also maybe a more, more institutional, because I think institutionalization, is really fundamental and mandatory. And so in France, we have several legislative tools that facilitate the integration of Mediterranean studies. I can talk about the law of higher education and research, because this law grants institutions enhanced autonomy to design and adapt the program. And I think the autonomy of the universities are really, really important. And for example, in France, we have also an ambassador to the Mediterranean. And this is a Professor Karim Amelal, who is an academic and allowed to lead and coordinate action implemented as part of the policy in the Mediterranean region. Yeah.
Thank you, Camille. Aida.
Y algunos comentarios ya los han comentado, también la plataforma también lo iba a comentar, específicamente esta necesidad de tener, ¿no?, como una ventanilla única donde podemos ver la mayoría de proyectos, iniciativas que se están implementando, ¿no?, a nivel de esto. Sí que es de cara y hay mucha información, pero está mucho compartimentada. Según la agencia financiadora, lo tienes muy argumentado, la Unión Europea sí que tiene la propia página web de la Comisión Europea, por ejemplo, para Horizon Europe tiene, pues puedes ver todos los proyectos donde hay participación del Mediterráneo. Pero eso no lo tenemos con todos los serie de instrumentos, un poco lo que nos pasa. Sí que sería, o sea, que es difícil, es un gran reto tener como un instrumento, no solo Unión Europea, sino también a nivel de los diferentes estados, miembros, regiones, todos los instrumentos que a nivel de todo el Mediterráneo, diferentes, tanto a nivel europeo, estado miembro y región, de poderlos tener un poco contabilizados, un poco analizados. Pues esto es complicado y esto es un gran reto en este sentido. Y también otra herramienta yo creo que también muy importante es como una plataforma, ¿no?, de expertos, ¿no?, de gente experta, de trabajar en el Mediterráneo desde todas las disciplinas, todos los ámbitos también, que yo creo que es muy importante. Ahora hay muchas redes también que son muy, bueno, antes de proyectos, informales, etcétera, pero como una gran plataforma de todos estos, ¿no?, de expertos en sentido. Por ejemplo, yo soy punto nacional de contacto de un programa europeo que es Clúster 2 sobre ciencias sociales y humanidades. Y ahora se está creando como una base de datos de expertos alrededor de toda Europa de ciencias sociales y humanidades, un poco ponerlos en contacto entre ellos, o también otros investigadores que quieran incrementar, ¿no?, implicar estos conocimientos dentro de sus proyectos, pues puedan ir a esta plataforma y poder un poco ver todo lo que, bueno, expertos en ese nivel. Yo creo que también a nivel no solo de proyectos, sino también de expertos, es interesante tener en cuenta. Yo creo que es muy interesante lo que hacéis vuestra universidad, ¿no?, de esta plataforma de EU Funding, ¿no? Pero como siempre está muy basado en EU Funding, pero a lo mejor no tenemos toda la fotografía de todos los fondos, de todo lo que podemos utilizar, incluso más allá de la Unión Europea. Sí que un comentario que está surgiendo ahora con relación a los aspectos. Hay una convocatoria europea que es la convocatoria COST, no sé si conocéis los proyectos COST, que son para crear redes de investigadores de todo tipo, predocs, postdocs, etcétera, para trabajar ámbitos temáticos concretos. Y uno ya podría ser el propio Mediterráneo. Yo creo que son herramientas fundamentales un poco para participar y ponerte en consideración. Tienen herramientas muy interesantes, sobre todo para gente que no tiene red todavía formada, ¿no? Para predocs, así, gente que todavía quiere comenzar a trabajar en este ámbito, que está buscando más partners, que está iniciando, y creo que los COS son buenos instrumentos. O sí, hay convocatorias, creo que hay algún COS focalizado en algún ámbito mediterráneo concreto, pero a lo mejor un COS, sobre todo cómo trabajar con el Mediterráneo, los retos, etcétera, sería interesante un poco a poder plantear y se crea esta community of practice, ¿no?, de gente trabajando en el Mediterráneo en este sentido.
Sí, muchas gracias. La verdad es que son muy buenas ideas, ¿no?, las que han salido aquí, esto de crear un mapa de actividades o de buenas prácticas, ¿no?, ya existentes estaría muy bien, esto de COST también estaría muy bien. A mí me parece que otro instrumento que puede ser muy útil y que en TETIS se ha utilizado con muy buen resultado es la organización de semanas de formación, ¿no?, los staff trainings, ¿no?, donde con los fondos Erasmus K171 se puede invitar precisamente ya sea a personal administrativo o a personal docente y se hacen sesiones prácticas en las que se trabaja sobre, bueno, propuestas concretas que algunas han llegado a muy buen término, ¿no? En el marco de TETIS, por ejemplo, tenemos todavía vigente, si no me equivoco, o recién terminado el proyecto We for Lead, que era un proyecto precisamente para identificar la brecha de género en las instituciones de educación superior y hacer propuestas de cómo superar esa brecha de género, ¿no? Hablando del tema género que Mónica quería poner sobre la mesa, pues aquí yo creo que queda muy claro, pero como eso, pues se podría hacer con muchos otros temas, o sea, con proyectos dentro de la Key Action 2 de Erasmus, ¿no? Pues de capacity building o redes Jean Monnet, yo creo que hay muchas posibilidades, pero quizá la parte esta de formación es muy importante para romper el hielo y para facilitar las colaboraciones. A nosotros también nos están funcionando fenomenal en el marco de CIVIS los BIPs, los Blended Intensive Programs, ¿no? Que son cursos fundamentalmente en línea, pero con una semana de movilidad presencial, y en el marco de CIVIS nosotros puntuamos mejor las propuestas que incluyen a socios pues de nuestros 6 socios africanos, ¿no? Y en ese sentido tenemos muchísimos VIPs en los que participan pues concretamente las universidades Hassan II de Casablanca o Sfax de Túnez, que son las 2 universidades del Mediterráneo, o sea que también, y ahí la colaboración puede ser virtual, como decía Fátima, ¿no? Los profesores pueden enseñar en línea perfectamente, estén donde estén, y luego los estudiantes pues pueden venir una semana a la parte presencial. Pero para que eso funcione, y yo creo que no lo hemos sacado y tenemos que sacarlo, es el tema de los visados. Ahora mismo tenemos un problemón. Tenemos, en el caso de Marruecos, que es con quien nosotros más colaboramos, tenemos un santo, que es el consejero de Educación, pero que durará lo que dure, que es, bueno, maravilloso, que nos ayuda muchísimo y nos ayuda mucho a mediar con los cónsules, pero no es normal que todo esto dependa de una persona y de su buena labor de mediación, porque este señor, pues, ojalá siga ahí mucho tiempo, pero no podemos contar con ello. Y esto, vuelvo a la idea de la previsibilidad. Es imposible tener una colaboración estable en el tiempo y previsible cuando las decisiones sobre los visados pues dependen de los cónsules de turno y no todos tienen el mismo criterio.
Muchas gracias, Irene, porque otra vez aterrizamos sobre los cuerpos. O sea, es que, claro, todo esto baja y ahí las violencias son variadas y esta es una, ¿no? Que, bueno, con Marruecos y no solo con Marruecos, pero realmente, claro, estar pendientes de factores eso casi mágicos es mucha cortapisa. En realidad yo añadiría también que habéis hablado varias de vosotras de staff administrativo preparado. Esto sería también muy bueno, ¿no? Porque creo que es verdad que Erasmus ha hecho su papel en el estudiantado, en menor grado en el profesorado, pero realmente el hecho de tener un staff preparado vuelve a facilitar muchísimo las cosas. Y entonces aquí no sé cuál es la idea, pero deberíamos también aterrizarla en algún sitio. Como estamos bastante bien de tiempo, y si os parece, pasaría la palabra a nuestra comentarista, que tenemos privilegio de tener a Ana Planet de comentarista, e incluso después igual tenemos pequeño turno abierto. ¿Perdona?
Sí.
Ahora, sí, cuando acabe la Ana, paso la palabra.
Muchas gracias, Mónica. Muchas gracias a todas vosotras. ¿Me oís ahora sí? Muchas gracias, Mónica, y muchas gracias a todas las que habéis participado en la mesa. A ver, yo lo que tengo aquí es como una gran reflexión que habéis construido entre todas y me gustaría ponerla en la mesa como algo conjunto, ¿no? Es cierto que en esta mesa lo que vemos es que el Mediterráneo que es el nuestro, ¿no, Fátima? Es un Mediterráneo que estamos construyendo y a mí me parece que no está mal el proceso de construcción en tanto que la imaginación no falta. ¿Sí? ¿Funciona? ¿Sí?
Este funciona mejor. Sí, quizás este funciona mejor. Decía que la capacidad de imaginación no falta y la prueba es que se están haciendo se han puesto en la mesa muchas cuestiones que se están haciendo, ¿no? Quizás la idea más importante es que, pese a que nosotras nos conocemos bien, me da la sensación de que fuera de esta sala no todos nos conocemos bien y que efectivamente este mutuo conocimiento se va construyendo poco a poco, pero algo necesitamos hacer para que sea transgresor, es decir, que no vaya exclusivamente de los que ya hemos empezado, sino que seamos capaces realmente de implicar a nuestros estudiantes. Para mí es absolutamente imprescindible, e implicar también a las instituciones de las que todas somos parte, ¿no? Porque es verdad que aquí se habla de áreas concretas en las que tenemos que trabajar, en las que podríamos trabajar porque son evidentemente interdisciplinares y yo me atrevería a decir transdisciplinares y que van efectivamente de enfoques interseccionales también por esa capacidad transformadora, pero yo no tengo muy claro, y esto sería la pregunta concreta a propósito de nuestras instituciones. A mí me da la sensación de las que los del Mediterráneo seguimos siendo una rara avis dentro de nuestras universidades, ¿no? Y de nuestros centros. Es decir, no nos creen mucho, porque cuando hablamos de Mediterráneo nos dicen, ¿a Mediterráneo cómo? ¿Con qué fondos? ¿Con qué visados? ¿Con qué capacidades lingüísticas que permitan ir más allá del inglés? ¿Con el francés, el castellano, el catalán, el árabe? Claro, entonces esa sería un poco mi pregunta, es decir, ¿hasta qué punto os sentís o no apoyadas por las universidades de las que formáis parte? Yo sé que en la Autónoma estamos apoyadísimas porque ahí tenemos a nuestra vicerrectora, pero no tengo la seguridad de que en todas partes tengamos igual. Mónica, tú ya sé que estás peleándolo duro así, pero bueno, eso sería un poco la idea, es decir, ¿tenemos algún instrumento para hacer más grande los vanu mediterráneos, es decir, para hacer más amplia la red de los que trabajamos en el Mediterráneo? A mí me parece también muy importante ir más allá de los fondos, porque efectivamente somos en ocasiones demasiado víctimas de necesitamos fondos y a veces lo que necesitamos es tiempo. Y esa es otra pregunta, es decir, ¿hasta qué punto tenemos un empleo del tiempo que nos permita seguir explorando qué mundo queremos hacer? Porque a mí personalmente no me dan las horas simplemente para vivir aquel en el que me han dicho que tengo que vivir. Entonces, bueno, también esa capacidad transformativa, yo me quedaría con esas dos ideas, es decir, cómo hacer que el Mediterráneo vaya más allá de nosotras y nosotros, y también cómo ir más allá de los fondos e intentar conectar con la confianza, ¿no? y con la capacidad de esos pequeños pasos que quizás tienen más impacto que los grandes programas, ¿no? Bueno, así lo dejaría. Muchísimas gracias a todas.
¿Quieres empezar tú, Aida? Y así como que ibas a...
Sí, hacer un apunte, coincido totalmente con lo que ha comentado la compañera. Sí que quería hacer un apunte más desde el punto de vista más de investigación, este es el punto de Horizon Europe, porque si tenemos una misma consulta, una misma pregunta, un poco para que aquellos que no estáis que no tenéis tanto conocimiento del programa, para lo que lo sepáis. Horizonte Europa es el programa de financiación de la Unión Europea para la investigación e innovación y está abierto a la participación de cualquier entidad de cualquier país del mundo. Eso es un tema importante tener en cuenta. Luego, toda la zona del ámbito mediterráneo, por su día de la política de vecindad, también pueden participar y su participación la financia la propia Comisión Europea. Por tanto, cualquier entidad de cualquier país del arco mediterráneo del ámbito sur está financiado por la Comisión Europea. Turquía y Israel son países asociados desde hace muchos años, pero algo que la gente no sabe es que Túnez y Marruecos también son países asociados. Por tanto, pueden participar como cualquier otro país europeo. La diferencia entre un país asociado y un país que no, a nivel del Mediterráneo, todos los países lo financia la Unión Europea, pero aquellos que son asociados son como forman parte de un propio proyecto europeo. Por tanto, es como si fuera un propio, con las mismas condiciones que una entidad europea. Por tanto, el mínimo de requisito de como mínimo 3 países miembros asociados ya lo cumplirán aquí dentro. Y también Egipto está en negociación de que también entren a formar parte de ser un país asociado. Yo creo que también es un instrumento interesante a tener en cuenta y que muchas veces cómo puede participar en este país, y a veces son estas cosas que no lo sabemos, las cosas más técnicas, pero también es importante tener en cuenta. Sí que es verdad que a nivel de fondos europeos, muchos fondos, los fondos de movilidad de estudiantes y de investigadores sí que son bottom-up, es decir, vosotros elegís el ámbito temático y hay mucha más flexibilidad. Sí que es verdad que están los del Pilar 2, los proyectos de investigación en sí mismo, que sí que tienen determinado lo que son los ámbitos de interés a trabajar. Y aquí sí que es verdad que muchas veces estos ámbitos de interés realmente no se acoplan a los intereses que hay de los investigadores realmente, se acoplan los intereses del Mediterráneo de una de la otra banda. Aquí sí que vemos la disyuntiva y no siempre es así. Está muy focalizado, está mucho más europeo y también la propia generación de propios tópicos, aquí sí que hay como una disyuntiva a tener en cuenta. Lo que es importante tener en cuenta es estos fondos incluso que tenemos, ¿no? A veces la propia orientación, ¿no? Ya tampoco no hemos preguntado a todo el mundo, o a lo mejor tampoco no cubren todas las necesidades de todo el mundo, o aquellas necesidades que realmente tenemos, y aquí sí que tenemos un hándicap a tener en cuenta en este sentido. Por eso decir que esta puntualización, que es un tema muy técnico, a veces horizontal, yo creo que es importante saber que todo el Mediterráneo puede participar y la disyuntiva. Y sí que es verdad que en los últimos años ha ido aumentando el número de todos los países mediterráneos pueden participar en el Horizonte Europa, y luego hay proyectos y convocatorias concretas que generalmente tienen el sello de que es preferible o highly recommended participar con un país mediterráneo o del ámbito mediterráneo. Normalmente no hablan de países concretos en el ámbito mediterráneo, sino que el ámbito mediterráneo debe incluirse dentro de la propuesta, y normalmente si no incluye el proyecto una entidad de estos países realmente difícilmente saldrá financiado. Solamente ya está.
Yeah. I just wanted to add a few things, and maybe if you allow me, we're concluding.
Yeah, but we have time.
Yeah, because I wanted to conclude with something, please, if you allow me. So I wanted to say that there are challenges, because when we speak about the Mediterranean that we would like to have, it looks like it's, this is like le pays des bisounours, this ideal imagined Mediterranean that would be a beautiful Mediterranean for all. It's not. I think that the Mediterranean is a tectonic plate, both geophysically and also on other levels. So there are multiple challenges, and maybe one of the challenges is that our policies are not systemic or systematic. I mean, we have this love-hate relationships that come out from time to time between all the countries, on this side, on that side, on different sides. So we have to, and research is most of the time impacted by these I would say turbulences. But still, I mean, it's when I was invited to this seminar, the question the first question that came to me was, okay, the Mediterranean, but what is the Mediterranean? C'est quoi la Méditerranée? Does it exist? Does the Mediterranean even exist? And it happens that I was reading some poems, and this is a small excerpt. Sorry for anybody who would be bothered with that, from Darwish's poem for Edward Said, that is named Counterpoint. And at some point, Darwish said, I said, and identity, because this is like a kind of dialogue with Edward Said. And he said, and identity. And it could be, and the Mediterranean. Okay, what is the Mediterranean? He said, defense of the person. Identity is the daughter of birth, but in the end, the invention of its owner, not an heirloom from the past. I'm manifold, but I belong to the question of the victim. If I were not from there, I would train my heart to nurture the gazelle of metonymy. So carry your home country wherever you go. Carry your Mediterranean wherever you go, and be a narcissist if occasion demands.
No sé si...
Can I conclude by, I just have 2 points, 2 short points. The first one, I think Irene who talked about it, it's BIP, the Blended Intensive Program, because I think digital and hybrid mobility is fundamental. In fact, in line with the challenges of ecological transition, I think it is really vital to succeed in reconciling internationalization and ecological responsibility. I know that it's not really easy for for Mediterranean and Africa, but I think it's so. That's why, yeah, we really have to increase digital mobility. And to conclude, I want to highlight a powerful statement, not from, but from the TETIS Students' Declaration. In fact, in 2022, 30 students from the TETIS Consortium worked together on a declaration. And I would like to conclude with the word, we, as students, aspire to become key players in society and the economy to build a better future for our countries and to achieve our goals and dreams. We emphasize that what must be a priority for policymakers in the Mediterranean, removing barriers to mobility opportunities, as they are essential for the exchange of ideas and knowledge, fostering connections, entrepreneurial projects, and network initiatives. Yeah. Thank you.
Bueno, yo a las preguntas de Ana lo que diría es, o sea, el Mediterráneo cómo y más allá de los fondos, estoy totalmente de acuerdo que son dos preguntas muy relevantes y yo como soy politóloga, mi respuesta sería hay que hacer política. Y hay que hacer política, yo creo que hay que vincular cualquier cosa que hagamos a las políticas de la Unión Europea, lo cual no quiere decir que le demos la razón a esas políticas, pero ahora mismo tenemos el Pacto por el Mediterráneo, que está por ver en qué va a consistir, y yo creo que intentaría, vamos, mi propuesta sería orquestar algún tipo de acción conjunta de todas aquellas instituciones que estamos trabajando en temas del Mediterráneo en torno a este Pacto por el Mediterráneo, aunque sea para contestarlo si hace falta o para analizarlo o para lo que sea, pero aprovechar el momento político. Me parece que es además un buen momento ahora mismo, ¿no?
Pues muchas gracias. Bueno, acabo por el principio, que sería agradeciendo a IEMed que nos dé la oportunidad de pensar, que como decía Ana hace un momento, tener el tiempo de pensar, esto vale mucho. Entonces ha sido fantástico porque hemos subido y hemos bajado, que era la finalidad, o sea, hemos volado literalmente, ¿no? Con las identidades, y ahora mucho trabajo por hacer, pero la verdad es que buena compañía, o sea que muchas gracias a todos. Encima nos han sobrado 10 minutos. Ay, por cierto, ¿alguien quería hacer una pregunta? Porque, perdón, estava jo tan emocionada que tenim minutets per... Tu vols fer? Ok. Algú... Sí? No hi ha ningú que tingui una idea o una pregunta? Ah, mira, sí.
It was such a diverse and inspiring roundtable. Thank you very much for that. Difficult to be concise, but I'll pick just one point from the real first presentation, how differently this common term and also concept of migration is conceived by the two sides of the Mediterranean. And so many ideas, let's say, have been shared for developing individual, institutional, collective, etc., intergovernmental cooperations. Is there any attempt really building a group, let's say, to understand and to try to reconcile, because they are not only different, they are opposite, and they are not only terms from the everyday language or academic concepts from our, let's say, scholarly language, they are key policy issues, the way they are understood, are implemented as policies, and these policies impact almost every human being, so himself, herself, or the family, or the network, etc., etc. Is there something really real on this extremely hot political, academic, and I would say human issue?
Petit commentaire?
Yes, there's I think the laboratory, mixed international laboratory, and I think we have a representative here, Nadia. I don't know if she's here, from the University International of Rabat, and it's also with Aix-Marseille University and CNRS, and it's international mixed laboratory on migration, and it's called Movida. So a lot of researchers from sub-Saharan Africa, southern Mediterranean, and Europe, are working on this thematic. I'm not a specialist of it, but I know that it's a very important network. Yeah.
There is existing research. Of course, I would not be able to give you the names of all the labs or what is, but there is existing research on both sides of the Mediterranean on the issue of and that could be a wonderful research area because it's transdisciplinary. It could of course be a very good way to work together, to research, of course, the perceptions, but also the realities and the implications and the policies and all these things. So yeah, definitely that I think it could be a wonderful research exercise, maybe.
Just, in fact, I'm working also with another network, UArctic network. So, you know, it's a thing in common with the South, but in fact, no, not at all. Because in fact, there's also some problematic of migration in the Arctic. But, and so they are working with researchers that works on the migration in the South to understand the migration in the North. So yeah, that was just a point to say that, yeah, it's really a global, in fact, issue.
A nivel europeo he hecho muchísimas financiación sobre proyectos de investigación en el sentido en el Mediterráneo. Creo que incluso hay recopilatorios de todos estos proyectos que se financiaron donde hay partners de los dos lados. En los últimos años hay un poco menos en temas de estudiar la migración en sí misma como política, etcétera, pero sí que durante mucho tiempo hubo muchísimos proyectos en este sentido.
No, yo quería hablar en lo que ha dicho Aida sobre el Horizon, que me parece muy importante. Como un proyecto abierto a los países socios, en cambio las convocatorias no responden a la idea de nuestros intereses. Nosotros hace 1 año y medio que estamos intentando y además aplicando el principio de socios, pero claro, los temas son tan europeos, orientados tan a temas europeos, entonces me parece que se podría ligar muy bien a la primera sesión de esta mañana, las 2 primeras sesiones, que nos han dado, sobre todo la primera, un abordaje de los programas, ¿no? Pues con el PRIMA, podríamos decir, o con los Interregs. Claro, todos estos programas sí que han hecho este salto a hacer este partenariado, pues porque se ve como el agua es esencial o como algunos temas. En cambio, con los temas sociales, donde podríamos innovar o incluso quizás oficialmente estos temas en común no están, pero disciplinarmente están y hay un interés. Entonces allí con los Horizon me ha gustado mucho la intervención de Aida en este sentido, porque no es una contradicción, pero está muy bien, está abierto, ¿no? Pero está abierto a unas prioridades que no son exactamente las que ligan con estos pactos o con esta cooperación. Esto es una gran asignatura pendiente, porque el Horizon Europe, no como ya el nombre indica, como los Erasmus, ¿no? Son grandes proyectos que a nivel europeo dan mucho de sí, pero que tienen que hacer esta aplicación que por algún motivo se nos escapa. Entonces, como se ha dicho también por la mañana, por eso es tan importante, imagino, las ministeriales y estos temas de lobby. Pero yo creo que ahí hay un filón importantísimo, porque A nosotros los Horizon nos interesan, igual que los Marie Curie, interesa soportar. Y claro, allí sí que hay esta idea de apertura, pero no disciplinar, sino apertura a los miembros. Y esta no es la perspectiva exactamente, ¿no?, coherente. Me ha parecido un punto muy relevante a tener en cuenta. Gracias.
Sí, sí, coincido plenamente que en realidad oí durante todo el día y creo que es algo que los que hacemos humanidades tenemos que cambiar. Siempre vamos como pidiendo perdón. Entonces tenemos que situarnos a altura porque estamos haciendo ciencia, disciplina, estamos en la universidad, estamos aportando conocimiento, pero siempre es la sensación de, bueno, si sobra algo, ya a los de humanidades que, y digamos, no es tampoco empezar a competir entre si es mejor ser de ciencias puras, que no ese es el caso, pero sí que somos indispensables y acabarlo de explicar mejor porque no, en este momento no se acaba de entender.
I wanted to ask, what do you guys believe are the primary obstacles for visa facilitation in academia, especially, from non-EU member states to EU member states? And feel free to interpret that at whatever level you wish, at the administrative level, at the, political, philosophic questions. I'm just curious to know.
Sorry, je vais me jeter, comme d'habitude, dans la gueule du loup. Après, vous aurez là. What was your question about what do institutions do?
What are the general obstacles to facilitating visas for academic purposes? Like, as somebody that is not in the know administratively, what are these kind of points of reform or points of friction to achieve that, easier academic mobility?
I prefer to have my European colleagues answer this question.
Ben, can you hear? It depends on whether we talk about students or professors. It's totally different. In the case of professors, I would say it's lack of resources to handle the amount of visa requests. I don't think there is much more than that. But when it comes, no? Okay. Okay. No. Then it's much better. Yeah, you talk. But my experience is that in the case of professors, either they have a long-term visa, and in that case, that's a pity that you end up inviting those that they already have a long-term visa, which is not fair. And in the case of those who didn't get a visa, I think it's better Fatima and Camille answer, because I never got an explanation as to why they didn't get it, except for time and resources at the embassies. But when it comes to young students, it's clear. And the consuls tell you, I'm not giving a visa to any person that is suspicious to want to stay. And they tell you openly. And that applies to basically all young people.
Theoretically, it can be many obstacles and many types of obstacles, and depending on which country you're asking the visa from, and sometimes depending on which city you're asking the visa from, and sometimes you feel like it is at the discretion of the people sometimes at the consulate, or not even at the consulate, at the very basic companies that process your papers. But I don't want to contradict Irene, but my idea, at least as far as my experience when I was a vice president, is that it was much easier for students than it was sometimes for professors. Yes,
especially when they were going out into a very a clear framework like Erasmus Mundus. That would be, they even get they have specific appointments, and they have the Erasmus Mundus, Erasmus or Erasmus Mundus. So they have the in the framework in the ICM or Erasmus Mundus. So that's very easy. Now, professors, I was vice president of my university, and I was not given a visa. And sometimes I was given visas for the 2 or 3 days I was going to be out of the country. It also depends on what type. I said we were living in a place that has tectonic plate, that there is a tectonic plate. So it depends. If our relations with Spain are good, whatever country I might come from in the south, I'm not going to name the countries. I'm not going to name my country either. I might get a visa very quickly. If not, then the visa procedures will be tougher. Back in where I come from, people consider that it's much easier to Spain than it is to France, for example. So the obstacles can be many. They can be because funds are not a problem as far as Moroccan professors are concerned. Most universities have a support to mobility for their professors, so we don't have that problem. And usually it's in the framework of research agreements or projects and things like this. But sometimes it depends on very unbelievable things. It could be anything. Sometimes it's policies, sometimes it's small skirmishes between the countries. Sometimes it's a flow of applications on a specific place, at a specific time, and then it's you can wait for the appointment for months. Some universities today. Some universities and some councils in some places in the world, in our part of the Mediterranean, try to address this differently. That is, when you're an academic, when you're a student, when you have a special office that deals with you differently from how they deal with others. But Irene is right. It happened. I saw a problem with a student who had all the guarantees, but who was refused a visa to Spain, and she was going on an exchange program, and she had all the guarantees. But she was, they considered that she was going there to stay, and even when she rewrote asking for explanations and then recourse, etc., she had her visa refused. So you see, it can be many things, but that is an obstacle to that is a clear obstacle to academic research, to academia, to exchange, and it is very humiliating when you are a researcher and a professor and you have to queue for hours like anybody else. I'm not saying that you're not anybody else, that you're better than anybody else, but then you're not going. Everybody knows that you have your. Everything says that your life is over there. You're going to go back, but still you are treated as if you were a potential alien. So I can very much empathize with the others who are not academics, because I know what it is, and God knows that I've never tried to migrate. What's more, illegally. So you see, it can be many things. I didn't want to talk about that. So you see,
sí, hace, no sé, 30 años que lo de la visa académica esta, ¿no? Que es como una canción que suena, pero no acaba, y es un obstáculo, como se está viendo, enormísimo, ¿no? Y además, otra vez, las violencias sobre los cuerpos. No es poca cosa esta humillación, ¿no? Seas lo que seas, o sea, es una violencia ejercida y luego estamos cooperando. Bueno.
You know what? I stopped asking for visa 3 years in a row.
I stopped asking for visas. Well, no, I stopped asking for visas. Because I mean, it's, you know, we can virtually speak and connect and do things, you know, because it's terrible.
No, sí, sí. Totalment, totalment. Alguna altra pregunta? Ara ja ens estem oficial, ara ja estem orgulloses, ens estem passant una mica de l'hora. Ja és brutal, com que ara ja és com il faut. Però si hi ha alguna...
Can I ask a pregunta?
Ah, vinga.
Why is our panel the only one that has questions? I totally agree.
I almost forgot my democracy. Okay, then.
Okay, thank you.
Ho he sentit, això.
I que estava parlant tan tranquil·lament la senyora i feia pa, i es deixava de... com que s'apagués. I després es tornés a encendre a fons.
Sí, va, va. Ho he enganxat al micro, és això?
Sí, 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 sí.
Sentados
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes y muchas gracias por estar aquí a la ceremonia de entrega de la quinta edición de los premios a los mejores TFM de Aula Mediterrània. Como IEMed impulsamos hace 5 años este premio para dar visibilidad a los investigadores, a los jóvenes investigadores y para empujar para fomentar el estudio del Mediterráneo entre el alumnado de los másteres que forman parte de Aula Mediterrània. Este año hemos recibido, en esta quinta edición, hemos recibido unos 15 TFM y es el año en que hemos recibido más trabajo, también porque hemos abierto, ahora damos la posibilidad a cada máster de presentar hasta 4 TFM. Los temas son los temas de Aula Mediterrània, migraciones, relaciones euromediterránea, identidades, conflictos, seguridad. Y como siempre, publicamos los 3 trabajos ganadores en formato de artículos, lo haremos también en esta edición y pronto saldrá la convocatoria de la 6ª edición de los premios. Así que podemos empezar con la entrega.
Bé, molt bé. Bona tarda a tots. Altra vegada, al matí he tingut l'ocasió de dir-vos bon dia, però veig que el paisatge és una mica diferent. Jo diria que està més rejuvenit amb aquella de la tarda, a la qual, en fi, us saludo a tots molt bé. Si ho faig bé, el que m'han dit és que el tercer premi no hi és, per raons familiars, però que, òbviament, aquí l'esmentem, que és de la Chaima Ben Ahmed, que és del màster universitari en relacions internacionals, seguretat i desenvolupament de la Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona, i el títol de la tesina final de màster és La resistencia de la mujer palestina mediante el sumut. Per tant, que quedi constància que és una de les premiades, encara que, per desgràcia, en fi, ja sabem que la situació no és la millor, especialment per la gent palestina, i per tant, que, en fi, ha fet un bon treball. Tercer premi, queda constància, encara que aquí avui no hi és.
El trabajo analiza las experiencias de resiliencia de las mujeres palestinas a partir del sumut, técnica de resistencia no violenta pacífica, con el objetivo de contribuir a la construcción de una imagen de las mujeres palestinas fidedigna, lejos de la retórica eurocéntrica que ha dominado históricamente la narrativa internacional. A través de una rica bibliografía y una estructura fluida e inteligente, la autora relata historias de mujeres palestinas, poniendo de relieve su papel central en la resistencia pacífica contra la ocupación israelí. Como lo define la autora, sumut es un arte de vivir o, como apunta el jurado, un arte de sufrir.
Molt bé, el segon premi porta com a títol el treball Disengagement from ICs, a case study exploring variations based on gender and origin. I l'ha fet en Iman Soliman, del màster en International Security de l'IBEI.
Este trabajo de fin de máster realiza un exhaustivo análisis de los factores que influyen en el abandono del ISIS. Se basa en la recopilación de datos y testimonios, principalmente vídeos, de desertores del ISIS para comprender los factores que influyen en el camino de las personas hacia la desvinculación del ISIS. Factores psicológicos como la desilusión o elementos sociales como los vínculos con la familia o la necesidad de volver a una vida normal. Como reconoce la propia autora, las limitaciones logísticas y de seguridad le impidieron realizar entrevistas directas. El estudio, que se caracteriza por una estructura clara, una bibliografía rica y una metodología rigurosa, incluye la perspectiva de género, un valor añadido que contribuye a dar una visión más profunda sobre un tema de gran relevancia y actualidad.
Ivan Soliman, és aquí? Molt bé. I entrega el premi la senyora Aida Díaz Sáez, que és la responsable del Pla Internacional del Departament de Recerca i Universitats de la Generalitat de Catalunya. Bé, llavors passem al primer premi. El primer premi porta com a títol Esclavitud, mentalitat i càstig, conflictivitat i pràctiques de repressió contra les persones esclavitzades als territoris de la Corona d'Aragó en època moderna, segles XVI-XVII. I l'autor és Ismael Santos Smac Molina, del màster universitari en Història i Identitats de la Mediterrània Occidental, segles XV al XIX. És aquest màster combinat, com sabeu, de la UB, la Universitat d'Alacant, la Universitat de València, la Universitat Jaume I.
El trabajo analiza las orientaciones de los estudios históricos sobre la esclavitud en los territorios de la Corona de Aragón, aportando una perspectiva propia que puede abrir líneas de investigación sobre temas actuales, huye de los tópicos y abre el debate sobre el papel de la esclavitud en las sociedades ibéricas, vinculándola al comercio triangular y a las economías coloniales. Asimismo, la perspectiva de género que adopta el TFM pone de manifiesto la invisibilización de las mujeres esclavizadas y cómo ciertos discursos históricos justifican y relativizan la violencia sexual que sufrían. Con una estructura bien definida, una bibliografía exhaustiva y una metodología que permita sentar con argumentación sólida las posiciones críticas que adopte el autor, este trabajo propone también una nueva línea de investigación sobre la esclavitud en Al-Ándalus.
Muy bien, felicidades. Espera't, posa't aquí que et faran una foto. Molt bé. Bé, molt bé, hem acabat la cerimònia. Jo crec que, en fi, moltes gràcies per estar amb nosaltres aquesta tarda. És una part diferent de la resta de tot aquest seminari de recerca, però probablement és una de les parts més efectives, no? Perquè presentem, efectivament, fruits de la recerca dels joves investigadors i és una part de la que ens sentim especialment orgullosos. Avui tenim, a més, aquí a la Lourdes, que va estar en el començament de posar en marxa l'entrega d'aquests premis i l'organització dels premis, no? Ens pensem que hauria de servir d'alguna manera per encoratjar l'interès dels joves investigadors cap als temes mediterranis i euromediterranis i món àrab i, per tant, esperem que això vagi a més, no? Però, pel que veig aquest any ja s'hi han presentat molta gent. A més, he de donar moltíssimes gràcies al Departament de Recerca de la Generalitat pel seu suport en aquest cas, no? El Departament de Recerca i Universitats. És que com que de tant en tant li van canviant el nom, he hagut de mirar en el programa el nom actual del departament, que no sempre ha coincidit al llarg dels anys, però que no s'ha interromput és el recolzament a la recerca. Bé, moltíssimes gràcies, doncs, amb això jo crec que acabem la jornada d'avui, no? Ja no tenim Ah, no, clar, ei, perdó, ara ve l'altra part, no? Que és el diàleg que s'establirà amb Jorge Luengo i els guanyadors. O sigui que ho escoltarem amb moltíssim d'interès. I aquells que es pensaven que anava de veritat que s'havia acabat la jornada d'avui, ja us no podeu oblidar perquè ara ve el més interessant de tot. Us ho deixem. Moltes gràcies.
So this is not over. I know you all are hungry and tired because of the whole day sitting here, attending to different kind of presentations and seminars, but we promise we won't keep you here until dinner time. So it is a very nice half an hour discussion with the winners of the prize. And I think it is important just to give you voice to talk about your work and your dissertation and your master thesis here in order to close the session of the day. So we have two of the, as it has been already mentioned, two of the winners. So Chaima couldn't be here, so we have Ismael and Iman here. And I want just to throw three different questions to one of you regarding your research for the master thesis. And we can jump out, I think. You ask one of these questions, and then I throw another one, and so forth and so on. So first of all, why and how did you choose the topic of your dissertation? Did you mind to start with the...
Okay. Actually, my interest in this topic stems from a combination of professional and also academic interests. Particularly, I was interested in the issue of gender dynamics. So professionally wise, when I was working for one of the United Nations organizations in the area of border security and terrorism, I was working very closely with law enforcement agencies across the MENA region, which was very challenging for me because the majority of them, they were really struggling in accepting women in roles in the field of defense and security and counterterrorism. And this has really made me very deeply interested in exploring how gender dynamics actually can operate in a very male-dominated environments and how such dynamics could shape outcomes, especially when it comes to security and counterterrorism. So I had this very broad question in mind when I applied to do my master thesis. And then when I started my studies at EB, I combined two courses that I'm very interested in, which one of them was about gender and security, and the second one with Professor Lourdes about terrorism and counterterrorism. And actually, my thesis is actually building on a previous research paper that I wrote about gender dynamics within ISIS, where I focused on the women-led branch of ISIS, where I challenged the very mainstream notion that equate masculinity with violence and aggression and power, and women and femininity with peacefulness and victimhood. And in this research paper, I actually reached to a different conclusion that also women could be also violent and could be also aggressive, not only against other women, but also against other men. And then I wanted to have this research paper to develop it into a thesis. And when I was doing my second coursework with Professor Lourdes on terrorism and counter-terrorism, and I was exposed to these concepts of extremism and violent extremism, radicalization and de-radicalization, and I wanted to explore one of these concepts. So I wanted to work around one of these concepts and within a terrorist group like ISIS, but also focusing on gender dynamics. And when I wanted to be more focused and to have a very concrete research question, and I had to do a very intensive literature review, and then I noticed that there is a wealth of research has been done on the recruitment process within ISIS, but focusing on why foreign women, for example, join ISIS, focusing on personal motivations, but far less was on foreign men joining ISIS. And very little was done why actually ISIS is recruiting a very specific demographics like foreigners and women, specifically from the Western countries. And so I wanted to explore actually how these dynamics are working, like how ISIS is appealing or using different narratives to appeal to different demographics, but also focusing on how ISIS is mobilizing local recruits like Syrians and Iraqis, for example, because most of the research were done on the Westerners, like on the Western and foreign women. But also when I was doing my literature review, I also focused that there was a very intense research done on radicalization and de-radicalization, and very little done on disengagement. And in my understanding that I believe that this engagement is a key cornerstone and a first step to actually work on de-radicalization. And in order to understand why people engaged and why they disengage will be very important when designing de-radicalization programs, because not everyone who joined ISIS joined because they believe in their ideology and their expansionist worldview, and that they want to be warriors or fighters, and to spread everything using violence. But there are also others who really were radicalized and joined ISIS because they believe in their ideology, but they disengaged because they disagreed with ISIS on how they are implementing their strategy. So understanding these differences is really important in order to channel the very limited investments and efforts in really designing customized de-radicalization programs to be for those who are already radicalized but they left, who can be perhaps like constituting more threat to security wherever they go, because they could join another terrorist group, they could establish another terrorist group. So those were like more to focus on the very limited resources and efforts to de-radicalize them. But those who just joined because they wanted to live like in a region free of discrimination and oppression, that they can freely express their religion and learn more about their religion and learning the Arabic language, but they found something completely different when they moved to live under ISIS control. Those maybe do not need de-radicalization programs, but more maybe rehabilitation due to all the trauma and the violence they experienced, and maybe some educational interventions in order to learn more about those kind of terrorist groups and certain mobilization. So having all this in mind, I came to this conclusion because to this research question that I assumed that we need to understand the differences between women and men joining ISIS and this engagement from ISIS, but also foreigner and local recruits. Because my first hypothesis is that the very same narrative that was successful with certain person to join ISIS is the same narrative that led them to leave ISIS after they experienced the harsh realities and the deception that they faced by ISIS after they moved to the caliphate and lived under ISIS control. So that's how I came and I chose this topic mainly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Iman. And what about you? You are working on a completely different topic in a different age, but what brought you to take this topic? You can answer in Catalan if you want.
I will answer in Catalan, sorry if you want to. Bé, primer de tot, bona tarda i gràcies a tothom per venir. Bàsicament el que m'ha portat a investigar i a interessar-me sobre esclavitud ha sigut una combinació d'un factor acadèmic o d'interès acadèmic, per una banda, i per l'altra d'inquietud personal o familiar, si li podem dir així. Començo per l'acadèmica. Jo abans de fer aquest màster de Història i Identitats en el Mediterrani Occidental, que de fet agraeixo que estiguin el Diego i la Mariela, que la Mariela em va dirigir de fet aquest treball, i el Diego és coordinador del màster. Estava fent un altre màster a Granada, on vaig tenir la sort de coincidir amb la professora Aurelia Martín Casares, que és una de les més grans expertes d'esclavitud en la història d'Espanya. En la història d'Espanya peninsular, no esclavitud de les colònies, que és una cosa que sovint obviem i és un dels temes en el qual em centro en el treball. Que Espanya, al igual que altres potències europees, van tenir esclaus en el seu territori i no només a les colònies. Va ser a partir d'ella, en una assignatura que es deia El fin de l'Islam en la península ibèrica, que vam descobrir que l'islam no s'acaba el 1492, o la presència musulmana o criptomusulmana, ni s'acaba amb l'expulsió dels moriscos entre els anys 1609 i 1613, perquè aquells moriscos i morisques que van ser esclavitzats a la rebel·lió dels Alpujarres, el 1568, van romandre a la península, perquè eren propietats. I, per tant, com podem parlar del fin de l'islam si tenim gent criptomusulmana, alguns sí, altres no, que va romandre a la península? Em va portar a pensar que donem per fetes moltes coses de la nostra història que a vegades tampoc cal donar-li moltes voltes. Cal anar a l'arxiu, jo soc arxiver de formació, aleshores diguem que ja tinc aquesta inclinació, però l'Aurelia m'ho comentava quan va començar a estudiar sobre esclavitud, que tothom li deia, però si aquí en Espanya no hubo esclavos. I per la seva tesi va trobar, no sé si 1.800 documents de persones esclavitzades només a la ciutat de Granada. També em va parlar de Juan Latino, que és una figura apassionant de la història de Granada i de la seva universitat, ja que era un esclau dels ducs de Cessa, familiars del gran capitan, que va acabar sent catedràtic de la universitat. Era negre, procedent del Golf de Guinea, i diguem que en ple segle XVI va trencar molts tòpics i moltes barreres, altres també perquè estava protegit per una família molt important, però més que en el seu temps, en el nostre temps, de que puguem dir és que la Universitat de Granada va tenir un catedràtic d'origen esclau negre al segle XVII. Per una part, aquest factor. Després ja, quan vaig començar a investigar, vaig trobar que és un tema molt poc treballat. Andalusia no tant, aquí als territoris de l'antiga Corona d'Aragó i especialment a Catalunya una mica més. De fet, esclavitud a la Catalunya moderna s'ha treballat molt poc. A banda d'aquest factor, la inquietud o l'interès personal, perquè sé que un dels meus avantpassats, no tenim clar si és el meu besavi o el meu rebesavi per part paterna, va ser víctima d'esclavitud. I això fa plantejar-te també fins a quin punt l'esclavitud no només és un procés violent des del seu inici, d'agafar una persona, privar-la de llibertat, portar-la a un altre lloc i obligar-la a treballar, a viure i a treballar, si és que se li pot dir viure, d'una forma que qualsevol ésser humà està absolutament en contra. No només en aquest sentit, sinó la violència que implica que moltes persones no sapiguem qui és el nostre avi o qui és el nostre besavi o d'on va venir, quina llengua parlava, quina religió tenia. Quan per la part materna tinc l'arbre genealògic fet fins al segle XV. Aleshores, també amb aquest treball final de màster volia una mica parlar no tant d'esclavitud, no donar xifres, no dir a Barcelona hi havia tants, hi havia tantes compravendes, sinó parlar aquest fet que és la resistència a l'esclavitud, la conflictivitat que generava això, perquè era una cosa molt violenta. Potser, i això també a vegades perquè hi ha hagut persones que han comentat que el treball o la investigació estava salpicada d'una mica de presentisme. Com podem parlar de presentisme d'una cosa que segueix passant avui dia? A l'altra riba del Mediterrani, arran de com ha degradat la situació en els últims 20-25 anys, tornem a veure ventes de persones esclavitzades. És una cosa que ha seguit passant en molts llocs del món després de que els països europeus abolissin l'esclavitud. És una cosa que segueix passant a les nostres ciutats i al nostre país en forma de treball forçat i especialment les dones que són forçades a la prostitució. Per tant, no es pot ser presentista en una cosa que segueix afectant a milions de persones com va afectar de la mateixa manera a persones segles endarrere. Per tant, volia trencar una mica aquest tòpic de la figura de les persones esclavitzades. I dic persones esclavitzades i no esclaus o esclaves perquè no m'agrada naturalitzar aquest fet en les persones. És una condició imposada, és una condició externa. Per tant, volia trencar aquest tòpic de l'esclau o l'esclava resignat. Vaig trobar un fons molt interessant a l'Arxiu de la Corona d'Aragó, que és dins del fons de la Batllia General de Catalunya, que era l'encarregada de gestionar el patrimoni reial en època moderna a Catalunya. Hi ha uns processos que s'anomenen les actes de béns vacants. Quan una propietat queda sense amo, s'inicia un procés, es pot subhastar, la pot comprar algú i aquests beneficis van a parar amb la corona. Amb els esclaus fugats i esclaves fugades o que són trobats sense amo, se'ls aplica aquest procés, perquè són una propietat, segons la mentalitat o segons les institucions d'època moderna. Clar, vaig trobar que les fugues eren una cosa molt més comuna que no només un annex en els llibres o articles sobre l'esclavitud. Que els ideals que movien a les persones a la fuga era buscar la llibertat, tornar al seu lloc d'origen o, en el seu defecte, anar el més lluny possible del lloc on havien estat esclavitzats o esclavitzades. Molts esclaus i esclaves fugien al sud de França perquè allà l'esclavitud era il·legal. Per tant, no és només això de vull tornar a la meva terra, vull anar a un lloc on sàpiga que no em tornarà a passar això que m'està passant. I jo crec que una mica aquests són els dos factors que m'han inspirat o m'han portat a escollir aquest tema.
So I think it's very easy by hearing them to connect both topics. We're talking on slavery on the 16th and 17th century, but we're talking also on ISIS and how ISIS enslaved women and how present was also this institution of slavery in the Middle East during the times of ISIS there. So I guess both works are kind of interesting in different lines. So by adding new perspectives on what we already know and opening up new paths of understanding complex processes, historical, social, cultural processes in the past and in the present. In the case of Iman is this gender perspective, which I think is very brave and is also fundamental. How is it possible to understand ISIS without gender? I've been reading about the topic for a while and it is mostly impossible. And I think you do it not in a plain way, but in a deep way, by playing with these scales, by going deep into your evidences, by, I don't know if you are conscious, by applying some kind of a Hegelian dialectics, by putting male and women, foreign, local together, and try to construct new categories in order to really understand what is going on within these dynamics and how get differentiated between different actors there, I think is fascinating. In your case, Ismael, is also this effort of trying to disrupt traditional chronologies in your analysis, going beyond, with the end of Islam and going to see what happened with Muslim people living in the Christian kingdoms of of the empire in the 17th century also, but also putting the focus on the violence on slavery, because there are some books about it. It is not a very trendy topic, it's true, but we know something about slavery in early modern Spain, but underlying violence and resistance and trying to give voice to these actors, I think it's also a very interesting path that you are opening here. Though both cases problematic, because it's problematic in terms of sources. So how to see the documents, how to find violence in official records. For instance, in your case, you will tell about it, but it's very difficult to get contact directly with these people. It has already mentioned. So I want to ask you the challenges, the difficulties that you have been facing in the process of writing your dissertation. Iman.
Okay, so actually I faced multiple challenges, and on top of them, as you said, the sources or the data. As you said, it was very difficult to conduct my own interviews with ISIS defectors myself due to logistical and security constraints. So the alternative that I depended on or relied on primary sources, but in the form of testimonial videos that were published online as part of a very huge study that was conducted by a research center. It's the International Center for the Study of Violent Extremism. And they were also doing a research study on de-radicalization, and as part of their research, as part of their project, they actually established a platform where they published part of the testimonies of the people that they have access to in the prisons. So I relied on these sources, but of course, this reliance comes with limitations because first, some of the videos were incomplete or selectively published because at some point, they were, for example, they said the testimony duration is 1 hour, but they only published 15 minutes. And sometimes they published several videos on the same person, but shedding light on a specific thematic. So I was not sure, like, why exactly those published in this way. Like I say it's selectively published, which also introduce, I would say, some potential unintended biases in the data. But also, since these data were collected by third parties, not by myself, I had no control on the questions that they asked those people and the context in which the responses were given. So I had to navigate these data very carefully and also very objectively. But also, one part also of this that some of the sources were lacking the local women representation. So I worked on videos given by foreigner men and women, but when it comes to local recruits, it was mainly men. There were only 2 videos of local women. They were Iraqis, but they were actually in prison. They were arrested. They didn't escape. At least this what seems from the testimonies. So this also, so the sample of the size of the sample, and also this lack of local women representation to a certain extent is limiting the ability to generalize the findings of my thesis, but to some extent, I consider it also as a representative sample because it was like 36 defectors with a total of 96 videos that I had to transcribe and do all the decoding and analyze the testimonies itself. So the access to data itself was a really great hurdle to me, but also the emotional aspect, like listening to their testimonies and all the experiences that they left of violence and trauma and all the oppression they faced under the living under ISIS-controlled territories was very very emotionally challenging that I really really required an emotional resilience from my side, because it was not easy. Sometimes I was listening to the videos more than once in order to make sure that I wrote down everything as it was said, and also listening to the translation because it was given in Arabic but with English subtitles. That saved time, but I also needed to make sure that the translation is accurate and really contextualized. But also the time constraints, because I had less than 2 months to finish my thesis, but in the same time, I was starting my second year of my master's program in Brussels, and I was working on a second master thesis because for this program, I wrote 2 theses. So in the margin of writing the thesis for EB, I was writing another thesis for the university in Brussels, and I had 2 written assignments for the university in Brussels. And plus all the huge data that I analyzed. So it was very challenging to write this research while also fulfilling all the other commitments. So yes, that was more or less what I can summarize. Yeah.
What about you, Ismael?
Se'm van presentar dificultats i reptes de diferents tipus. En un primer lloc, a nivell metodològic, com a tot treball d'investigació on s'ha d'anar a un arxiu, doncs al final gran part de la feina de l'arxiu és passar-t'hi moltes hores, crementar els ulls i passar mesos i setmanes que no trobes res. Vaig tenir la sort que mentre feia aquest treball final de màster treballava a l'arxiu de la Corona d'Aragó, de fet, que és l'arxiu del qual procedeix aquest fons de la Vetllia General, i vaig trobar una mica per casualitat aquests processos que de fet no estaven ni catalogats. De fet, els vaig catalogar jo arran que els vaig trobar. I aquesta troballa em va resoldre una de les grans incògnites o dels grans dubtes que tenia, que era de com podia donar veu a les persones esclavitzades quan aquestes no tenen veu en cap altra de la documentació on apareixen reflectides. La història de l'esclavitud a Espanya i a Catalunya s'ha construït a través de quantificar les dades de protocols notarials, principalment. Aleshores, com fem una història de les persones esclavitzades? A partir d'una xifra. A partir de Barcelona, 1561, es venen 200 esclaus. Aquests processos tenen les declaracions de les persones esclavitzades, on les van trobar, però principalment per què es fuguen. Quins són els motius que donen? Una nena de 12 anys trobada a 1593 al port de Barcelona que se n'havia fugat de Sevilla perquè ella no era esclava i no volia seguir sent esclava. Coses com aquesta innocència d'una nena que després, al final del procés, acaba reconeixent que sí que era esclava, però que s'havia fugat per què? Per què? Perquè sí. Després, a nivell de perspectiva, de tenir una visió crítica molt desperta en el sentit d'identitats, perquè, al igual que la història d'Espanya, la història de l'esclavitud a Espanya i a Europa s'ha construït a base de números, també s'ha representat a través d'un perfil que és el de la persona negra esclavitzada. Però aquest model d'esclavitud no es generalitza a la península Ibèrica fins al segle XVI. Tenim persones esclavitzades d'Europa Oriental, del Mediterrani Oriental, al nord d'Àfrica, i tenim persones esclavitzades natives, que són els moriscos i les morisques. Parlàvem abans de criptomusulmans i criptomusulmanes. Van haver-hi molts moriscos que s'havien convertit genuïnament, que es van rebel·lar amb la resta de moriscos perquè la corona mantenia una pressió que jo en el treball anomeno pràctiques socials genocides perquè estaven enfocades a eliminar el col·lectiu morisc com a comunitat, igual que segles més tard es va intentar fer amb la comunitat gitana, i que es van rebel·lar sent genuïnament cristians i van ser esclavitzats i esclavitzades sent genuïnament cristians. Per tant, a nivell d'identitats tenim una riquesa, per dir-ho així, en el que fa el gruix de les persones esclavitzades, que no es correspon amb el que s'ha representat tradicionalment. De fet, les imatges que tenim d'esclavitud aquí, encara avui dia a la televisió, al cinema, on sigui, és el dels esclaus i les esclaves a Amèrica. No tenim aquesta imatge de la nena fugada al port de Barcelona o de Juan Latino. Tenim la pel·lícula de 12 anys d'esclavitud o jo què sé. També la perspectiva de gènere, evidentment això em plantejava a mi una necessitat de tenir una necessitat d'actualitzar-me, no actualitzar-me, però plantejar-me moltes coses que llegim, que donem per sentades, per dir-ho així de forma col·loquial, s'escriuen unes machistades tremendes. Hi ha un historiador canari que, parlant de les zones esclavitzades, deia que segurament moltes zones esclaves intentaven apropar-se i convertir-se en les amants dels seus amos per millorar les seves condicions. Això és una salvatjada. La majoria de dones esclavitzades eren violades sistemàticament pels seus amos i prostituïdes pels seus amos. Per tant, s'ha d'estar molt despert des de certes perspectives, s'ha de ser molt crític i s'ha d'estar molt atent i s'ha de ser molt autocrític amb un mateix sobre com entens una cosa i com la llegeixes. No és per no ficar la pota, és per no dir una mentida, perquè tothom sap que no el 90, el 99,99% de les zones esclavitzades no s'aproparan al seu amo per millorar les seves condicions de vida. I després, una part, per dir-ho així, més idealista, que és tenir una empatia molt gran, perquè al final estàs estudiant sobre un col·lectiu de persones molt desgraciades. Cada cop i volta se'ls acurta l'esperança de vida de forma dràstica. Per exemple, els condemnats a galeres saben que com a molt tindran 2 anys de vida. Els condemnats a les mines de coure, dones esclavitzades, violades sistemàticament pels seus amos que o moriran donant llum al fill d'aquests amos per complicacions, per malaltia, per fam, de persones esclavitzades que són alliberades però que les condicions de l'alliberament són tan paupèrrimes i a vegades han de seguir pagant la seva alliberació, la seva manutenció durant la resta de la seva vida, que s'acaben suïcidant o que s'acaben enrolant voluntàriament a les galeres. En el treball cito algunes vegades a Cervantes perquè em va sorprendre, això ja d'abans de fer el treball, llegint el Quijote i altres obres de Cervantes, si algú de vosaltres ho ha fet, que suposo que sí, es nota que Cervantes va ser captiu, que és una posició molt similar a la d'un esclau o esclava. El que separa un captiu d'un esclau és que el captiu té l'esperança que potser algú el vindrà a rescatar. En el cas dels captius cristians, per exemple, l'ordre dels mercedaris. Però se li nota perquè quan parla de jueus conversos, de gitanos, de moriscos, de persones esclavitzades, parla amb una empatia i amb una sensibilitat que no trobem ja no en altres autors contemporanis de Cervantes, sinó en molta gent que ha estudiat sobre esclavitud a dia d'avui, posant el cas de l'historiador aquest canari, del que no diré el nom, però que n'hi ha molts més. Per tant, jo diria que és això. Per una banda, les fonts. Jo vaig tenir molta sort. No és fàcil trobar aquest tipus de fonts, perspectives i tenir una certa empatia o sensibilitat.
Molt bé, moltes gràcies. Thank you very much, both of you. We have a last question, but we are out of time, so let's do it like this. Quick question, quick answer to both of you. So, regarding your professional life, how do you understand this master thesis related to what you are doing now or what you are planning to do in your near future?
All right. At the moment, my current professional life is not very strictly related to working on ISIS or terrorist groups or disengagement, but the factors that I examined during my work on the thesis when it comes to gender dynamics and power dynamics in general are giving me a very good analytical perspective that is also helping me in my current professional work life. So at the moment, I'm, for example, working as a local community focal point for the city of Brussels at one of the NGOs that is called the Human Rights Cities Network, where I work with young people from migration and refugee backgrounds in order to strengthen or increasing their civic engagement and also increasing their participation in democratic processes. And this was one of the aspects that was very common between the people who joined actually ISIS, that they were suffering from exclusion, discrimination, and that they are feeling not belonging to the society or the community where they're living. So more or less, I have this in mind in the background of my mind when I'm working and engaging with those people, because at the end, like participation and understanding the interaction between how each one is feeling his identity and inclusion, and how these power dynamics within the community where he lives is actually contributing to his meaningful participation in this community. But also still, I'm very interested in gender dynamics. So I'm about to start a new role in my professional journey as a program officer working in the field of peace building across the MENA region. And one core pillar of the work is about women inclusion in the decision-making processes and participating meaningfully in peace building in their own countries. So this I'm still dedicated to. And of course, the thesis and all the academic work I have done is like providing me with a very solid foundation when it comes to programmatic aspect of my work. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Jo soc arxiver, ja ho he comentat abans, però actualment doncs estic treballant en un arxiu que ni per època ni per les característiques de la documentació, per la seva naturalesa, tenen a veure amb aquest FM. No obstant, jo segueixo fent recerca pel meu compte, vaig a congressos i vaig a seminaris perquè el que a mi em mou és voler divulgar i seguir avançant en el coneixement d'aquest tema. Abans he comentat que sobre esclavitud en època moderna a Catalunya s'ha sap molt poc, igual que s'ha fet un buidatge molt gran de fons notarials per l'edat mitjana, de moderna no s'ha fet. Aleshores, això és un horitzó que de fet està de cara a la tesi, que ja arribarà, però ara mateix principalment la relació que hi tinc és que segueixo fent recerca i sobretot divulgació, perquè és un tema molt maco, és un tema horrible, realment, vull dir, és horrible a l'esclavitud, però trobo que és molt necessari seguir investigant i seguir divulgant, encara que no estigui dedicant-me professionalment ara mateix en això.
Okay, then congratulations once again for these fantastic dissertations and papers, and we are looking forward to getting more about these topics, and thank you very much to everyone. Fantastic. I mean, the papers were both of them. Yeah. So as a historian, I was really encouraged by your topic, as well as your topic, Iman, was, I mean, they both, I mean, it was a fantastic paper. So I really enjoyed them. I really learned a lot, and I really enjoyed the conversation. Yeah, I mean, it was a really high level here. So thank you very much.
allowed us to actually cover different questions because they understood that they need to cut the time short.
Yeah, well, Elisabetta told me to take some more minutes if necessary, but yeah, I think you extended your